the ethereal droplets transformed into boulders. Crashing heavily against his heart, Xuantian felt as if awakening from a profound dream, the embers of his spirit igniting into an all-consuming blaze, spreading warmth throughout his being. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated from the southeast, akin to the chime of a bell. After the sound dissipated, a pale pink ray of light shot skyward from approximately 10 miles away in that direction. The radiance emanating from the beam was blindingly brilliant, yet not at all harsh, instilling a sense of rejuvenation and an inexplicable strength within all who gazed upon it. However, an anomaly occurred within the beam. A shaft of light shot forth from its center, darting towards Xuantian and Yichen with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, the light reached Xuantian's back, transforming into a luminous veil that permeated his being, merging with him and vanishing from sight. Observing this spectacle, Yichen's face betrayed a trace of barely perceptible astonishment. Upon integrating the light into his body, Xuantian felt a gentle warmth enveloping him, comforting and soothing. The agonizing pain that had previously throbbed in his chest, struck by the blood lion's fatal blow, was now entirely absent. His once listless mind regained its clarity, as a wondrous flow of energy began to course through him, circulating with vigor. Just as Xuantian pondered the origin of this miraculous power, a new crisis loomed ominously ahead. The infernal blood lion gathered crimson malevolence within its maw once more, the orb of light swelling to an even greater magnitude than before. The stench of blood filled the air, suffocatingly potent, compressing the surrounding atmosphere to its limits. Life was extinguished within a 3-mile radius, leaving only a suffusion of sanguine radiance, as the horrors of the inferno fully materialized before Xuantian and Yichen. The roar echoed like a declaration, imbued with endless mockery. Even the heavens and earth trembled under its might. What could two mere mortals do against such formidable power? It seemed they were merely awaiting their demise. The world trembled and cracked, the blood-red inferno surged forth, and the celestial beings were threatened with annihilation. Having witnessed the blood lion's ferocity once, Xuantian felt a surge of anxiety and dread. Despite the mysterious power lurking within him, he dared not act recklessly. Just as the torrent of crimson threatened to unleash its fury once more, Yichen's calm voice resonated in Xuantian's ear. Do not panic. Give it your all and confront it head-on. Do not question my reasoning. You are now no less formidable than the blood lion. In a moment of utmost peril, Xuantian desperately sought within his memories a technique potent enough to counter the crimson deluge. Yet, to his dismay, he could find none among his extensive repertoire. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the day he had sparred with Li Mingwan within the confines of the barrier, where he had cunningly appropriated one of her signature techniques. He mused to himself. Perhaps this singular move could turn the tide of danger into safety. With his decision made, Xuantian cast aside his doubts and channeled the power of his inner sight to its zenith, harmonizing his spirit with the cosmos, thereby unlocking unforeseen capabilities. Beneath his feet, a vast circular array of over 100 zhang emerged, intricately designed as a golden taiji diagram with 8 trigrams. At its center lay a vivid portrayal of a mortal reaching for the heavens. Radiant and resplendent, the entire formation exuded an aura of solemnity yet displayed an exquisite grace, its luminescence captivating all who beheld it. In this moment, the brilliance contained within all things across the vast expanse converged at the tip of Xuantian's sword. The surrounding landscape dimmed, but the brilliance born from the lost hues shone even brighter than the moon above. This kaleidoscopic light surged forth in beams toward the sanguine torrent, and as it passed, all things not only regained their former luster but were imbued with an added splendor. Amidst the cosmos, it seemed only this singular radiance remained, embodying all life and hope. The clash between the prismatic light and the crimson flood unleashed shockwaves that rippled across mountains and forests, shaking the very foundations of the earth, causing a cataclysmic upheaval of yin and yang. The already fractured ground succumbed entirely, collapsing into a gaping abyss that stretched into unfathomable depths, resembling an apocalyptic disaster. This tumult disturbed all the inhabitants of Moonshadow Island, each heart weighed down with trepidation, fearing the approach of imminent conflict. Lin Xiaoxing was roused from his slumber, hastily donning his attire before stepping outside to assess the situation. He beheld a dazzling radiance emanating from the direction of Ningchuan, the phenomenon both eerie and foreboding, the source of the recent tremor unmistakably nearby. Anxious for unforeseen developments, he summoned scouts, instructing them to investigate the matter. Li Mingwan, restless throughout the night, had fervently prayed for Xuantian's safety. However, Upon witnessing the seven-colored brilliance, she realized that he had unleashed her unique technique, and a sense of dread washed over her as she recognized the formidable adversary he faced. Unable to remain idle any longer, she promptly made her way to the marshal's residence. Lin Xiaoxing was in the midst of assigning a crucial mission to his scouts when Li Mengwan entered, prompting him to bow respectfully, careful not to show any semblance of negligence. "Your Highness, to what do we owe the honor of your presence here?" he inquired. "There has been a significant tremor near Ningchuan, accompanied by an unusual light reaching the heavens. I wish to investigate further to ascertain the gravity of the situation. May I have your permission, Marshal?" Li Mengwan replied with earnestness. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxing's words, she found it difficult to dispute and ultimately acquiesced. Nevertheless, her heart remained heavy, fraught with conflicting emotions. All she could wish for was Xuantian's safety, hoping fervently that no misfortune would befall him. The clash between the resplendent seven-colored radiance and the blood-red torrent has reached a stalemate. Yet the victor remains undetermined. However, a discerning observer would quickly notice that the seven-colored radiance has not dimmed with the passage of time. Rather, it has become even more vivid and breathtaking in contrast. The initial might of the blood-red torrent, which seemed poised to overpower the seven-colored radiance, has waned significantly as time has progressed. To the untrained eye, there may appear to be no discernible difference. But in truth, the energy contained within the blood-red torrent has diminished by more than half, rendering it exceedingly fragile. The shift in the tide of battle could occur at any moment. Indeed, within mere moments. The ferocity of the blood-red torrent could no longer be sustained, and its hue rapidly dulled. Faced with the still dazzling seven-colored radiance, it appeared utterly vulnerable. As the blood lion began to falter, Xuantian seized the opportunity, hastily channeling all his strength with the utmost fervor, intent on securing a decisive victory. Under Xuantian's relentless assault, the blood lion's once mighty techniques could no longer hold their ground. The blood-red torrent disintegrated completely, dissipating into the void. Unhindered at this moment, the seven-colored radiance erupted in a splendid display against the azure sky, its brilliance surpassing that of myriad fireworks, captivating all onlookers and refreshing their spirits. With its signature technique effortlessly countered and impending doom looming, even an ancient beast would find itself gripped by trepidation following such a defeat. The infernal blood lion, confronted by the swift approach of the seven-colored radiance, began to retreat slowly, its crimson eyes betraying hints of fear and dread. The blood lion's massive size rendered any attempt to flee a daunting task, and it was clear that it could not escape the radiant onslaught. Accompanied by the blood lion's desperate roar, the seven-colored radiance ultimately pierced through the robust form of this ancient beast with unerring precision, leaving no room for doubt. This infernal blood lion was not a living creature, but rather a manifestation of extraordinarily pure magical energy. In its moment of defeat, it dissipated alongside the radiance, leaving not a trace behind. Such a potent crystallization of magical power, so vividly real and formidable, must surely attest to the prowess of its wielder. As the winds calmed, the clouds dispersed, and tranquility enveloped the world, the fierce battle came to a close. Despite the arduous skirmish, Xuantian felt no fatigue, remaining vibrant and full of life. In stark contrast, Yi Chen appeared utterly drained, on the verge of collapse. When Xuantian turned to glance at Yi Chen, he found him gazing back, his eyes reflecting astonishment and uncertainty. Xuantian promptly inquired, "Brother Yi, what troubles you? Is there any way I can assist?" Upon hearing Xuantian's question, Yi Chen's gaze regained its composure, and he shook his head with a smile, saying, "It is nothing. I was merely lost in thought." Recalling the fierce battle we just endured, Xuantian understood that Yi Chen's earlier expression had conveyed doubt about him, yet he refrained from probing further. Instead, he prioritized understanding the origins of that peculiar pink beam of light, remarking, "Had it not been for the luminous barrier emitted by that pink beam from the southeast, which amplified my power, neither of us would have escaped this peril today." Do you have any insight into the source of that pink beam, Brother Yi? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen replied, "I am not entirely certain. I only know that it is one of the ancient sacred relics, its power beyond imagination." Xuantian nodded in understanding, slowly responding, "I see. No wonder I felt my strength surge in an instant." If suddenly recalling a matter of great importance, Yi Chen inquired of Xuantian, "Brother Xian, do you still feel your power has doubled at this moment? Or do you believe that peculiar force has already dissipated?" Xuantian replied, That power has long since faded, vanishing completely since the moment I defeated the blood lion. Yi Chen nodded, as if comprehending something profound. After a brief silence, he expressed his gratitude. If it were not for your assistance, Brother Xian, I would surely have met my demise. Such immense kindness is something I shall never forget, Xuantian hastily remarked. Did we not agree that there is no distinction between brothers? Why does Brother Yi still speak so formally? Do you not regard me as a brother? Yi Chen laughed heartily. Indeed, what a fine sentiment of brotherhood. Brother Xian, you truly deserve the title of a hero among men. I hold you in the highest esteem. Xuantian chuckled. You flatter me, Brother Yi. My character is still far from that of a true hero among men. As the night deepened, Yi Chen declared, I must take my leave now. Pray tell, where does Brother Xian intend to go? Upon hearing this, Xuantian suddenly remembered that he had neglected to consider Li Munluan's situation at the front lines and felt a pang of regret. He promptly replied, I have been entrusted by a friend to investigate the battlefield to the north of Snowfall City, aware that the kingdom of Jing and the Tang dynasty were currently embroiled in conflict. And recognizing the perilous nature of the battlefield, Yi Chen deemed it unwise for Xuantian to venture forth alone. Thus, he resolved to accompany him. Brother Xian, the battlefield is fraught with danger. It would be unwise for you to go alone. Why not allow me to accompany you? Xuantian thought to himself that having an additional companion would provide extra support, especially as they might encounter even greater dangers than before. He therefore did not refuse and replied solemnly, There is no time to lose. Let us set off at once. With that, the two of them employed their remarkable lightness of body to soar swiftly towards Snowfall City. Upon their arrival, it was already nearing dawn. The gates of Snowfall City were firmly shut, and faintly they could see soldiers patrolling the walls. To avoid unnecessary complications, Xuantian and Yi Chen decided to divert to a secluded area on the western side of the city to enter. Having expended considerable energy during his battle with the Blood Lion, Yi Chen was utterly exhausted after sprinting nearly 100 miles and found even walking to be a strenuous endeavor. Observing his condition, Xuantian promptly led him to a nearby inn to rest. Overcome by fatigue, Yi Chen soon fell into a deep slumber upon collapsing onto the bed, after ensuring Yi Chen was settled. Xuantian let out a sigh of relief. He did not choose to rest alongside Yi Chen, indicating he had other plans in mind. Quietly, Xuantian exited the inn and once again utilized his lightness of body to soar out of Snowfall City, heading straight for the Tang army encampment. Upon closer inspection, however, he discovered that there was neither a crimson glow nor a radiant multicolor. There were no towering light beams, and the tremors had long since ceased. The only notable finding was a massive pit, roughly a mile in diameter, formed at the center of the area where the incident had occurred, its depths unfathomable, clearly a consequence of the recent seismic event. Aside from this, there were no remaining traces or clues. All else surrounding the occurrence remained shrouded in mystery. The remarkable agility of Xuantian allowed him to arrive at the Tang military camp in mere moments. Silently, and without disturbing a single soul to avoid alarming potential threats, he refrained from approaching the command tent, instead wandering among the common soldiers' quarters in hopes of uncovering the intelligence he sought. After a while, two soldiers emerged from a nearby tent, engaged in conversation, prompting Xuantian to attentively listen. Today, our army achieved a resounding victory. However, the outcome of this war remains undecided. What do you suppose the Jingwei army will choose tomorrow? To remain holed up within the city or to boldly venture forth to confront us? If I were the commander of the Jingwei forces, I would undoubtedly opt for an engagement, as there may still be a glimmer of hope. To remain inactive, waiting for divine intervention, would be exceedingly foolish, destined only to result in a crushing defeat. Regardless of their choice, the outcome of their clash with our Tang forces is destined to be one of utter defeat. Upon hearing this, Xuantian realized that the timing and manner of the impending battle were still uncertain. Even if he pressed further for information, it would yield no fruitful results. So he decided to cease his inquiries. Xuantian remarked, It appears that Brother Yi was already aware of my intentions for departure. Alas, this venture has yielded nothing of value. Yi Chen nodded. No matter, we merely need to wait for the opportune moment. Observing that Xuantian had fallen asleep, Yi Chen felt that his own strength had not yet fully returned. And thus he too succumbed to slumber. In the blink of an eye, daylight broke, illuminating the sky with clarity and brilliance. The once eerily silent streets were now filled with a cacophony of noise and chaos. The throng of people, a veritable mlang of the city's inhabitants, had congregated in a single location, bustling and exceedingly crowded, rendering the thoroughfare impassable. Voices rose in a tumult, as if discussing a matter of great significance. Yet the dialect of the Yuang made it nearly impossible to discern any meaning. Both Xuantian and Yi Chen were roused by the tumult outside, and upon gazing through the window at the ocean of humanity, they discerned that something important was afoot in the city. They hastily dressed and exited the inn to investigate. Xuantian moved closer to the crowd, straining to catch snippets of conversation, but not a single word was comprehensible, for he was utterly unfamiliar with the Yuang language. During his time in the royal palace, the members of the royal family had communicated solely in Tang, leaving him with no understanding of the Yuang tongue. Yi Chen, standing beside him, listened intently, his expression grave. Xuantian found his demeanor intriguing, thinking to himself, despite his lack of understanding of the Yuang language, he listens with such seriousness. It is quite perplexing. After a while, Yi Chen suddenly nodded, leaning towards Xuantian to whisper, "What they were discussing seems to indicate that the Jing army has launched their expedition at the hour of the hare this morning. At this moment, the two armies are engaged in battle." Xuantian was taken aback, secretly admiring Yi Chen's vast knowledge, which surpassed his own. "With the situation urgent," Xuantian urged, "since the battle has commenced, we cannot afford to delay. Brother Yi, let us proceed to the battlefield and gather intelligence." Yi Chen acknowledged with a nod, and the two deftly navigated the throng, taking to the air with their lightness of foot, heading directly towards the battlefield. Within the shrouded mist of the dark fog, the soldiers of the Tang army were shielded from its effects due to their garments soaked in the antidote. Under the command of Yao Tianxua, they stood ready, their spirits focused, awaiting the imminent incursion of the enemy into their formation. At this moment, the soldiers stationed to the northeast were whispering amongst themselves, discussing the audacious female general who had dared to breach their ranks. Since the illustrious military god of the Tang dynasty, Ming Lai, had established this misty labyrinth, no one had ever escaped its confines alive. Once one's mind is ensnared by the illusions within, the body succumbs to immobility, left to face a grim fate. The next soul to perish within this maze would undoubtedly be that of the Jinghua female general. Indeed, while entering the formation is a trivial matter, escaping it is akin to scaling the heavens. It can truly be said that heaven is envious of beauty, as yet another woman faces the prospect of her demise. Before them stood the very Jinghua general they had spoken of. Advancing steadily and swiftly, her movements unhindered by the fog of the formation, her eyes glowed a blood-red hue, exuding a chilling and hollow gaze, while her long black gown was drenched in the blood of Chao Hongliang, emanating a heavy stench of carnage. She resembled a reaper descending from the netherworld, poised to harvest the lives that lay before her. Yao Tianxua immediately spotted Li Mengwan's figure, upon witnessing her ability to move normally despite being ensnared by the mist. His heart trembled, and he promptly commanded, "Soldiers of the northeast, heed my orders. Form the serpent-binding formation to confront the enemy, ensuring that the enemy general is firmly contained. She must not be allowed to escape easily." The soldiers facing Li Mengwan responded instantly to the command, altering their formation. Thousands of Tang soldiers began to encircle her, forming a series of completely closed circles centered around her, layer upon layer, leaving her no avenue of retreat. This formation, aptly named, resembled a colossal python ensnaring its prey, tightening its grip without affording even the slightest chance of escape. Yao Tianxua's voice rang out once more. "The inner circle shall bind the enemy general with iron whips. Then unleash concealed projectiles to eliminate her." As the words left his lips, the Tang soldiers stationed beside Li Mengwan sprang into action, casting their iron whips from all directions. Dozens of whips targeted various points of her body, striking at her from above, below, and all around. Intent on Bindi, within a mere 10 paces of Li Mengwan, thousands of soldiers from the Great Tang were violently shattered by the shockwave, their internal organs crushed, and blood gushed from their 7 orifices, resulting in instantaneous death. The remaining soldiers were also afflicted with varying degrees of injuries, collapsing one after another, utterly stripped of their will to continue the fight. In an instant, the ground was strewn with bodies, some lifeless, others grievously wounded, painting a scene of unparalleled tragedy, punctuated by the anguished cries and desperate gasps of the soldiers that in just a single move. A formation of 10,000 was effortlessly dismantled, inflicting grievous losses upon the Great Tang army, and the northeastern corner of the misty enchantment formation had now been irrevocably lost. Upon witnessing Li Mengwan advance towards the north, the commander hastily issued a second order, hoping that a change in tactics might reverse the tide of battle. The soldiers at the northern front heeded the command, arranging themselves into a wild goose formation, flanking the enemy commander from both sides. Simultaneously, they prepared to strike at the vital points of their foe with iron whips and concealed arrows, determined to eliminate her before she could retaliate. Although the soldiers at the northern front could perceive the situation in the east even amidst the thick fog, they were acutely aware of the formidable adversary they were about to confront. Their hearts tinged with trepidation, they swiftly formed a formation akin to a great goose spreading its wings, gripping their iron whips tightly, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. Hoping to incapacitate the enemy commander at the very first encounter without granting her any opportunity to counterattack. Li Mingwan's figure soon appeared before them, encircled by their flanking maneuver. The soldiers of the Great Tang, seeing this, unleashed a tempestuous assault, denying Li Mingwan even a moment's respite. Countless iron whips and concealed arrows rained down upon her vital areas, each strike lethal and devoid of mercy. On the battlefield, how could one afford to miss an opportunity for victory out of pity? Even though Li Mingwan was a rare beauty in the world, the soldiers of the Great Tang could not afford to display leniency. A moment's hesitation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Faced with such a formidable opponent, failing to seize the initiative could result in the annihilation of their entire forces in the next heartbeat. Li Mingwan remained composed, gracefully wielding her iron sword. Her movements appeared languid, yet in reality, they were as swift as a startled swan, allowing her to strike multiple times in the blink of an eye, leaving only fleeting afterimages that the naked eye could scarcely discern. Within a radius of 1 yard, sword energy surged and flickered with a brilliant white light, resembling pure white fireworks bursting in the air, unleashing a fervent, searing energy that left deep imprints in the void. With each flash of sword light, a Great Tang warrior would fall in response. Despite their sturdy robes and armor forged from dark iron, they could not withstand the ferocity of Li Mingwan's sword energy. The sword energy pierced through their formidable defenses, carving fatal wounds upon their flesh. The cries of lament echoed across the battlefield, and blood flowed like rivers. The cleaving sword energy swept across this war-torn ground, resulting in thousands of casualties in mere moments. The invincible maiden wielded her iron sword with abandon, effortlessly navigating through the encirclement of the Great Tang soldiers, moving as if in a realm devoid of opposition. Every action she took claimed another soul, each step resonating like the tolling of a death knell. She was akin to a harbinger of death, mercilessly reaping the lives destined to fade away with the blade in her hand. Li Mingwan's impeccable performance on the battlefield instilled an overwhelming sense of awe, rendering her a figure of immense authority. Even the ancient demon war gods would find it difficult to compete with her prowess. At this juncture, the formation of the wild goose had developed numerous breaches. Although the soldiers of the Tang army displayed remarkable bravery, showing neither fear nor retreat, their efforts were ultimately in vain, as the formation lay in tatters, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this, Yao Tianshu felt a surge of anxiety within him, urgently calling out, "Soldiers stationed at the western front, hasten to the northern flank to provide support. We must not allow this wild goose formation to be breached by the enemy commander. If we do, our army will entirely forfeit the opportunity to confine them." Before long, the Tang warriors, who had been stationed at the western front, surged forth in a grand display of reinforcements, swiftly mending all the gaps and enabling the wild goose formation to resume its operations. However, this series of measures merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. Yao Tianshu had initially intended to exploit the characteristics of the wild goose formation to exhaust Li Mingwan's stamina. Hoping to hasten her descent into fatigue. To achieve this end, he was willing to sacrifice even more soldiers. Yet, he could scarcely have anticipated that Li Mingwan's endurance was akin to an inexhaustible reservoir, rendering any attempt to secure victory through attrition as nothing more than a fool's errand. In the span of a tea light's flicker, chaos engulfed the wild goose formation once more, with gaps strewn across both wings, failing to connect, and the original function of the formation utterly obliterated. Ensnare Li Mingwan. The Tang army had already suffered the loss of over 10,000 soldiers, incurring grievous casualties. The northern front was littered with corpses, and a heavy stench of blood permeated the air. Yao Tianshu now comprehended the futility of this strategy. Even if he were to maintain the formation, it would yield no benefit, compelling him to concede defeat. A sense of despair welled up within him. Yet as a commander of the Tang, he remained resolute in fulfilling his mission. Perhaps the only course left was to rally his forces and fight with all their might. With this thought, Yao Tianshu issued a resounding command. "All troops, heed my call. Soldiers stationed in various sectors, gather at the western front. I shall lead my brethren into a decisive battle against the enemy commander." At that moment, Li Mingwan suddenly sensed the cacophony around her had faded. The cries of anguish, the roars of fury, and the battle cries seemed to drift away, ultimately vanishing. She wandered through the northwest part of the mist-laden maze. Making her way westward, Yao Tianshu had now abandoned his leisurely seat. Leading an army of 80,000, poised for Li Mingwan's arrival, Li Mingwan could faintly discern Yao Tianshu issuing commands to the Tang soldiers. Although she was no longer able to grasp the meaning of his words, "Brothers," he proclaimed, "though this battle is fraught with peril, safeguarding His Highness the Crown Prince is the foremost mission of our Tang soldiers. Today, regardless of the cost, we must ensure the enemy commander remains trapped within the formation. We cannot afford to grant her even the slightest chance to escape. Brothers, are you willing to cast aside your lives and engage the enemy commander in a fight to the death? To protect His Highness the Crown Prince, we shall not falter. All troops, charge!" In Li Mingwan's ears, the resounding battle cries erupted once more, the familiar resonance awakening her primal instincts. Sensing that her prey was near, she gently drew the iron sword from her waist, murmuring to herself in a barely audible whisper, though indistinct, it could be discerned as 3 words, "Huan Fuxing," that a crimson radiance enveloped half the sky. As the hellish flames ignited the horizon, the myriad scenes resembled the twilight hour, with the sun's dying rays casting a warm glow, and clouds swirling in a magnificent display. Yet, all of this served as a harbinger of the impending catastrophe. The enchanting visions faded into obscurity as the thick mist gradually dispersed. In the increasingly clear vista, a young girl clad in a black dress approached with deliberate slowness. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, enough to make celestial beings feel abashed, yet her once luminous eyes now flickered with an eerie, chilling crimson light, as if every being she gazed upon was merely prey to her. At this moment, the girl moved slowly, her steps heavy as if burdened by boulders, each stride seemingly exhausting her entire strength, each footfall akin to treading upon steel needles, fraught with agony. The murderous aura she struggled to suppress still leaked out in faint wisps, enough to instill a sense of dread in those who encountered it. That sensation felt akin to being torn asunder, only to be consumed by an abyssal void, ground to ashes until utterly obliterated. As though the individual had never existed, cruel and merciless. At this moment, the soldiers stationed at the rear of the formation, observing Li Mingwan's prolonged silence within the array, felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. Their vigilance towards this unparalleled master who had effortlessly slain their commanding general waning considerably. "Brother Wang," remarked a tall and burly soldier to a younger, somewhat slender comrade. "It seems that the girl who ventured into the dark mist formation is now trapped within it, destined for an untimely demise. The formations in our Tang military texts are truly formidable. Even the most skilled practitioners must concede defeat upon entering." "Your words ring true, brother," the younger soldier replied. "It appears that the maiden has indeed succumbed within the formation. Such is the fate of beautiful women. It is truly regrettable. Young ladies like her should not be embroiled in the chaos of battle. No sooner had he spoken than the soldier's previously relaxed expressions morphed into tension and anxiety. Some of the more timid recruits turned pale, their fear unmistakable. Li Mingwan, unfazed, resembled a mere shadow of her former self. Her sluggish pace did not afford the Tang soldiers a moment of respite. Rather, it heightened their terror. Each heavy step she took seemed to count down the remaining lifespan of the Tang soldiers, and when she finally stood before them, it felt as though she had drawn a permanent line through their very existence. Meanwhile, Xuantian and Yichen, having flown out from the city, refrained from heading directly to the battlefield, for their status rendered them unsuitable to reveal themselves among the Jingwa troops. Instead, they chose a vantage point in the western jungle, ideal for surveying the battlefield's overall situation. After assessing the surrounding terrain for suitable hiding spots, and once all preparations were complete, Yichen turned to Xuantian and inquired, "Brother Su, may I ask what our purpose is for coming to the battlefield?" "I would appreciate your guidance," Xuantian replied with solemnity. "To be candid, we have come to ensure the safety of the Jingwa princess. It is imperative that no harm befalls her." Yichen nodded in understanding. "I see. However, might I inquire if the Jingwa princess is currently present on the battlefield, and if so, could you introduce her to me?" Xuantian then recalled that Yichen had never laid eyes upon Li Mingwan. And with an expression of regret, he said, "I sincerely apologize. Allow me a moment to observe closely. The princess should be amidst the Jingwa army at this very moment." Having spoken, Xuantian took advantage of the terrain, positioning himself high above to scrutinize the battlefield intently. However, upon gazing down, he was immediately struck with horror. It was at that moment he beheld Li Mingwan galloping boldly into the depths of the Anwu miasma formation. Upon witnessing such a scene, Xuantian's heart raced with anxiety, and he cried out, "The princess intends to charge into the grand formation laid by the Tang army. This formation is exceedingly peculiar, undoubtedly concealing hidden dangers. Her venture may lead to calamity." Yi Yichen hastily inquired, "Do you discern the nature of this formation?" Xuantian shook his head with a sigh. "Regrettably, I possess no understanding of military formations. I shall observe further to see if I can unravel the mysteries within." Yi Yichen then raised his gaze towards the formation, studying it intently. After a considerable time, he turned to Xuantian earnestly, stating, "This is one of the illusionary formations recorded in the Tang's supreme military treatise, AOSH-BNGF, the Anwu miasma formation. At first glance, it may appear unremarkable, yet it is profoundly intricate. Once the soldiers within have established their formation, they commence releasing a dense fog imbued with magical energy. Thousands of fogs intertwine, creating a spatial distortion akin to a barrier. Entering it feels as though one has stepped into a realm of illusions, where all within is perceived as reality. Should one suffer a fatal injury within, their spirit, equally shattered, would lead to death. The soldiers within are clad in garments soaked in antidotes, rendering them immune to the fog's effects. Those ignorant of the formation's principles would find it nearly impossible to escape. It is indeed a formidable array." Upon hearing this, Xuantian felt a jolt within, involuntarily gasping in dismay as unease and anxiety surged through him. He swiftly asked, "Since you are aware of the principles of this formation, might you devise a plan to rescue the princess?" Yi Yichen, instead of answering, countered with a question, "I did not observe the presence of any women while I was watching. It is likely that the princess has already entered the formation. Can you inform me from which direction she entered?" Xuantian replied, "She entered from the northeastern direction, with her horse facing north. I should not have erred in my observation." Yi Yichen nodded. "Given your meticulous recollection, our task of rescue becomes considerably easier. This Anwu miasma formation comprises 8 cardinal points, each releasing a different type of illusory fog. The northern quadrant unleashes a tempest, immersing one in a whirlwind. The eastern quadrant brings the plum rain, which leaves one drenched and rotting. The southern quadrant is shrouded in floating cloud mist, where one feels as if stepping into the clouds. Yet every misstep could lead to a fatal fall. The western quadrant harbors thunderous mists, subjecting one to a cataclysm of thunderbolts. Evasion is nearly impossible, and those struck are instantly reduced to ash. This is the most perilous section of the formation, where misfortune could lead to a near-certain demise. The southwestern and northwestern quadrants are dense forest mists, easy to enter but nearly impossible to exit. Once inside, one could become hopelessly lost among the trees, never finding an end. The southeastern and northeastern quadrants are marsh mists. To fall into them is akin to descending into an endless swamp, where the more one struggles, the deeper one sinks, rendering escape futile and leading ultimately to total consumption. As Xuantian listened to Yi Yichen's animated discourse, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, for the topic remained elusive. He solemnly interjected, "Brother Yi, after your lengthy exposition, I have yet to discern a single element pertaining to the rescue. I would appreciate your guidance." Yi Yichen offered a faint smile and replied, "Do not be hasty. Brother Xian, the words I have just spoken serve to facilitate your comprehension of the focal point I am about to address. According to your observations, the princess has entered from the northeastern direction, her steed facing north. Given the 64 variations of the formation, the princess's trajectory within the array should be as follows. She entered from the northeast, traversed the marshy mist, proceeded to the northern region, and entered the stormy illusion. Thereafter, she was swept by the tempest to the northwest, where she entered the dense forest mist. Ultimately, she arrived at the west, entering the thunderous fog. Should she successfully break through, she may exit the formation from the western point." Upon hearing this, Xuantian's anxiety only intensified, and he exclaimed, "The thunderous fog. Is that not the most perilous of all places?" Yi Yichen nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Thus it is imperative that we rescue the princess before she enters the thunderous fog. By my calculations, she should have just passed through the marshy mist at this juncture." Yi Yichen abruptly halted, unfastening a silken pouch from his waist and retrieving 2 verdant talismans, one of which he handed to Xuantian. "This is a treasured artifact bestowed upon me by the abbot during my sojourn at a temple near the 2 realms past 2 years ago. If you carry it and utter the incantation, the anomalies shall be dispelled. It will nullify the influence of all formations or barriers within the span of a T's brew point. One of us shall enter from the north to search within the stormy illusion, while the other approaches from the northwest to seek within the dense forest mist. There should be only one woman in the array, the princess, so we cannot mistake her. Once located, we must immediately escort her out of the formation, and that will signify success. Remember, this talisman may only be used once, and I possess but these two. We must exercise utmost caution, lest we become ensnared ourselves. Additionally, the valiant soldiers of the Great Tang are formidable. We must remain exceedingly vigilant within the array. Should we sense any peril, we must flee without hesitation. Ye Qin spoke with grave seriousness. Xuantian received the talisman, his heart brimming with gratitude as he bowed in thanks. I am deeply ashamed that such a precious artifact has been expended on this trivial matter, Brother Yi. How can I ever repay such kindness? Ye Qin chuckled lightly. It is but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. This talisman is a gift from another, not my own possession. To return to the matter at hand. We must hasten to rescue the princess. Time is of the essence. As Xuantian and Ye Qin prepared themselves for the imminent rescue of Li Mingwan, an astonishing upheaval suddenly erupted behind the Grand Formation. At that moment, a league away, the commander of the expeditionary forces, His Highness Ming Wei Zheng of the Great Tang, remained poised, awaiting intelligence from within the array. With a visage reflecting calm and collected confidence, it appeared as though Ming Wei held unwavering faith in the obscuring mist formation he had devised, convinced that even a celestial being would find themselves ensnared within. Unable to escape, alas, hubris and complacency are perpetually the gravest taboos upon the battlefield, often the source of devastating failures. Imagination is but an illusion, and reality seldom aligns with our expectations. More often, it stands in stark contrast. Ming Wei gazed into the distance and beheld a throng of several hundred soldiers from the Great Tang advancing toward him from the direction of the grand array. As hundreds of soldiers approached, Ming Wei was abruptly struck by the expressions of boundless horror and fear that marred their faces. Witnessing this unsettling scene, a heavy weight settled in Ming Wei's heart, foretelling that a grave situation had arisen. The previously relaxed demeanor on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. What transpired at the formation? Speak swiftly, Ming Wei commanded the soldiers in a loud voice. Your Highness, it is dire news, a soldier reported. The formidable female general from Jinghua has shattered the obscured fog formation we established. Currently, the likes of Yu Yu, Wang Min, and Su Heng lead our forces in a desperate battle against the enemy general, valiantly defending the last line of defense behind the formation. However, given the enemy general's prowess, they cannot hold out much longer. If this final line falls, Your Highness will undoubtedly be in peril. Taken aback by the unexpected emergence of such a formidable adversary, Ming Wei resolved to investigate the enemy general's strengths and weaknesses personally. All generals, follow me into battle and assist our brethren at the rear of the formation. Xiang, you shall command 20,000 soldiers to remain on standby, guarding against any surprise attacks from the enemy. Ming Wei, filled with astonishment, decided to venture to the back of the formation himself. Upon arriving at the rear of the formation, it was already too late. The scene was one of utter chaos, marred by the glaring red of spilled blood. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, rivers of blood flowed, and the stench was overwhelming, while an eerie silence enveloped the area. In the midst of this gruesome tableau stood a breathtaking young woman, motionless as a beautiful statue amid the devastation. Her black dress was soaked in crimson, and though she gripped a long sword plunged into the earth, it bore no trace of the vibrant hue that surrounded her. A gust of wind stirred the dust, lifting her dark hair that obscured half her face, revealing a flawless visage devoid of any expression. Her gaze was vacant, as if she were a mere spectator to the horrors that had unfolded, utterly indifferent to the world around her. The pair of dark red eyes resembled still waters, tranquil and devoid of ripples, as if untouched by the calamity that had transpired. The cool breeze, typically invigorating, felt instead like the biting chill of an Arctic storm to Ming Wei and the soldiers of the Tang. It penetrated to their very bones, leaving them nearly frozen and immobile. The wind, tainted by the girl's chilling aura, became a harbinger of lifelessness and decay. Enveloped in the merciless storm, all that any living being could sense was weakness and despair. Ming Wei inhaled deeply and called out, "Is that the general of Jinghua across from us? Your martial prowess is truly impressive, deserving of admiration. I, Ming Wei, commander of the Tang army, have come to seek your guidance." I hope you will enlighten me. He repeated his words with increased volume, his voice resonating like the tolling of bells, deafening in its clarity. The soldiers behind him covered their ears to shield themselves from the sound. If you are unwilling to offer your insights, then I must, regrettably, take offense, Mingwei declared solemnly. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped forward, moving with the swiftness of lightning to a distance of but a yard from the young woman. His movements executed with a grace and precision that was truly astonishing. Mingwei's body hung suspended in midair, not yet having touched the ground. Suddenly, he thrust his right palm forward with great force, and a golden, tiger-shaped ripple materialized instantly. The ripple bore a striking clarity in its patterns, exuding an unparalleled ferocity, and its momentum was such that it could sweep away all in its path, instilling terror in the hearts of the faint-hearted, revealing the imperial might of a sovereign. Once the ripple took form, it surged toward the girl with unrelenting ferocity. A tempest of dust and sand was stirred into the air. Entwined with the ripple, unable to disperse, the sheer power of the energy was so robust that it seemed capable of commanding the very might of the earth itself, a truly astonishing spectacle. This palm technique was the exclusive secret of the Woho men, a venerable martial school renowned for its mastery of fist and palm techniques within the Tang dynasty, much akin to the characteristics of the longing fist. It too transformed true energy into a tangible form. In the Tang realm, anyone with even a modicum of martial talent was familiar with this set of palm techniques, yet individuals who attained the level of Mingwei were exceedingly rare. The king of beasts, the golden-furred giant tiger, hunted the wilderness, its power reverberating throughout the 9 provinces. This strike from Mingwei contained the full extent of his strength, infused with the essence of a lifetime devoted to martial arts. Coalescing the turbulent true energy he had accumulated over the years, to be struck by this palm and emerge unscathed was an impossibility in this world, a conviction Mingwei held with unwavering certainty. Yet, lamentably, even this confidence was shattered in an instant. The tiger-shaped ripple, accompanied by a whirlwind of dust and sand, hurtled toward the girl's chest, only to be met with a formidable obstruction a mere inch from her form. The nature of this barrier eluded Mingwei's understanding. The ripple endeavored to breach this invisible impediment with its immense force, yet the barrier was as impenetrable as a rift in space, resisting all attempts at penetration. The true energy carried by the ripple was finite, and after a brief moment, it finally dissipated into nothingness. The martial arts we cultivate represent the zenith of Wu Dao. Standing atop its pinnacle, however, one must never underestimate others. In the heat of battle, complacency is a grave error. It is crucial to remember that there are greater heights beyond the heavens and individuals beyond mere mortals. Beyond Wu Dao lies Xiandao. Xiandao allows one to adeptly utilize the naturally circulating true energy within their body, harmonizing seamlessly with the elements of nature, thus yielding effects far more remarkable than merely expelling true energy from within. Among its techniques is a formidable skill known as Jinqi Hudi, which infuses one's true energy into the air before them, merging the two into an impregnable defense, said to be impervious to the might of Wu Dao. Could this be the Jinqi Hudi my master spoke of? It is indeed a formidable challenge. Mingwei pondered, his brow furrowed, cold sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. In his recollection, the only individuals capable of employing Xiandao were the disciples of the Sanqing men, a celestial sect residing on the borders of the Tang dynasty. Yet, the Sanqing men had seen a decline in their ranks, with few adept disciples remaining, and almost none possessing the essence of the Jinqi Hudi. Perhaps only one individual had mastered such power that a sudden realization flickered through Mingwei's mind, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. He recalled the girl who, 9 months prior, had single-handedly contended against the demonic domain's leader during the threat of annihilation facing Sanqing Mountain. Successfully defeating her adversary, it seemed that only she and a few true immortals could wield the authentic Jinqi Hudi. Today, I encountered an adversary perhaps more formidable than that young maiden, for the first time. Mingwei felt a tumultuous unrest within, his confidence teetering on the brink of obliteration, engulfed in a profound sense of indecision. Amidst this hesitation, the atmosphere around him began to shift dramatically. An overwhelming chill of murderous intent permeated the air, accompanied by a nauseatingly sweet scent that disoriented those who inhaled it, and a resonant vacuum-like sound that reverberated through the heart. In that very instant, the maiden's vacant gaze suddenly flickered with a glimmer of life. Yet it was not a sight of beauty. Her bloodthirsty, vivid crimson eyes, resembling bottomless abysses, and a chillingly deliberate smile, suggested the capricious arrival of chaos, inadvertently opening the gates to the underworld, just as Mingwei emerged from the labyrinth of his chaotic thoughts. He bore witness to the awakening of this Azura before him, his heart as clear as a mirror, understanding that the next moment could very well mark the end of his 20-plus years of existence. From the grotesquely contorted heap of lifeless bodies, a blood-soaked, battered young soldier crawled forth. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than General Yao Tianxua, the commander of the dragon army, dragging his exceedingly weakened form. He charged frantically towards the maiden's side, expending the last remnants of his strength to draw his sword and thrust it towards her vulnerable back. Even in such dire circumstances, his precision remained impeccable. "Your Highness, retreat swiftly. I shall hold her off," Yao Tianxua shouted with a voice strained to the breaking point. "General Yao, do not act rashly," but before Ming Wei could finish his warning, a voice emanating from the depths of hell suddenly resounded. "My sword!" Weeped out at the moment Yao Tianxua's blade was about to graze the maiden's garment. She, with hands that had long remained still, nonchalantly pressed against the hilt of the sword. This seemingly careless and barely perceptible gesture became the catalyst for an earth-shattering transformation. From the iron sword that Li Mingwan had plunged into the ground, a faint purple light began to emanate. Though weak and flickering, it concealed an unknown yet formidable power, just as Yao Tianxua believed he had struck true. An immensely oppressive aura formed in the void. All currents within this aura converged towards the maiden at the center, gradually coalescing into a gigantic spherical mass of energy. This mass fused with the ethereal purple light released from the sword, illuminating the surroundings with a resplendent glow, transforming everything within a 10-foot radius into shades of violet, interspersed with glimmers of white luminescence that evoked the imagery of a celestial abode. Yao Tianxua's sword was about to touch the edge of the maiden's attire. He felt the air around him become unbearably dense, his body suddenly weighed down by a force several times greater than before. He was instantly gripped by a paralyzing stiffness, utterly incapable of movement. Wielding his sword was out of the question, and even the slightest motion of a finger became an arduous task. Witnessing the imminent peril facing Yao Tianxua, Ming Wei felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Entirely losing his composure, with a fierce resolve, he summoned every ounce of his power, enveloping himself in a golden tiger-patterned aura, as though he were transforming into a majestic divine tiger. With all his might, he leapt 3 yards into the air, aiming to strike at the maiden's crown. The golden radiance coalescing in his palms shone forth like the sun at dawn, blindingly brilliant and impossible to behold for even a moment. The ferocious tiger pounced with an unstoppable force. The young maiden, witnessing such a terrifying display of power, remained as unfazed as if she were merely observing a circus act, seemingly impervious to the earth-shattering chaos around her. With a quiet grace, she flicked her right index finger against the hilt of her sword and uttered a sharp command. "Break." Instantly, a swirling mass of purple radiance and white sparks erupted, releasing the compressed and bound currents of air that had reached their utmost limits. Before the escaping winds could dissipate, they surged forth like molten lava, radiating an energy as brilliant as the stars. This energy transformed into concentric ripples, rapidly expanding outward, whereupon anything it touched would be reduced to a mere puddle of corruption. In this critical moment of peril, 2 figures suddenly emerged, seizing the collars of Ming Wei and Yao Tianxua, and deftly dragging them 10 paces away, skillfully averting a looming tragedy. The newcomers were none other than Xuantian and Yichen. Initially, Xuantian and Yichen had meticulously prepared to enter the formation to assist Li Mingwan when they sensed a disturbance within. Soon, the air was filled with piercing screams and wails of sorrow. Yet, shrouded in dense fog, they could not discern the situation inside the formation. Nevertheless, Xuantian's heart sank, as he seemed to grasp the cause of the upheaval. "Brother Yi, it appears that something dreadful has transpired within the formation. We must hasten to investigate." Not long after they set out, the thick fog dissipated, revealing a scene of carnage, scattered corpses of the great Tang soldiers, and, standing amidst them, the blood-soaked figure of Li Mingwan, sword in hand, resembling a reincarnated Azura. Upon witnessing such a sight, Xuantian felt as though his heart were being rent asunder, nearly choking on his grief. How pure and kind Li Mingwan was, devoid of any blemish. But why did fate impose such relentless suffering upon her? Yichen, equally astounded by the grim tableau, noticed Xuantian's peculiar demeanor and inquired, "If I am not mistaken, that bloodied maiden must be the Princess D. Oh, you know the cause of this bloodshed, Brother Xian?" With a sorrowful expression, Xuantian bitterly smiled and replied, "The princess has been reduced to this state because I, a wretched fool, failed to protect her." Out of the corner of his eye, Xuantian suddenly caught sight of a young man clad in golden dragon armor, and heard Yao Tianshua's cries, instantly recognizing him as Ming Wei, the crown prince of the Great Tang, now perilously close to Li Mengwan, less than 5 paces apart. Xuantian's heart raced in alarm. Comprehending the urgency of the situation, that he turned to Yi Chen with a grave expression and said, "Regarding the princess, I shall explain in detail later. For now, we have an urgent task at hand. The princess has lost her sanity. Brother Yi, you must hold her off momentarily and prevent her from harming the crown prince, while I, as a disciple of the Sanqing sect, will persuade the prince to retreat. The princess's strength is beyond imagination, so you must exercise utmost caution." Yi Chen nodded in understanding and assured, "I comprehend. Brother Xian, rest assured, I will do my utmost to withstand the princess's onslaught until you succeed in your persuasion." With that, the two hastened toward the scene of the incident, although they encountered slight delays along the way. They ultimately managed to rescue Ming Wei and Yao Tianshua from the brink of disaster just in the nick of time. As Xuantian was on the verge of inquiring whether Ming Wei had sustained any injuries, a soldier from the Tang dynasty suddenly launched an audacious attack, thrusting a gleaming silver spear directly towards Xuantian's face. Xuantian reacted instantaneously, channeling his vital energy into his index finger and striking out into the air. An azure stream of energy shot forth like a swift arrow, effortlessly deflecting the soldier's assault. The soldier felt a numbing sensation in his shoulder and a tearing pain in his palm. Inwardly lamenting Xuantian's formidable skills, however, his purpose was to distract Xuantian's focus in order to rescue the crown prince. Witnessing his plan succeed, he swiftly seized Ming Wei and retreated. Just as Xuantian grasped the soldier's intent, he found himself encircled by dozens of Tang soldiers, all avenues of escape thoroughly blocked, rendering him unable to move. The familiar low voice resonated, its tone devoid of emotion, yet laced with an undercurrent of intimidation. This individual was undoubtedly a reinforcement from the enemy, and they needed to be subdued swiftly. The voice belonged to Di Xiang, the vanguard of the Tang army, stationed at the rear as per Ming Wei's instructions. After successfully luring Li Mengwan into the dark mist illusion array, Di Xiang returned to his formation alone and recounted the various developments at the front to Ming Wei in detail. Subsequently, before Ming Wei led the troops to investigate the rear of the dark mist illusion array, he cautioned Di Xiang against rashness, instructing him to maintain order and stability among the troops, assuring him that the female general of the Jingguo would be dealt with solely by himself. Di Xiang deemed it exceedingly perilous for the crown prince to confront that female demon alone, that he wished to object, but was silenced by Ming Wei's authoritative decree. Defiance would result in execution. Thus, he harbored lingering resentment. Not long after, Di Xiang received news that the crown prince was in peril and was prepared to risk his life for a rescue when he noticed 2 figures swiftly approaching from the west. Arriving at a critical moment to save Ming Wei, they claimed that the Jingguo marshal intended to capture the crown prince, thus ordering the soldiers to apprehend Xuantian. Sensing the dire situation, Xuantian's expression turned grave as he bellowed, "I am Xuantian, a disciple of the Three Clear sect, here to assist His Highness the Crown Prince. You shall make way at once." Upon hearing the name of the Three Clear sect, Ming Wei's spirit lifted as a heavy weight was lifted from his heart. He immediately responded with clarity, "Which generation of disciples do you belong to, and who is your esteemed master?" Xuantian performed a respectful gesture and replied, "I am a disciple of the Miao generation of the Three Clear sect." Taught by Xuantian of Kuixing Peak. Ming Wei's eyes brightened at this revelation, his heart swelling with joy as he exclaimed, "Then your master must be the unparalleled genius who repelled the leaders of the demon realm. Please forgive my ignorance, for I only know of the name Qingling." Having said this, Ming Wei addressed the soldiers still encircling Xuantian. "Why do you not make way at once? This is an elite disciple of the Three Clear sect. Do not act with disrespect." At that moment, as the Tang soldiers parted, Yi Chen approached Xuantian's side, cradling the motionless Yao Tianshu in his arms. That he whispered, "This man had already sustained a fatal injury before I rescued him. The shockwave just now could have easily claimed his life. The princess has yet to make any move, but I have an ominous premonition. In any case, you must persuade the crown prince. I will handle the princess's actions." With that, Yi Chen entrusted Yao Tianshu's lifeless body to Xuantian before swiftly returning to Li Mengwan's side, maneuvering discreetly. Ming Wei, witnessing Yao Tianshu's courageous sacrifice to save his own life, felt a profound sorrow welling within him, his eyes growing misty. "For the sake of my trivial existence, I have inadvertently caused General Yao's untimely demise. This is truly lamentable. At all costs, this female fiend must be eliminated to avenge General Yao." Ming Wei's voice trembled with fervor. Xuantian furrowed his brow and sighed, saying, "Your Highness, the enemy is formidable while we are weak. If we continue to confront them head-on, do we stand any chance of victory?" Confounded, Ming Wei questioned, "What do you suggest I do?" A flicker of anger crossed Ming Wei's face as he declared, "In the heat of battle, is it not absurd to flee simply because we cannot best a single adversary? How could I retreat and surrender, thus dishonoring General Yao's spirit in the afterlife?" Xuantian shook his head, replying, "Your Highness, that line of reasoning is flawed. General Yao sacrificed his life to protect you from harm. If you were to seek revenge at the cost of your own life, would that not render his sacrifice futile? Is that truly honoring his spirit?" Upon hearing these words, Ming Wei fell silent. Lowering his head in contemplation, Xuantian sighed once more and continued, "This female general from Jingwa possesses unfathomable prowess. Even if we unite the strength of both myself and Brother Yi, alongside the entire army of the Tang, we would struggle to gain even the slightest advantage. Should you insist on a fight to the death, it would only lead to the needless demise of more citizens of the Tang. I implore you to momentarily set aside your grievances. Your choices now bear the weight of countless lives." Xuantian repeatedly emphasized the plight of the Tang citizens, hoping to convey to Ming Wei the dire consequences of his obstinacy. Ming Wei understood that, in such perilous times, he must not succumb to confusion. Instead, he ought to focus intently on the battlefield's dynamics and conduct a careful analysis of the current predicament. Our formation has been shattered, and the casualties are grievous. Only 5 commanders remain capable of engaging the enemy. Even if we were to regroup, morale would undoubtedly be diminished, and the prospect of victory appears exceedingly bleak. In contrast, the Jingwa army has suffered no losses and is well supplied with provisions. Moreover, the formidable prowess of the female general is evident. Despite exerting all his strength in their previous encounter, he was unable to inflict any harm upon her. While he nearly lost his own life, this starkly illustrates the chasm between their abilities. Should he insist on a desperate struggle, it would likely result in the senseless sacrifice of even more valiant soldiers. Ming Wei felt an overwhelming sense of despair, deeply anxious about the current situation. While lost in thought, a sudden blaze erupted within the Tang army's camp. His heart sank, and a feeling of despondency washed over him. A bloodied soldier from the Tang rushed towards Ming Wei, collapsing before him, gasping, "Your Highness! Grave news! Our camp has been ambushed by the Jingwa forces. Though their numbers are few, each is a master of combat. General Chen Shu was bested and slain by their leader, and many of the soldiers left behind have sustained injuries. They have set fire to the tents housing our supplies, surely aiming to sever our retreat." Before he could finish, the soldiers succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. With provisions ablaze and their escape routes cut off, even someone as astute as Ming Wei found himself at a loss. Xuantian's earlier warning echoed in Ming Wei's mind, striking him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. That he finally comprehended that should he make any further reckless decisions, countless lives in their prime would wither because of him. Enough! Enough! The position of the crown prince pales in comparison to the lives of the countless subjects of the Tang dynasty. It appears that, given the current circumstances, retreat is the wisest course of action. Ming Wei's heart, no longer adrift in uncertainty, resolved with determination to make the final decision, just as Ming Wei had decided on retreat and had yet to issue orders to the army. An unexpected turn of events unfolded ahead. Having remained motionless for an extended period, the statue-like figure of Li Mingwan suddenly sprang back to life. Though her sword remained sheathed, the sword energy burst forth, creating an immense pressure in the air that resonated with a piercing shriek, akin to a desperate roar or a cry of anguish. A blinding white light appeared, rending the void asunder. The brilliance, swift as lightning, carved a wound in the fabric of space that seemed almost impossible to heal. Yi Chen, gazing at that scar, perceived the shattered remnants of Li Mingwan's heart, overflowing with boundless sorrow, confusion, regret, grief, and despair. In that abyss of wickedness, no matter how one struggled, liberation was unattainable, leading only to a deeper descent. Witnessing Li Mingwan's sudden and ferocious assault, a mere strand of sword energy bore the weight of surging, pure vital force that resembled a tumultuous tide. To hold back would surely result in calamity. Yi Chen made a swift decision, channeling the vital energy within him and drawing upon the power of heavenly thunder from the skies above, causing electric sparks to flicker across his body, accompanied by resounding thunderclaps. A truly magnificent spectacle. He murmured incantations, awakening ancient miracles. The 9 mysterious thunder god, the celestial cloud dragon, united their divine might to purge the world's filth. The electric sparks enveloping Yi Chen transformed into a cerulean electric net, shining brighter than the lightning itself, blinding the eyes of onlookers. From the heavens, numerous strands of azure lightning descended, quickly saturating the entire sky. In an instant, the firmament was suffused with a cerulean hue, the lightning flickering incessantly, instilling a solemn atmosphere, as if heralding the impending divine retribution from the nine heavens. Within the void, the electric current flowed unimpeded, transforming the surrounding area into a magnetic field. Under the influence of this magnetic force, the white sword light appeared to be suspended in midair, unable to advance a single inch, until it was ultimately ensnared by a flash of electric brilliance. Vanishing into nothingness, Xuantian, Mingwei, and the soldiers of the Tang dynasty felt the currents coursing through their bodies, their limbs gradually succumbing to paralysis, movement becoming increasingly difficult, as if their very consciousness was affected by the electricity. Their thoughts dulled compared to usual. Seeing Yi Chen exerting his full strength to temporarily suppress Li Mengwan's assault, Xuantian promptly addressed Mingwei. "Your Highness, my friend has successfully subdued that general from Jinghua. This is an opportune moment. If we do not retreat now, it will soon be too late. The main forces of Jinghua may strike at any moment, and regret will come too late that I advise you, Your Highness, to withdraw the troops at once for the sake of the millions of soldiers of the Tang." Mingwei nodded. "I understand. What will you do, then?" Xuantian replied. "I shall naturally assist my friend in restraining the general from Jinghua. You need not worry about us. Swiftly arrange for the retreat." Mingwei grasped the situation and immediately issued orders to the three armies. Di Xiang, upon hearing this command, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this order is rather—" Before he could finish his sentence, Mingwei interjected with a commanding tone. "The marshal's orders are absolute. Disobedience will be met with death." Di Xiang was once again reprimanded with the same phrase. Although he felt a sense of discontent within, he dared not utter a word of dissent. Mingwei then commanded, "Di Xiang, Chen Zheng, Zhang Yao, Fang Xiong, you four shall serve as the rear guard for the army." Resisting the pursuit of the Jinghua troops, striving to buy time for the main force to retreat, the four generals replied in unison, "This subordinate obeys the orders," after assigning the responsibilities to the troops. Mingwei began the withdrawal towards the military camp. Meanwhile, Lin Xiuxing, witnessing Li Mengwan trapped within the enemy's formation, felt an overwhelming urgency. However, he understood that recklessly charging into the fray for a rescue would be unwise. This formation was laden with intricate mysteries. Without understanding its secrets, entering it could lead to a certain demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuxing was filled with both astonishment and elation. He was astonished that the princess possessed such extraordinary abilities and elated that she was safe. With the greatest obstacle of this battle now eliminated, moments later, flames suddenly erupted from the direction of the great Tang army camp. Before long, scouts reported that General Zhao Zhengrong had set the enemy's granary ablaze. Lin Xiuxing was overjoyed, sensing that the time for the army to strike had arrived. That he immediately commanded, "The princess has breached the enemy's formation, and their granary is aflame. Now is the perfect moment to rally our forces and vanquish the enemy." The three armies responded, "We shall advance and crush the enemy." As Yi Chen observed Mingwei leading the army's retreat, he discarded his reservations. Clenching his right fist, he raised it high. In an instant, the heavens were illuminated by a multitude of lightning converging towards his outstretched hand. Within moments, a myriad of lightning coalesced into a magnificent azure dragon's head. The dragon head was lifelike, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty that commanded utmost respect. With the thunderous dragon unleashed, it purged evil, and the might of the heavens transformed the world. Yi Chen proclaimed, "Princess, I must offend you. Only by temporarily incapacitating you can I alleviate the current tense situation." Silent as a maiden, swift as a hare, he moved with such speed that it was barely distinguishable from the speed of sound itself, like the murmurs of a celestial master, akin to the declarations of divine beings. Yi Chen's deep voice resonated, awakening the dormant divine power resting upon his right hand. That heaven's wrath, cloud dragon thunder strike, erupted from Yi Chen's hand at the moment his words fell. Radiating brilliance akin to the sun plummeting to the earth, the azure lightning, thick as an arm, intertwined and surged, threatening to shatter the very fabric of the void. The thunder dragon awakened, its celestial might overwhelming. How could mere mortals withstand such power? Though it was but a single strike, it possessed the strength to cleave mountains and alter rivers, to rend the void and deliver divine retribution upon those burdened with grave sins. Such lightning arts were particularly effective against someone like Li Mingwan, who had fallen into demonic madness. In that fleeting moment before Yi Chen unleashed his right fist, Li Mingwan sensed the imminent peril approaching. Who was it that whispered softly, like a gentle breeze? It seeped into the soul. Who was it that intoned in dulcet tones, like a clear spring? It permeated the spirit. Yet, amidst that exquisite and lingering melody, why was there an undercurrent of sorrow? Those who listened, lost in rapture, could not help but feel a pang of heartache, a profound sadness, the lament for the ages, the withering of beauty. Since ancient times, beauty has been fleeting, and the fair often face a swift decline as flowers wither easily. In the vast river of time, what has ever truly endured? Heaven does not favor nor forsake. Rare treasures will inevitably grow old. The prime of life shall ultimately fade. All things in the world adhere to this law. Humans yearn for lofty ambitions, delight in wealth and splendor, and disdain poverty and hardship, familiar with the transience of fame. They return to dust. The riches amassed dissipate like smoke. Whether desires are abundant or scant, in the end, they amount to little more than a fleeting dream. No matter how resplendent one may appear in the bloom of youth, will that brilliance persist in the twilight of life? The lament of ages, the wilting of beauty, how much desolation has accumulated over time, and how much despair is woven from foolish longing. The long sword dances gracefully in the air, weaving a tapestry both exquisite and cruel. As its name suggests, beneath the splendid facade often lurks boundless suffering, sorrow, and even hatred. The overwhelming sword light transforms into a cascade of floral rain, each blade of energy manifesting as a vibrant crimson petal swirling through the air. This scene, akin to a paradise beyond the world, brings a sense of serene delight. When the petals fall, perhaps it shall mark an end to all. Enveloped in this floral deluge, the supreme power of the divine appears almost imperceptible. The radiant thunder dragon of the night, capable of blinding those who gaze upon it, is effortlessly consumed by the floral storm, vanishing in an instant. Those shrouded by this floral rain can only harbor one illusion, that when the petals descend, the entire world will wither and shatter like them. Li Menglu earnestly yearns for an end, for liberation from the abyss of suffering. The moment of reclaiming her true self and sanity now seems a distant dream. A voice within her heart whispers that at the instant the petals fall, she shall escape the sea of anguish and be reborn. Yet, an unsettling anxiety grips her, as if an ominous event looms. Before everything resets and begins anew, let me gaze once more upon this world. For even a single glance suffices. Even if it is but an excuse, her wish still comes to fruition. The scene before her gradually sharpens, and her mind regains clarity. Brother Yi, be careful. I shall lend you a hand. Whose voice is that? Why does it sound so familiar, so kind, so melodious? Why, once heard, does it become unforgettable? In her still somewhat hazy vision appears that long-lost figure, deeply imprinted in her soul, amidst the impending floral rain. That fragile form seems so vulnerable, easily shattered, yet upon his countenance rests unwavering determination. It is that resolve that pierces the heart, making one believe that without tender care, he may vanish from this world in the next moment. Time stands still. The girl's heartbeat halts in that instant, her blood seemingly ceasing to flow. Only he must not falter, even if plunged into eternal darkness, even if consciousness never awakens again. He must protect that most precious, priceless treasure within his heart. There is still time. Until earth shatters and heaven collapses, this sentiment shall remain unchanged. Why? Do you not know this is self-destruction? Another voice within screams in madness, for no reason other than, he is the one I cherish. All sounds in the cosmos seem to fade away, as if attuned to this heart-wrenching sentiment. In that fleeting moment, a tempest of petals swirled chaotically, akin to a raging hurricane. Dancing fervently around the maiden, the fierce howling of the rushing air seemed almost inaudible. The girl's figure stood resolutely at the heart of the whirlwind, her black dress billowing violently, gracefully twirling in the wind. No matter how the tempest tossed her garments, it could not stir the fervent heart brimming with love. With unwavering focus, the maiden gazed upon Xuantian's visage, as if expending every ounce of her strength. This final glance was to etch that face deep within her soul, ensuring that wherever she might wander thereafter, it would remain unforgettable. Forgive me this last flicker of infatuation. The hurricane of petals ceased its tumultuous dance, and the myriad blossoms plummeted, mercilessly descending upon the maiden's fragile form. In that instant, Xuantian comprehended the gravity of the unfolding events. He dashed towards Li Mengwan, shouting with all his might, "Mengwan, do not Yet, alas, it was far too late. As countless petal-like sword energies pierced through Li Mengwan's body, leaving near-fatal wounds in their wake, her body was hurled high by the tumultuous gusts, only to crash down heavily. The radiant crimson glow emitted by the unleashed sword energies shone with unparalleled brilliance, surpassing even the splendor of thunderous dragons, both tragically desolate and magnificently breathtaking, transforming into a unique luminescence amidst the heavens. Under the midday sun, the previously clear skies instantaneously morphed into a shroud of ominous clouds. Obscuring the light of day, an unprecedented deluge cascaded down, cleansing the world of all its filth and sin. What profound grievances and injustices could elicit tears from the heavens themselves? She beheld, not far before her, a youth kneeling upon the ground, surrendering to the torrential rain that poured upon him. The boy wept in sorrow. Typically unyielding, he now found himself unable to stem the tide of grief swelling within. Weeping uncontrollably, tears flowing endlessly. In that moment of complete awareness, Li Mengwan discerned the countless corpses strewn about, comprehending the immense burden of sin she bore, yet she felt not an ounce of sorrow. Regardless of the weight of her transgressions, she would bear them alone, ensuring they would never affect another. If she could safeguard Tiangu, she would harbor no regrets in this lifetime. The truest sentiments of Li Mengwan blossomed into the most exquisite smile the world has ever seen. A genuine joy that arose from the fulfillment of her deepest wishes. Her smile, as radiant as spring, could melt the frost and snow of a 1,000-mile glacier, coaxing flowers to bloom from a millennium of withered flora. Within a 10-foot radius, the torrential rain abruptly ceased, as if the heavens had bestowed upon them a colossal umbrella. A soft golden light pierced through the clouds, illuminating both Li Mengwan and Xuantian. The radiance seemingly imbued with wondrous magic, as Xuantian felt an invisible warmth envelop his heart, coursing through his being, providing unparalleled comfort. Li Mengwan slowly crawled to Xuantian's side, mustering the last remnants of her strength to gently raise her right hand. Caressing the crown of his head. It was as though the ethereal voice of celestial beings, long slumbering for centuries, now resonated solely to convey a thread of warmth. Tiangu, do not see our wide at as Lin Xiuxing and the valiant soldiers of the Jinghua surged forward. The skies abruptly transformed, the once clear expanse darkening with ominous clouds. Moments later, a torrential rain descended from above, swiftly turning the earth into a quagmire. The horses' hooves sank deeply into the mud, proving difficult to extricate, which in turn significantly diminished their pace of advance. Lin Xiuxing pondered within his heart, truly, the heavens have conspired against us. In this critical moment, a torrential downpour has commenced. The rain poured relentlessly, and it took nearly the time of a meal for Lin Xiuxing and his troops to arrive at the now utterly chaotic location of the Misty Maze. Lin Xiuxing did not behold a single soldier of Ming Wei or the Great Tang army. Instead, his eyes were met with a disarray of scattered corpses and the sight of a princess lying on the ground, surrounded by two unfamiliar men. Lin Xiuxing distinctly observed blood ceaselessly trickling from the princess's lips, indicating she had suffered grievous internal injuries. Among the two strange men, one was indeed the esteemed Xuantian, a guest from the Three Pure Mountains at the Great Tang's border, as mentioned to him by the martial emperor. Lin Xiuxing could not help but wonder, should not Xuantian be within the imperial city at this moment? Why has he appeared on the battlefield? And how did the princess sustain such severe injuries? Just as Lin Xiuxing was engulfed in doubt, he suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves ahead. Upon gazing forth, he saw the vanguard of the Great Tang, Di Xiang, accompanied by three unknown junior generals, appearing approximately 10 paces away, remaining stationary as if observing the movements of the Jinghua army, seeking to adapt accordingly. Although Lin Xiuxing had little mastery over the intricacies of the strange formations, his understanding of military strategy was already at an extraordinary level. Upon witnessing this scene, he immediately comprehended that the crown prince of the Great Tang was in the process of retreating. The task of these four commanders before him was undoubtedly to temporarily delay their advance, allowing the main forces to successfully withdraw to the northern bank. In an instant, Lin Xiuxing discerned the situation, a knowing smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence, as if Ming Wei could flee to the ends of the earth, yet would still find himself ensnared in his meticulously laid trap. Zheng Ping, Yin Feng, Li Jieli, Li Qiu, you four shall engage the enemy. Di Xiang possesses remarkable skills. Exercise utmost caution, Lin Xiuxing commanded. This subordinate obeys, they replied in unison. Zhang Hai, Jiang Changsheng, The princess is gravely injured. I will investigate the situation. You two shall guard the army in my stead. Should the 4 generals not match the enemy, you must provide immediate support. We shall heed the marshal's orders." Once Lin Xiaoxing had made the necessary arrangements, he promptly urged his horse towards Li Mingwan. As he approached, he beheld Xuantian's expression frozen, his gaze vacant, resembling a soulless shell. The other man, clad in a long purple robe, possessed an extraordinary beauty, an aura of mystery enveloping him. At this moment, he positioned his palms behind the princess, with a translucent flow of energy steadily surging from his palms into her body, evidently channeling his power to heal her injuries. Filled with questions, Lin Xiaoxing hastily inquired, "Gentlemen, may I ask how the princess has come to suffer such grave wounds? What transpired earlier?" Before he could finish, a scout rushed towards him from the northern direction. The scout rode swiftly to Lin Xiaoxing's side, dismounted, and knelt, his voice trembling slightly as he reported, "Marshal, dire news. The Crown Prince Mingwei is retreating with his remnants of soldiers, although General Xuantian has already gathered 30,000 troops, following the marshal's command to lay an ambush on the northern bank. Mingwei is indeed formidable, unmatched in skill, combating 100 foes without yielding an inch. The soldiers of the Great Tang are fighting with all their might, advancing without retreat. General Zheng Xianyong, steadfast in the face of adversity, ultimately managed to break through the encirclement created by Mingwei. Presently, the forces of the Great Tang are not far from reaching the northern shore. I implore the marshal to dispatch troops to intercept them." Upon hearing this report, Lin Xiaoxing was engulfed in a tumult of shock and anger. The composed demeanor he had previously exhibited vanished without a trace. He immediately exclaimed, "Zheng Xianyong is indeed more adept at causing failures than achieving success. We cannot allow the Great Tang forces to escape so easily. Zhang Hai and Jiang Changsheng, you two must ensure the safety of the princess. I shall personally lead our troops to take a shortcut and intercept the Great Tang army." At that moment, the man in the purple robe, who had been tending to the princess's injuries, suddenly interjected, "The princess is gravely wounded, and the situation is far from optimistic in such a critical moment. The marshal ought to remain here to safeguard her. If anything were to happen to her highness, how could we possibly explain it to his majesty?" Lin Xiaoxing's expression remained unchanged by the man's words, and he replied solemnly, "May I inquire your esteemed name, sir?" The purple-robed man responded, "I am Yi Chen, a friend of young Master Xuantian." Lin Xiaoxing nodded slightly. "I see. Young Master Yi, you possess an extraordinary presence and are surely a man of distinction. However, I must respectfully disagree with your earlier statement. The safety of the princess is indeed paramount, yet intercepting the retreating enemy is equally significant. On the battlefield, capturing the enemy's commander is of utmost priority. If Mingwei were to successfully escape by boat, how would I account for that to His Majesty?" A short distance away, Infeng was locked in a fierce duel with Di Xiang. The sound of clashing metal ringing incessantly in the air. Sparks flew from the friction of their weapons, dazzling the eyes. In terms of martial prowess, Di Xiang was no match for Infeng. But in a bid to buy time for the main forces to retreat to the northern shore, Di Xiang unleashed his full potential, fighting with a ferocity several times greater than before, making it difficult for Infeng to defeat him quickly. It seemed that only by exerting his utmost strength could he bring this battle to a swift conclusion. Resolute, Infeng concentrated all his energy into the formidable steel axe in his grasp and aimed a powerful strike at Di Xiang's Baihui point atop his head. The gale surged forth, and the air trembled violently. Infusing the axe with the entirety of his lifelong cultivation, it was a blow capable of slicing through gold and iron, one that Di Xiang's halberd could not hope to withstand. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon Di Xiang. In that moment, Di Xiang felt as though the axe had not yet made contact, yet the force emanating from its blade threatened to cleave him in two. "Is this where my life ends? Such unwillingness! I apologize, Your Highness, for failing to fulfill the weighty task entrusted to me." In that instant, Di Xiang's heart was filled with both despair and a profound sense of guilt towards Mingwei. Just before the axe descended, a resonant voice echoed through the air, altering the course of Di Xiang's fate. No, it was not merely Di Xiang's fate that was transformed, but the destiny of the entire Great Tang army. Two shimmering pools of resplendent, multicolored waters suddenly appeared before Lin Xiaoxing. With a gentle, yet seemingly authoritative gaze, the pure eyes regarded Lin Xiaoxing, as if imparting a crucial message. After a brief moment, the owner of the two mystical springs finally spoke, their voice soft yet imbued with a tone of command. "Marshal, do not pursue a desperate enemy. since our forces have already achieved a great victory. There is no need for further contention. Should we continue the pursuit, it would only result in further devastation to the lives of countless beings, bringing no benefit to either of us. Withdraw the troops. Marshal. The voice grew fainter, until it was nearly imperceptible, yet the phrase "withdraw the troops" Marshal resonated with exceptional clarity in Lin Xiaoxing's ears, akin to a bell tolling within his heart, echoing endlessly in that fleeting moment. Lin Xiaoxing's usual resolve and decisiveness were shattered entirely, plunging him into a state of indecision at this opportune moment. Yi Yiqian's voice emerged, each word articulated with precision. The emperor is absent. Thus, we must heed the princess's decree. Should the emperor hold you accountable later, it will not implicate you. However, if you disregard the princess's command now, and are pursued for it later, you shall be unable to absolve yourself of responsibility. Lin Xiaoxing had not anticipated that his heart would surge with tumultuous waves, the original decision reduced to ashes, leaving only a choice that filled him with profound astonishment. Struggling to find his voice, he called out clearly to Zhang Hai and Jiang Changxing, "By the princess's command, sound the retreat." Lin Xiaoxing cast his gaze upon Li Mingwan, who had succumbed to unconsciousness after urging him to withdraw. A surge of inexplicable admiration welling up within him. This young woman was truly extraordinary. Lin Xiaoxing mused at why Yi Yiqian nodded in response. "Rest assured, Marshal, my brother Xian, and I shall do our utmost to protect the princess." Di Xiang stared in astonishment at the gradually retreating Jingwo army, his mind awash with confusion. However, it was not the time for contemplation. The priority was to regroup with His Highness the Crown Prince at the northern shore. Along the muddy official road, two steeds galloped towards the imperial city. The pure white steed on the left was Li Mingwan's mount, upon which Xuantian sat, his expression vacant, eyes devoid of light, his left arm tightly embracing the unconscious Li Mingwan, while his right hand frantically urged the horse onward. The right was a jet-black warhorse, upon which Yi Yiqian spurred his steed, closely following Xuantian's side. Typically cheerful and loquacious, Xuantian remained mute, as if his soul had departed, leaving only an empty shell behind. Yi Yiqian understood that this was a result of Li Mingwan's grave injuries, yet he had not anticipated how pivotal her presence was in Xuantian's heart. Little did Yi Yiqian know that Li Mingwan had sustained her injuries while protecting Xuantian. The spectacular flurry of blossoms, so swift, so imposing, and so resplendent, if my eyes do not deceive me, that indeed must be the long-lost, unparalleled sword technique. When she awakens, I will surely seek the truth. Yi Yiqian murmured to himself, casting a glance at Xuantian, who remained expressionless. Yi Yiqian sighed softly, drawing closer to offer comfort. "Brother Xian, while I was assisting the princess in healing her injuries, I discovered that although she is gravely wounded, her life is not in jeopardy. You need not worry so excessively." These words caused Xuantian's dazed gaze to regain its original luster, his muddled mind instantaneously clearing. With a look of gratitude, Xuantian expressed his thanks to Yi Yiqian. "Had it not been for your reminder, I would have found it difficult to extricate myself from the mire of self-reproach." "I am deeply grateful." Yi Yiqian smiled. Between brothers, there is no need for such formalities. Concerned deeply about Li Mingwan's injuries, Xuantian and Yi Yiqian urged their steeds to gallop at full speed towards the imperial city. Even so, upon their arrival, it was already an hour and a half later. Xuantian, alone, escorted Li Mingwan back to her chamber. After gently placing her on the bed, he refrained from alerting anyone within the palace. Instead, he instructed Li Mingwan's personal maid to urgently summon the royal physician for her treatment. Xuantian cautioned the maid, saying, "Do not speak of this matter just yet. I shall make a decision after I meet with Prince Ningchuan. For now, it is of utmost importance to have the physician attend to the princess's wounds." The maid, having frequently witnessed the princess and Xuantian in private, understood that their relationship was undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus she placed her trust in him. Although she was unaware of the circumstances behind the princess's grave injuries, she chose not to inquire further and resolved to comply fully with his instructions. Shortly thereafter, the maid brought the physician, who, upon learning of the princess's severe internal injuries, wasted no time and promptly approached Li Mingwan's bedside to examine her pulse. Xuantian's gaze flickered as he remarked, "The princess has been injured by a barrage of sword energy. Since she is no longer in critical condition, it would be inappropriate for me to linger any longer. I shall take my leave now." With that, Xuantian exited Li Mingwan's chamber, his steps slow and heavy as he made his way to a place he had not visited in a long while, his heart laden with guilt and unease. It felt as though he were not heading to someone's room, but rather to a deeply locked prison. Before he knew it, Xuantian had arrived at his destination. Lifting his gaze to behold a sight that was hauntingly familiar yet felt as foreign as if he had been separated from it for years. All the chaotic thoughts concealed within him surged forth at this moment, as if a great weight bore down upon Xuantian's back, rendering him breathless and on the verge of suffocation. After a considerable effort, he managed to calm the tumultuous thoughts within, and, with the resolve to make a difficult choice, he approached the guards stationed at the entrance of the palace. One of the guards, upon noticing Xuantian's approach, called out, "We greet you, young Master Xuantian." Xuantian nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "I wish to see the prince. Could you kindly inform him?" "Certainly. I shall go at once. Please wait here a moment, young Master Xuantian." After a brief interval, the guard returned from within, addressing Xuantian. "The prince requests your presence inside." Guided by the guard, Xuantian entered an exceedingly spacious room, whereupon the guard promptly closed the door and returned to his post. "Little brother, it has been quite some time since you last visited. I wonder if today's visit is prompted by a sudden whim or perhaps a sense of guilt." The refined figure before Xuantian, with a voice deep yet melodious, was none other than Song Zhendong, the prince of Ningchuan. His jesting words only deepened the unease in Xuantian's heart, where the notion of guilt lingered unshakably. Before the prince could finish his sentence, Xuantian unexpectedly knelt before him, leaning forward on his knees. "Elder brother, I have come to seek your forgiveness." Xuantian's voice was laden with profound sorrow and anguish. Even a person as composed as Song Zhendong was taken aback. Realizing that something of great significance must have transpired, he steeled himself and inquired, "What exactly has happened? Speak swiftly and do not conceal anything from me." As Xuantian began to speak, his tone was calm. But as he continued, his voice grew increasingly tremulous, ultimately rendering him almost voiceless, with each utterance punctuated by a brief pause. "It is I who have brought suffering to Mengwan. If only I had arrived at the battlefield sooner. Perhaps all of this could have been averted. In my endeavor to protect the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, I have made Mengwan a sacrificial pawn. All tragedies stem from my actions, and the burden of guilt rests solely upon my shoulders. Elder brother, I am a sinner. Please punish me. I am willing to accept any form of retribution." At this point, Xuantian could no longer contain his sorrow and broke into quiet weeping. The scene of Li Mengwan's grievous injuries vividly etched in his mind, an indelible scar that would only bring him endless anguish. As Xuantian prepared for Song Zhendong's wrathful reprimand, he was taken aback to find Song Zhendong gently crouching down, reaching out to grasp Xuantian's icy hand, and slowly aiding him to his feet. Xuantian gazed at Song Zhendong in astonishment, unable to comprehend, yet from Song Zhendong's eyes, he felt no trace of anger, dissatisfaction, or hatred, only a persistent tranquility and serenity. "Little brother, do you not realize that you are not only innocent, but also a benefactor to the kingdom of Jing?" Song Zhendong's words flooded Xuantian's heart with warmth, and in an instant, his admiration for Song Zhendong reached its zenith. Had it not been for your efforts in facilitating the successful retreat of the crown prince of the Tang, he would surely have perished on the battlefield. The vengeance for the loss of a son must be avenged. When the emperor of the Tang leads his army to sweep through, the people of Jing will undoubtedly suffer, and the nation shall struggle to endure. Your actions have secured a glimmer of hope for our kingdom. Song Zhendong spoke with righteous conviction, his expression extremely earnest. At that moment, Xuantian's heart brimmed with gratitude, and he exclaimed, "If elder brother possesses a heart as vast as the ocean and virtues akin to the sages, I fear there are few across the land who can compare. I am truly in awe." Song Zhendong gently patted Xuantian's shoulder and smiled. "As your elder brother, how could I not know your character? There is no need for you to be so modest. How is Mengwan's condition?" Xuantian replied, "Mengwan's injuries are not life-threatening. She merely requires 2 months of recuperation. Her kindness and selflessness will surely invoke divine protection, and she shall be well." Song Zhendong nodded slightly, finally setting his anxious heart at ease. Though many mistakes had occurred, the outcome of this battle was not as dire as it could have been. Song Zhendong mused to himself. Lin Xiuxing, though perplexed by Li Zixing's lack of inquiry regarding the true cause of the princess's injuries, naturally refrained from voicing his thoughts. After performing a bow of gratitude, he said, "Thank you, your majesty, for your great benevolence. I shall take my leave." Once Lin Xiuxing departed, Li Zixing exhaled a long, heavy sigh, pondering, "I wonder what that dark-clad figure is busy with lately? There has been no word from him. However, as long as he does not trouble me, I need not concern myself. The tasks he entrusted to me are now complete, and I shall no longer be bound by them. I am determined to single-handedly elevate the kingdom of Jing to become the sole powerhouse of the Eastern Victory Divine Land. The twilight of that day, shrouded in the nascent chaos of the encroaching night, had played out countless times before. The boundless wilderness, overrun with weeds, the piercingly cold wind, and the incessant drizzle, all reminiscent of days long past. Yet the figure draped in a black cloak has vanished. As if dissipated into thin air, amidst this desolate and solitary chaos, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden clad in a dark gown stands quietly, her frail and delicate form trembling in the fierce wind. A hint of bewilderment lingers in her gaze, intertwined with shades of panic and fear. In this eerie and sinister environment, her silhouette appears utterly alone and helpless. As the last vestiges of light fade from the horizon, the wilderness succumbs to darkness, and night silently descends. The black-cloaked figure, once elusive, emerges slowly from the depths of darkness, the scythe in his hand casting a faint green glow in the dim light. He approaches the bewildered maiden, resembling a grim reaper in search of a soul nearing its end. In an instant, the maiden flees in desperation, striving to evade the relentless pursuit of the figure. Yet fate is unkind. Before she can cover even 5 paces, she stumbles over a stubborn stone hidden among the underbrush, crashing heavily to the ground. Overwhelmed with terror, she instinctively glances backward, hoping the figure's movements are not so swift. However, the sight that greets her sends her spiraling into despair. The figure now looms behind her, his enormous scythe raised high, concealed within the loose folds of his hood, revealing a skull emanating a faint greenish glow. A piercing scream erupts, shattering the silence, and after a moment, a pair of eyes long closed slowly opens. Mengwan, you have finally awakened. Did you have a nightmare? How does your body feel now? 2 gentle male voices filled with concern emerge, belonging to Xuantian and Songjindong, who stand vigil by Li Mingwan's bedside. It has been 10 days since Li Mingwan fell into unconsciousness. Throughout this time, Xuantian and Songjindong have been in a state of constant anxiety, frequently visiting her and inquiring in detail about her condition from the physician. Their relentless hope has finally borne fruit. As Li Mingwan awakens at this moment, Xuantian and Songjindong are overwhelmed with joy. Their excitement difficult to articulate. Li Mingwan gazes at the 2 figures before her with still dreamy eyes and utters a phrase that astonishes them both. Cousin, who is this young gentleman? In an instant, Xuantian's heart, warmed by Li Mengwan's awakening, feels a chill of dismay. He hurriedly replies, Mengwan, it's me, Xuantian. Do you not remember me? Li Mengwan ponders for a moment, her expression filled with regret as she responds. I sincerely apologized if I have previously encountered this gentleman. Please forgive my rudeness. However, I truly cannot find any memories pertaining to him in my mind. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washes over Xuantian, who softly murmurs, have you truly forgotten? As if speaking to himself. Hearing their conversation, Li Mengwan playfully blinks her eyes and then turns to Songjindong, asking, Cousin, do I truly know this young gentleman from what you just said? I must have sustained severe injuries, leading to the loss of certain memories, thus forgetting details concerning him. Songjindong nods and smiles, saying, Indeed, Mengwan, you not only know this young gentleman, but you share a profound bond with him. To say that you are as close as life and death would not be an exaggeration. Li Mingwan's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she fixated on Xuantian's visage, softly murmuring, a bond of life and death. Upon witnessing this scene, Songjindong could not help but sigh to alleviate the somewhat awkward atmosphere. He felt compelled to shift the topic. Mengwan, how does your body feel now? If Songjindong had not brought it up, Li Mingwan would have remained oblivious. But upon his reminder, she became aware of a faint pain coursing through her chest and back. Although the discomfort was distinctly palpable, it was not overwhelming, remaining within tolerable limits. With a gentle smile, Li Mingwan replied, though there is still some pain, it is nothing serious, so you need not worry, cousin. However, I would like to know how I sustained my injuries. Please enlighten me. Li Mingwan nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiry. Noting that Li Mingwan had evaded danger and regained her clarity of mind, Songjindong felt no further concern, realizing that he had pressing matters to attend to and should not linger. He bid farewell to Li Mingwan and Xuantian. I have some official duties to attend to, so I cannot stay here for long. You two take your time to converse. It may be beneficial for the restoration of your memories. I shall take my leave now. With that, Songjindong exited the room, leaving Xuantian and Li Mingwan alone within. A profound silence enveloped the room, the stillness so palpable that even the sound of a silver needle dropping would have been distinctly audible. Unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, Li Mingwan broke the silence, saying, "Since we were once close friends, I must surely know everything about your background, dear sir. Why not recount your past to me once more? Perhaps it will help me restore my memories of you." Xuantian smiled calmly and agreed. "Very well, I shall share it with you. However, it may be rather lengthy, so I hope you do not fall asleep before I finish." He began to narrate, just as he had in the past, the tale of his lonely upbringing, the bullying he endured upon entering the sect, the chaotic sect assembly, and the near annihilation of his family. He inevitably spoke of his admiration and nostalgia for his master, Qingling. His voice, though seemingly casual, carried an indescribable magic that drew Li Mingwan into his world, allowing her to resonate with his emotions and experience the myriad flavors of his past joys and sorrows. Though it was not a tale of prolonged years, it bore a subtle melancholy, accumulating a gentle sense of helplessness. Li Mingwan, though not a direct witness, understood the profound wounds Qingling's departure had inflicted upon Xuantian's soul. The anguish of possibly losing one's most cherished person was excruciatingly heart-wrenching, yet it was a pain that others could scarcely comprehend. No one cared. No one could empathize. Only one person bore the burden in silence. A surge of uncontrollable compassion welled up within Li Mingwan, mingled with an inexplicable twinge of sorrow at Xuantian's feelings for Qingling. Xuantian nodded, saying, "My master is the person I admire most, yet I do not know when I will be able to find her again." With that, he let out a mournful sigh. Li Mingwan's expression dimmed slightly, and she comforted him softly. "Do not worry. As long as your hearts are in sync, you shall reunite one day." Xuantian nodded vigorously, striving to conceal the tears threatening to spill from the corners of his eyes. Whenever the name Qingling was mentioned, a tide of longing surged within him, overwhelming his ability to restrain his emotions. Aware that the only way to calm his tumultuous heart was to forcibly redirect his thoughts, he devised a plan. "Mingwan," he began, "I have never heard you recount tales of your past. Might you share them with me now? Let us journey back nearly a decade, to a year when Li Mingwan was but 7 years old. On a certain day of that fateful year, a wondrous light descended from the heavens. And in the instant the radiance dissipated, the figure of an ethereal old man with white hair gradually emerged. The emperor himself received the elder, yet the old man specifically requested to see Li Mingwan. The emperor was taken aback, knowing that only the citizens of Jingwo were familiar with her name. So how could this elder possess such intimate knowledge? A sense of suspicion began to brew within the emperor regarding the elder's true identity, prompting him to caution Li Mingwan against meeting the old man, fearing for her safety. Typically obedient, Li Mingwan, for reasons unknown, defied her father's wishes and set out alone to seek the old man's whereabouts. Upon encountering her, the elder was filled with delight and promptly resolved to impart his life's ultimate skills to her. Li Mingwan thus bowed deeply, acknowledging him as her master, and their bond grew significantly closer. Although she did not fully grasp the profound implications of the future he spoke of, she understood it as a compliment, her fondness for the elder blossoming visibly in a desolate wilderness beside the Moonwatch Peak in Ningchuan. The elder commenced her training in the fundamentals of swordsmanship, having practiced the longing fist since the age of 3 under the guidance of her cousin Song Taimin and cousin Song Jindo. She exhibited an extraordinary talent for martial arts from an early age. While it would take an ordinary person a month to comprehend the intricacies of advanced techniques, she was able to master them within a mere 10 days. A truly astonishing feat drawing upon the solid foundation bestowed by her training in long and fist and her innate martial prowess, Li Mingwan grasped the usage and basic techniques of the sword in just 3 days. The elder, witnessing her remarkable progress, could not help but sing her praises, his confidence in her as a beacon of hope for the future growing even stronger in the days that followed. The elder introduced her to a more advanced sword technique, known as the Xuantian swordplay. Each move of this swordplay emphasized the harmony of body coordination. Mastering its essence would allow one to perform as if dancing, the movements exuding unparalleled grace. The elder initially believed that such a precise technique would slow Li Mingwan's advancement. Yet he underestimated her exceptional comprehension. With a physique flawless in both coordination and flexibility, coupled with an impeccable memory, Li Mingwan mastered every nuance of the Xuantian swordplay in just 5 days. Her elegant postures complemented by her exquisite beauty, rendering even the elder himself somewhat eclipsed. At this juncture, the elder resolved not to postpone any further and commenced the formal transmission of his life's work. The astonishingly profound art of the Wuxiang Xuanmi. The term heart's eye, as its name suggests, refers to perceiving the essence and truth of things through the heart, a masterful technique. We'll consider an escape route at the moment of execution. Should a strike fail, one can swiftly withdraw and change tactics before the opponent can counterattack, reversing the disadvantage in an instant. The so-called flaw refers to subtle vulnerabilities that may be exceedingly difficult to detect, yet if seized upon, could prove fatal. Once a flaw is attacked, it cannot be salvaged by any means of withdrawal or change. However, discerning these flaws before the opponent's techniques transform is an arduous task, achievable only when the mind is free from distractions, allowing one to grasp the underlying principles, by subduing the errant heart and casting aside distractions. One can attain a state of clarity, unperturbed by inner desires or the tumult of the external world, penetrating the essence of the vast universe within tranquility. In a mere instant, everything unfolds clearly before the mind's eye, unmarred by extraneous thoughts. Ordinary mortals may never achieve the state of thoughtlessness. However, as Li Mengwan practiced the heart's eye, her eyes, which had been firmly shut, suddenly opened, revealing iridescent orbs akin to a seven-colored spring, flowing with vibrant hues. Every entity possesses its vulnerabilities, as long as one comprehensively grasps its structure and perceives the minute gaps within. Destruction can be effortlessly executed. Even for that shapeless, flowing water, this holds true. From 100-year-old tree 5 zhang away, a droplet of crystal clear dew fell at this moment. Li Mengwan quietly picked up the wooden sword beside her and, with a seemingly casual motion, swung it forward. What appeared mundane concealed profound mysteries. In the void, the airflow stirred slightly, merging with the dawn to create a white glimmer that sliced through the air. Weaving a miracle in the blink of an eye, one sword stroke severed the watered, an unassuming achievement. Yet it represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship that even masters yearn to attain. This was the highest realm achievable by sword intent. The elder witnessed everything that transpired in that fleeting moment, yet he found it hard to believe. In merely 3 years, through the changing of seasons, she had cultivated her heart's eye to perfection. What purity of heart must one possess to achieve such a feat? The elder now felt that this 10-year-old girl might surpass him within 20 years. Mengwan, you have now fully mastered the heart's eye. And surely you comprehend the secret teachings of the formless explication I once spoke of. From today onward, we shall begin studying this formless explication. However, each technique within this sword art possesses tremendous power, and practicing here will undoubtedly disturb the populace. Allow me to take you to a secluded place, the elder suddenly said to Li Mengwan. Li Mengwan paused for a moment before replying. If I leave the island, my father, brother, and cousin will undoubtedly worry that it is better for me to remain here. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Mengwan, your kind heart understands the importance of filial piety, ensuring that they do not fret. I have not misjudged you. However, there is no need for concern. I have my ways to ensure that your family will not be alarmed by your absence. Once you master this ultimate skill, you will possess sufficient strength to protect them from any harm. Upon hearing these words, excitement sparkled in Li Mengwan's eyes as she eagerly asked, Really? Is this formless explication truly that powerful? The elder laughed heartily, ruffling Li Mengwan's hair, and exclaimed, Have I ever deceived you? Since it is said to be an ultimate skill, it must be extraordinarily powerful. Having spoken, the elder suddenly gestured in the void with his right hand, and a faint purple glow flickered at his fingertips. In an instant, he inscribed characters of shimmering purple light in the air, exuding an aura of mystery under the dawn's illumination. Li Mengwan gazed intently, and to her astonishment, the characters formed the word illusion. Just as she was about to inquire about the meaning of this word, the elder suddenly brought his palms together and softly began to chant an incantation. True and false, false and true. Reality within illusion, illusion within reality. The intertwining of the illusory and the genuine, seamlessly merging not draw distinctions, and clarity will emerge. In that moment, the word enveloped in the pale purple light erupted into brilliance. And for miles around, invisible currents of energy spread, swiftly enveloping the entire desolate expanse. The momentum surged like a startled swan, instilling awe and trepidation, yet upon dissipating, the surrounding scenery remained unchanged, as if merely a decorative facade. Filled with perplexity, Li Mengwan inquired of the elder, Master, what spell did you just perform, and why is there no observable effect? The elder smiled faintly and replied, What I just demonstrated was not an ordinary spell, but a capability known as barrier. The phantom vision I laid down is a barrier that induces illusions upon entry. Anyone on Moonshadow Island who steps within the barrier will perceive the phantoms of you and me, indistinguishable from our true selves in character, habits, and mannerisms, making recognition impossible. Thus, you need not worry that your loved ones will discover your departure from Moonshadow Island. Upon hearing this, Li Mengwan's face lit up with astonishment, and she exclaimed, I never imagined that the barrier technique could possess such wondrous effects that I hope Master will impart this knowledge to me. The elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily, as if finding her words particularly amusing. Li Mengwan gazed at him with a look of confusion and bewilderment. Noticing her lack of understanding, the elder proceeded to elucidate the myriad intricacies related to barriers. The concept of barriers is profound and expansive, with diverse branches and purposes, making any knowledge pertaining to them exceedingly difficult to grasp. Yet, the 10-year-old Li Mengwan comprehended the vast majority. The 3 years of cultivating her mind had elevated her perceptiveness beyond that of ordinary individuals, akin to a sudden enlightenment. After concluding his explanations, the elder solemnly stated, Mengwan, this barrier technique is born from the human heart's imagery, a world isolated from worldly affairs. With differing heart images, the barriers will also differ. Thus I cannot impart this to you. However, remember this. A strong heart yields a strong barrier. A pure heart yields a pure barrier. And a heart free of distractions yields an unconstrained barrier. I believe that with your wisdom, you will eventually create a unique and unparalleled barrier. Li Mengwan expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I shall remember them well. The elder nodded, and after a moment of silence, he added, Mengwan, through these 3 years of honing your inner vision, your internal cultivation has surpassed significant thresholds, surpassing even some martial masters. To reach your current level, an ordinary person without innate talent would require over 100 years. Li Mengwan was rendered speechless by the elder's words, her expression one of astonishment, unable to utter a single syllable. Observing her surprise, the elder smiled knowingly and said, There is no need for astonishment. Individuals with your level of innate wisdom are exceedingly rare in this world. With such divine wisdom bestowed upon you, great responsibilities shall inevitably fall upon your shoulders, and in the days to come, you may endure hardships many times greater than those of ordinary folk. The elder's words did not stir any tumult within Li Mengwan's heart. Rather, they ignited a stronger determination in her gaze. If my struggles can bring peace and happiness to countless suffering souls, what does my own hardship matter? Upon hearing this, a flicker of admiration shone in the elder's eyes as he declared, At such a tender age, you already contemplate the welfare of the masses. Truly, you are worthy of being my disciple. Qiqiong of the Wuxiang illusionary emperor. Li Mengwan paused, slightly taken aback, and then inquired, Is Qiqiong your true name, Master? Qiqiong chuckled and affirmed, Indeed, in my past, I held a modest reputation within the martial world, though I doubt anyone recognizes me now. Let us not dwell on bygone days. I shall now impart to you a method of cultivating energy. Once you follow this technique to clear your meridians, you will be able to leap high and maintain your balance in the air. Qiqiong promptly instructed Li Mengwan on the sequence for unblocking the acupoints in the energy cultivation method. Having mastered the fundamentals of internal energy at the tender age of 5, Li Mengwan was quite familiar with the human body's acupoints. Thus, she immediately began to circulate her energy within her meridians as per Qiqiong's guidance. Streams of translucent energy began to coalesce around her, enveloping her entire being in a swirling embrace. The energy that entwined her possessed remarkable properties, effectively counteracting a significant portion of the gravitational force that nature exerted upon her body. Li Mengwan felt as if the weight of her body had diminished drastically, becoming as light as a swallow, almost on the verge of floating. The efficacy of the energy cultivation method imparted by Qiqiong filled her heart with immense joy, and she promptly leaped high into the air as instructed. With a single bound, she soared skyward. With merely a slight exertion of her legs, she ascended over Tianzhong, a feat that even masters of lightness skill would find challenging. Witnessing her remarkable height, Li Mengwan could hardly contain her elation, yet she remained mindful of Qiqiong's counsel to utilize the surrounding energy to negate any resistance from all directions. Seeing that Li Mengwan could stabilize herself in midair, Qiqiong felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, stroking his beard with a smile and exclaiming, Marvelous, marvelous. With the ability to stabilize oneself in the air, you can now soar freely. You have essentially grasped this art of aerial mastery. Remember to let your body move with your heart, for the space above is not separate from the ground. Do not let hesitation hinder your actions. From here on, diligent practice will allow you to wield it with ease. Understanding the profound implications of Qi Qiong's words, Li Mingwan focused her mind and attempted to move through the air. Initially, she often lost her balance, but through persistent practice, such mistakes became a thing of the past. A month later, Li Mingwan executed the aerial technique effortlessly. Her body, when employing this skill, became as agile and light as a bird, gliding through the clouds as if traversing flat ground. Mingwan, let us proceed. Qi Qiong urged, leading her to a secluded location. The two ascended vigorously to the heights of the sky, crossing the boundary of Moonshadow Island, arriving at an endless expanse of azure, a tranquil expanse where the sea meets the sky. A gentle breeze refreshes the air, and the rising sun casts a warm glow at the far end of this boundless azure. Several uniquely shaped colossal peaks intermittently emerge from the mists. Could this be the secluded place spoken of by my master? Li Mingwan pondered inwardly as they soared at the boundary of sea and sky for an indeterminate period. The opposite shore remained tantalizingly distant. Even with her heart now remarkably pure, Li Mingwan could not restrain herself from inquiring of Qi Qiong. Master, how much longer until we reach the other side? Qi Qiong replied with a smile. Mingwan, your heart is still not sufficiently tranquil. There is no need for haste. Before the day concludes, we shall surely arrive. As night fell, the bright moon hung high, and the sea breeze turned crisp. The nighttime ocean unveiled an entirely different spectacle. Dark blue waves surged and ebbed, with the radiant moonlight reflecting off the surface, casting dazzling silver beams that added an air of mystery to the unknown depths below. After 8 hours of flight, the master and disciple finally arrived safely at the far shore of the sea. Li Mingwan, visiting a wholly unfamiliar place for the first time, could not help but feel a surge of curiosity, her eyes darting about in wonder at that moment. Qi Qiong's voice rang out. Mingwan, amidst the mountains that encircle you lies a city, once part of the Tang dynasty, now left to its own devices. That I once resided within this city long ago. Thus I possess an intimate understanding of the surrounding terrain. This city is named Xuantian City. Do you know the origin of this name? Without a moment's thought, Li Mingwan shook her head, for how could she, a newcomer to this place, be privy to its history? Qi Qiong smiled faintly and said, observe closely the myriad peaks encircling this city, and you will soon comprehend. Following Qi Qiong's guidance, Li Mingwan gazed upwards at the mountains, noting that although their shapes varied, collectively they resembled a gathering of stars within the firmament. She could not help but marvel at the wondrous manifestations of nature, exclaiming in admiration, truly worthy of the name Xuantian City. Compared to this, the scenery of Ningchuan seems utterly mundane. 100 miles to the northwest lies an area particularly conducive to cultivation, devoid of human presence, making it ideal for practicing this enigmatic, formless art. The master and disciple immediately set forth, racing toward the northwest. Though 100 miles apart, it paled in comparison to the distance they had already traversed. In but a brief moment, they arrived at their destination, a vast expanse of grassland. Upon witnessing such a sight, Li Mingwan clapped her hands in delight. So spacious and unencumbered, it is indeed a perfect locale for honing one's swordsmanship. At that moment, Qi Qiong, who had maintained a smile throughout, adopted a serious demeanor and said, while mastering the secret of the hearts, I will simplify the practice of this formless art. It remains a complex and profound sword technique. The movements themselves bear no specific restrictions. Yet the flow of vital energy during execution must be executed with utmost precision. Even the slightest deviation can lead one astray, and each technique's path of true energy is intricate and convoluted. A moment's lapse could result in disastrous consequences. Therefore, every word I impart from this point forward must be etched into your memory, repeated until you achieve a deep understanding. In the future, you must allow your vital energy to flow freely without conscious thought. Otherwise, even if you were to dedicate your entire life to it, you would never grasp this ultimate skill. Upon hearing this, Li Mingwan's expression immediately transformed, revealing an earnestness and caution that was palpable. She spoke with unwavering resolve. I shall commit every word imparted by my master to memory. Please rest assured. After demonstrating the technique, Qi Qiong stood firm and addressed Li Mingwan. This technique possesses numerous variations in its execution. In your future practice, you will surely discover these variations for yourself, and you may perform them in accordance with your accustomed movements. Thus, I have imparted to you the essence of the Wuxiang Chami flow. You may commence your cultivation based on the prescribed incantations. Should you encounter any obstacles along the way, feel free to consult me at any time. Limingwan understood and responded with a clear voice. I comprehend, Master. She had never been a person prone to idleness, valuing time as she would her very life. Consequently, after noting the secrets of the Xuantian flow, she immediately began her practice. Cultivating qi is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should one's vital energy stray from its intended path, it could lead to disastrous consequences, mutilation at best, and death at worst. Yet, Li Mingwan did not allow herself so much as a moment's respite. She tirelessly attempted the technique hundreds of times, yet progress eluded her, as she repeatedly encountered a barrier at the same acupoint. Unable to facilitate the flow of vital energy, a month slipped by in haste. Li Mingwan found no advancement in her practice of the Xuantian flow. However, Qi Qiong, who had remained steadfastly by her side, exhibited no signs of anxiety nor offered her any guidance, as if he were patiently awaiting her own epiphany. Her overwhelming eagerness for progress and her impatience to achieve success only led her to regress rather than advance. The key to allowing the vital energy to flow unobstructed lies in a focused mind. Only with a tranquil and serene disposition can the vital energy circulate freely within the body. Throughout that month, in her fervent desire to master the Xuantian flow in the shortest time possible, she forced her vital energy to maneuver according to the prescribed method, inadvertently mingling her thoughts with various distractions. When thoughts are impure, the path of vital energy will inevitably become convoluted, leading to frequent misdirections. One must cultivate a state of thoughtlessness, embracing tranquility and solemnity. Do not attempt to manipulate the direction of the vital energy, nor hinder its flow. Allow it to move naturally, enabling it to traverse freely through the meridians of the body, without direction, speed, or any constraints. The cycle of the 72 heavenly circuits repeats endlessly, without beginning or end. Thus, for 3 cycles of seasons, she persevered without interruption. Eventually, her meridians became as smooth as a well-paved road, free of any impediments. The vital energy within her surged like a torrent, never pausing for a moment. Wherever and whenever there remained even a trace of breath, her vital energy would perpetually circulate on its own accord. A brilliant azure light suddenly radiated from above her head, soaring toward the 9th layer of clouds. The light was extraordinarily bright, yet did not scorch the eyes. Its hue was singular and pure, devoid of any impurities, subtly exuding an aura of boundless solemnity. This illumination signified the elevation of a cultivator's realm, marking a significant breakthrough. In the brief span of 3 years, Li Mingwan had ascended from an ordinary mortal to an extraordinary realm of unity with the divine. What had once been a stagnant practice now flowed effortlessly. Merely contemplating the incantation of the first form allowed her vital energy to seamlessly traverse the described meridians, requiring no exertion of mental effort. Achieving harmony in a single breath, the inception of thought to the completion of the vital energy's journey transpired in the blink of an eye, free from the intrusion of frivolous distractions. The remaining 7 forms followed suit, as if traversing a smooth plain, without a moment's hesitation or delay. In merely 2 hours, Li Mingwan adeptly assimilated the intricate techniques of the 8 styles of the Xuantian flow. Executing them with remarkable finesse, Qi Qiong, however, exhibited no signs of astonishment. His eyes remained closed, and he spoke in a tone of mild reproach. Is it truly so effortless to attain mastery? One cannot afford to cut corners in their training. Taken aback by his words, Li Mingwan responded earnestly, Master, I assure you I am not jesting. I have indeed perfected the Xuantian flow at this moment. Qi Qiong finally opened his long-closed eyes and retrieved a peculiar green stone from his robe, measuring over 2 feet in length. Its form was enigmatic, appearing neither entirely square nor round, adorned with indistinct runes that bore a resemblance to the script of the Tang dynasty, yet remained difficult to decipher. The brilliant sunlight illuminated the stone, causing it to radiate a rare, pure green luminescence. He casually cast the stone before Li Mingwan, landing silently over 30 paces away. Mingwan, should you shatter this stone in a single strike, I shall concede that you have truly mastered the Xuantian flow. Qi Qiong's voice resonated with an air of casual skepticism. With a graceful flick of her wrist, silver brilliance erupted forth. The sword energy, transformed into a streak of silver light, sliced through the air with the swiftness of lightning, infused with a fierce momentum potent enough to cleave mountains and halt rivers, causing the surrounding air to scatter in disarray. As the radiant light swept past, the stone shattered like decayed wood, fragments scattering with the wind. Witnessing this spectacle, Kuixing suddenly rose to his feet, fixated on the remnants of the stone, disbelief etched across his features. Silence enveloped the surroundings until, after a brief interval, Kuixing's voice emerged, slow and measured. "Mingwan, are you aware of the countless years I devoted to the creation of the Wuxiang Chami flow? I am uncertain." "Master, I implore you to enlighten me," she replied. 100 years, an entire century. Yet you have mastered it in merely 3 short cycles of seasons that in all the world, there exists no one as astute as you. Kuixing exclaimed, his voice resonating with admiration, his eyes shimmering with newfound hope. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Li Mingwan's face, quickly replaced by a radiant smile of unparalleled beauty. "The accomplishments I have attained today are entirely due to your exceptional guidance." Master. Kuixing stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Ah, you are indeed a teachable child. Accomplished yet humble, respectful and modest, such virtues exemplify the ideal approach to life." As his words lingered in the air, a white messenger dove suddenly soared into view from afar. Kuixing gazed upward in astonishment as the dove approached, extending his right hand to allow it to perch upon his palm. With his left hand, he gently retrieved the scroll bound to the dove's feet and unrolled it for inspection. Li Mingwan inquired softly, "Master, what news does the letter bear?" Upon hearing her question, she felt a wave of surprise wash over her, and she voiced her doubt. "Is it possible that the Wuxiang Chami flow is not your ultimate skill?" Kuixing laughed heartily, his robust voice echoing across the grasslands, causing the very air to ripple with energy. "Do you think you can master all my profound techniques in just 6 years, Mingwan? You are being rather greedy." Upon hearing these words, Li Mingwan's face was etched with regret as she slightly lowered her head and trembledly spoke. "Master, please do not be angry. It was never my intention to offend you. I am not angry, so there is no need for concern," he replied. "Time is of the essence. I shall now take you to find lodging within Kuixing City." The master and disciple once again employed their aerial technique. Swiftly returning to Kuixing City, they traversed mountains and valleys, feeling the wind rush beneath them and the clouds sweep past their feet. Gazing down upon the earth as if admiring a magnificent painting crafted by a master artist. 2 figures darted through the sky like lightning, momentarily painting the heavens with vibrant hues. Alas, the relentless sunlight eroded even the most splendid colors, rendering them ultimately indistinguishable and fading into oblivion. In the span of a brief tea session, they arrived at the entrance of a household within Kuixing City. Though the dwelling appeared somewhat modest, it emanated an aura of cleanliness and tidiness, instantly pleasing to the eye. Kuixing gazed at this residence, unchanged for centuries, and smiled, pondering inwardly. Though countless years have swiftly passed, I wonder who the current inhabitants might be. Yet I cannot shake this peculiar premonition. Halting his thoughts, Kuixing extended his hand and knocked 3 times upon the door. After a moment of silence, faint footsteps were heard within. Upon hearing the footsteps, Kuixing called out in a clear voice, "I am Kuixing, and I apologize for the intrusion." The footsteps within abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by a flurry of hurried movements, betraying the owner's anxious disposition. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a slender and beautiful young girl of 17 or 18 years, clad in a deep blue embroidered gown, standing before Kuixing and Li Mingwan. Kuixing addressed the girl with respect, saying, "I have a profound connection with the previous owner of this residence. Many years ago, during a time of turmoil, I was graciously sheltered by them, for which I remain eternally grateful. It has been a long time since I visited Kuixing City, and seeing this place now fills me with nostalgia. May I inquire if the current residents are still the descendants of my old friend?" Upon hearing these words, the girl fell into deep contemplation, her gaze fixed vacantly upon Kuixing. She was indeed a descendant of that person with whom Kuixing had once shared a significant bond from the very first day of her memory. Her parents had often brought her to the ancestral hall established in their home to pay homage to a portrait of an elder with an ethereal demeanor. Her parents had informed her that this elder was named Kuixing, who, during the tumultuous times centuries ago, had selflessly rescued their ancestor from peril. In gratitude, the ancestor had commissioned a likeness of him, declaring him a perpetual benefactor for future generations to honor this moment. The girl suppressed the surge of emotion within her and trembled as she spoke. "Benefactor? Is it truly you?" Kuixing smiled and replied, "How could I possibly accept such a title? I merely offered a small gesture of assistance back then." I am truly humbled that your descendants have not forgotten me." Before he could finish, the girl suddenly bent her knees before Qiqiong and knelt down, proclaiming loudly, "Benefactor above, please accept this bow from me." Hutzalon. Taken aback by her actions, Qiqiong hurriedly stepped forward to help Hutzalon rise, exclaiming, "My dear girl, there is no need for such formality. You are embarrassing me today." As Hutzalon steadied herself, Qiqiong spoke once more. "My dear lady, I have come with a request." That a bright smile illuminated Hutzalon's face as she replied, "Please do not hesitate to command me. Esteemed benefactor, I shall endeavor to assist in any way within my abilities." Qiqiong's eyes shimmered with genuine gratitude as he turned to gesture toward Li Mingwan, who had been standing quietly behind him, beckoning her to step forward. Upon seeing the young girl, no more than 13 or 14 years of age, Huitzuelan was taken aback. Her expression one of disbelief. In her entire life, she had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty, though Huitzuelan considered herself to possess a fair countenance. The moment she laid eyes on the girl before her, she fully recognized the stark contrast between their appearances. Huitzuelan, regaining her composure, laughed, and said, "What could be difficult about this? Rest assured, esteemed benefactor, I shall diligently care for your disciple." Observing her response, Qiqiong quickly expressed his thanks to Li Mingwan, as if a great weight that had long burdened his heart had finally been lifted. With a friend in dire circumstances, Qiqiong could not afford to delay any longer. After imparting a few final instructions to Li Mingwan, he bid farewell to the two and departed from Huitzuelan's home, leaving Li Mingwan alone within its confines. Years had passed, and Qiqiong's health remained remarkably robust. Evidently having attained the legendary realm of immortality, Huitzuelan gazed at his receding figure, silently lamenting, in the initial days of her stay at Huitzuelan's residence, Li Mingwan appeared exceedingly reserved. However, under Huitzuelan's generous and warm nature, she gradually acclimated to the familial atmosphere, transitioning from calling her sister Hu to the more familiar Sister Lan. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed since Li Mingwan had taken up residence with Huitzuelan. For the first month, Huitzuelan had assumed full responsibility for their meals. But eventually, at Li Mingwan's earnest request, the opportunity arose for her to showcase the culinary skills she had meticulously honed since childhood, preparing a traditional dish of the Moonshadow clan. Upon tasting the first bite, Huitzuelan was struck by its exceptional flavor. The seemingly unremarkable dish, with its subtle hues, resembled a treasure fit for a jade platter, igniting an insatiable desire for more. During the meal, the typically dainty Huitzuelan devoured her food with the fervor of one who had not eaten for days, subsequently showering Li Mingwan with praises for her culinary prowess. From that point onward, the duties of cooking were shared between the two, each taking turns to prepare meals. Although Huitzuelan yearned daily for Li Mingwan's delectable creations, her principles steadfastly forbade her from indulging. Throughout the 3 months of Li Mingwan's stay, she had enjoyed free meals without contributing, and even with her newfound involvement in meal preparation, this fact remained unchanged. Li Mingwan felt a persistent pang of guilt, but had never contemplated other means to assist Huitzuelan. While at the temple fair, as Li Mingwan and Huitzuelan savored a performance by the stage, she suddenly spotted a restaurant along the street. An idea sparked within her. If I consider my culinary skills to be exceptional, why not attempt to work as a chef in a restaurant? Should I succeed, I could earn money to repay Sister Lan's kindness. On the following morning, Li Mingwan told Huitzuelan a falsehood, claiming she wished to wander alone in the marketplace. Huitzuelan, placing complete trust in Li Mingwan, readily acquiesced. Once Li Mingwan stepped beyond the threshold, she hastened directly to the restaurant she had visited the day prior. Upon her arrival, the establishment had only recently opened its doors. The young attendant, having once been captivated by Li Mingwan's beauty during the temple fair, was now utterly entranced, often dreaming of her visage. Encountering her once more, the attendant was rendered speechless, his thoughts disarrayed. Li Mingwan articulated her intentions, prompting the attendant to promptly summon the restaurant owner, who, as it turned out, shared the same sentiments as his employee. Upon hearing Li Mingwan's request, the owner immediately consented. Thus, without the slightest effort, Li Mingwan became the chef of the establishment. She enumerated her culinary specialties and inquired whether sufficient ingredients were available, to which the affirmative response was given. Consequently, she commenced her preparations with great alacrity. After a brief interval, the restaurant welcomed its first patron, a robust man in his 30s. He glanced at the newly inscribed menu board on the wall, momentarily taken aback, and then called for the attendant, inquiring, "Xiaozhong, have new dishes been added to your menu?" The attendant, beaming with delight, replied, "Indeed, would you care to sample them?" "They were just added less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." The man chuckled, "Very well. I shall take your recommendation and order these two new dishes, steamed base and beef soup." The attendant responded, "Certainly, I will see to it right away." He then entered the kitchen, relaying the orders to Li Mingwan. In the span of no more than a few moments, Li Mingwan had expertly prepared the dishes, instructing the attendant to serve them to the guest. As the man took his first bite of beef, he was immediately enveloped by its fragrant allure and unparalleled taste, having never encountered such exquisite fare in his lifetime. He consumed the meal at a pace exceeding double his usual speed, and upon settling the bill, he lavished praise upon the new dishes, vowing to share his discovery with all his friends and family. For the first time, Li Mingwan held in her hands the silver earned through her own labor, leaving her in a state of exuberance and delight. After expressing her gratitude to the owner, she departed the restaurant and made her way to the fabric stall across the street, which had yet to close. With the earnings from her day's hard work, she purchased a piece of fine cloth that Xuantian had long coveted but never dared to buy. With a buoyant spirit, she hummed a cheerful tune, skipping her way home. However, the moment she pushed open the door, her previous joy was abruptly extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming tide of anxiety and fury. In the fading light of the setting sun, a slender figure clad in a dark red robe soared above Li Mingwan's head, cradling an unconscious Xuantian for reasons unknown. The crimson figure moved with a swiftness surpassing that of lightning, and in the instant of Li Mingwan's astonishment, it had already whisked Xuantian away several dozen paces, heading directly towards the grasslands where Li Mingwan had once cultivated the secrets of the formless. Although Li Mingwan was typically carefree and unconventional, her mind was sharp. How could she possibly allow the thief to escape? Li Mingwan promptly dropped the fabric in her hands and exerted all her strength to pursue, her speed surprisingly matching that of the enigmatic figure in red, the distance between them remaining within a mere 10 paces. Thus, the two of them surged forward with fervor, traversing 100 miles until they finally arrived at an expansive, boundless grassland. The figure in red suddenly halted, their form gracefully descending, exuding an ethereal elegance, as if untouched by the mundane world. Li Mingwan followed closely behind, landing with a flourish, her garments billowing in the wind. Resembling a celestial maiden descending into the mortal realm, her presence rivaling that of the figure in red. Once she steadied herself upon the grass, she immediately raised her voice to inquire, "Esteemed one, I, a mere girl of little talent, dare to ask your intentions in abducting an innocent woman of noble standing." Upon hearing her words, the figure in red slowly turned to face Li Mingwan. The moment she beheld their visage, her wariness heightened, and she subtly accelerated the circulation of her inner energy, gathering power in preparation for a potential confrontation. The figure was adorned with a fearsome mask, grotesque with sharp fangs and a ghastly visage that obscured their features entirely, emanating an inexplicable chill and murderous intent. Their androgynous hairstyle rendered it impossible for Li Mingwan to discern their gender. This hero abhorred excuses, thus their actions were devoid of rationale. Li Mingwan's expression remained unchanged, though her voice took on a more somber tone. "If there is no reason, might you consider returning this lady to me?" A chilling, mocking laughter emanated from behind the mask, and the figure in red spoke with palpable disdain. "If you wish to save her, you must first defeat me. Yet, given your delicate frame, it seems a mere breeze would suffice to topple you, rendering you incapable of withstanding even a single strike from me." A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed within the depths of Li Mingwan's multifaceted gaze, and she replied with a tranquil demeanor, "How can you know without attempting?" The figure in red snorted derisively, their voice low and ominous. "You, a mere child still reeking of milk, possess quite the audacity. Today, I shall enlighten you on the perils of underestimating your betters." With that, the figure placed their right palm gently upon Xuantian's back, enveloping her in a delicate azure luminescence. With a slight push of their power, the luminescence lifted Xuantian high into the air, carrying her over a mile to the north, where she hovered suspended in the sky. "This barrier will ensure her safety from any harm during our duel. You may unleash your full prowess against me. As long as you can dislodge my mask, victory shall be yours," the figure in red proclaimed. Li Mingwan smiled faintly and remarked, "It seems a sliver of humanity still resides within you." The figure in red retorted coldly, "Child, you are the one who has dared to challenge me. Should your spiritual energy spiral out of control and result in your demise, do not hold me accountable." With that, they formed a cross with their hands, murmuring incantations under their breath. In the mountains of Gowu, there dwells a beast, resembling a goat with a human face, its eyes beneath its arms, with tiger's teeth and human claws, its cry akin to that of an infant. It is a man-eater, ancient ferocious beast, heed my summons, obey my command. Descend here, fifth son of the dragon. Taotai, a vivid streak of azure lightning, as thick as a tree trunk, erupted across the horizon, and in the wake of its blinding brilliance, an exceptionally colossal figure materialized before Li Mingwan. As the residual glow of the lightning dissipated, Li Mingwan finally discerned the enormous creature that had suddenly appeared before her. It was a monstrous beast, radiating a sinister crimson light, its visage grotesque, with its eyes positioned beneath its armpits, glowing like two fiery orbs. Curved horns adorned its head, resembling neither sheep nor cattle, while its massive claws bore an uncanny resemblance to human hands, yet with nails that were alarmingly sharp. Its gaping maw, lined with serrated teeth, exuded an overpowering stench of cold, bloodied air. Upon scrutinizing this creature before her, Li Mingwan's expression shifted slightly, her heart sinking with ominous foreboding. Was this not the ancient malevolent beast chronicled in ancient texts, the fifth offspring of the dragon's 9 progeny, known as Taotai? If this were indeed the case, then with her current cultivation, even the mere touch of its fur would be beyond her reach. Who, then, was this individual capable of summoning such a formidable beast to serve their will? Before her thoughts could fully coalesce, Taotai lunged at her with unparalleled ferocity, its momentum akin to a cataclysmic tide. The sheer force of its charge generated a tempestuous gale that shattered the ground within a radius of several miles, transforming the earth into a bottomless pit. From within this abyss, scorching vapors ascended, a clear testament to the immense energy unleashed by Taoyu's movement, incinerating the very sand and gravel into charred remnants. Despite its colossal size, Taoyu's agility remained unimpeded. Before Li Mingwan could react, it was upon her, its massive right claw viciously grasping her neck, lifting her 6 zhong into the air, akin to a ferocious tiger seizing its prey. In that instant, as Taoyu's claws clutched her, Li Mingwan felt her cervical vertebrae near the brink of rupture. A powerful wave of pressure crashing over her like a tide. With her vital points firmly ensnared, she instantly felt her strength wane, her limbs growing numb, her vital energy depleting, rendering her voice nearly inaudible. On the verge of losing consciousness from asphyxiation, little did she expect to encounter such a formidable adversary. It seemed she lacked the capability to overcome it. Her life held little signy. The temperature in the vast wilderness began to surge rapidly, soaring to nearly 100 degrees in an instant. The entire prairie was transformed into a searing furnace, and the surrounding vibrant flowers and lush grass could no longer withstand the oppressive heat. Gradually melting away this moment, Li Mingwan acutely felt the ravaging heat. Her garments were drenched in sweat. With the last remnants of her strength, she strained to gaze at the movements of the Taotai, only to be met with a wave of despair that felt as bottomless as an abyss embedding itself deep within her soul. The head of the Taotai was aimed directly at the position of Xuantian. Now, no matter what means were employed, it was far too late for salvation. A spark ignites a conflagration. A flicker of flame melts steel. A torrent of molten fire erupted from the jaws of the Taotai, resembling a fiery hurricane in reverse. The scorching vortex swept forth, capable of melting mountains and draining seas, turning gold to ash and jade to cinders. The azure glow of the heavens seemed utterly insignificant in the face of this molten tide, vanishing into nothingness, as the scene of Xuantian being mercilessly engulfed by the flow seared itself into Li Mingwan's vision. In that moment, Li Mingwan plummeted into a chasm named regret and self-reproach, chastising herself countless times for her weakness and ineptitude, branding herself a sinner. Just as her dazed consciousness was on the brink of surrendering to slumber, she heard the loathsome voice of the man in the red robe. Ha ha ha! Do not be so quick to think of accompanying your dear friend to the underworld. Before your demise, this gallant hero shall bestow upon you the mercy of witnessing the horrors of the human hell. At such a tender age, you surely have never laid eyes upon the scenes of a city being slaughtered. Allow me to be your guide. Taotai, unleash your full power. With molten flow break towards the southeast. 100 miles away, the dreadful news that reached Li Mingwan's ears roused her from her abyssal stupor, an unfathomable flame of fury igniting within the depths of her spirit, spreading to every corner of her being. Unbeknownst to her, the boundless spiritual energy, vast as an ocean, hidden deep within her soul, began to awaken. I shall no longer tolerate your reckless tyranny. If you wish to jest, let it end here, Li Mingwan suddenly cried out. No sooner had her voice faded than a tremendous change swept across the heavens. A radiant golden light burst forth, dispersing the clouds and dominating half the sky, its brilliance surpassing that of the midday sun by countless times. Any living creature beneath this luminous glow would be compelled to shut their eyes. From this light, one could sense an unending flow of spiritual energy, seemingly boundless. The brilliance lingered for a brief moment. The dazzling intensity that could blind mortals still remained. Encased in the golden radiance, Li Mingwan appeared as though adorned in an extraordinarily splendid garment, radiating a brilliance rivaling that of the stars in the firmament. The claws of the Taotai, which had tightly gripped Li Mingwan's neck, suddenly relaxed as if pricked by a sharp thorn. Li Mingwan regained her freedom, gently standing upon the ground, twisting her nearly strangled neck. A serene smile gracing her lips, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination and confidence. The transformation of Li Mingwan was stark. She had metamorphosed from a skilled young girl into a golden-armored deity, feared by all creation. It seemed she was finally able to move freely. Li Mingwan was not perplexed by the sudden changes in her body. Rather, she instantly adapted, as if this state were her true self. Taotai was taken aback by Li Mingwan's abrupt transformation. Completely forgetting the command issued by the red robe, remaining rooted in place, Taotai, strike with all your might at a distance of 100 miles southeast, using melting flow break. Do you hear me? The red robe's voice resounded like a mighty bell, echoing for dozens of miles. The mere flicker of flame possessed such power. Once the molten flow erupted, would the temperature not rival that of a furnace? Under such scorching conditions, even the forehead of Tao Ye's commander, the red robe, began to bead with sweat, while Li Mingwan remained utterly unaffected by the heat. Just moments ago, she nearly succumbed to exhaustion in temperatures nearing 100 degrees. Yet now, even at 1,000 degrees, she would not break a single bead of sweat. Just as Taotai prepared to unleash the inferno from its maw, Li Mingwan sprang into action. Her movement was so swift that even a master of profound cultivation could not perceive it. No one could discern her path as she approached the gaping maw of Taotai, her right fist aimed directly at the surging flames. Without any dramatic spectacle or deafening sound, the flames were extinguished by a mere punch from Li Mingwan. A beast that exists only to obey, bringing harm to the innocent. Vanish. Her voice was frigid, akin to that of a glacier. In an instant, fists and feet rained down upon Taotai like a torrential downpour. The explosive sounds of their violent collision surpassing 1,000 within the span of a single breath. Li Mingwan continued this assault for what felt like the time it takes to brew tea before finally pausing. On Tao Ye's colossal form, nearly 1,000,000 transparent holes had inexplicably appeared, a sight both shocking and surreal. Li Mingwan snapped her fingers, and from those myriad transparent apertures, a brilliant golden light burst forth, swiftly enveloping Taotai, and when the radiance dissipated, the ancient fiend had vanished without a trace. Having dealt with Taotai, it is finally your turn. The voice from the glacier rang out once more, capable of freezing one in place merely through its resonance. Li Mingwan suddenly soared into the heavens, descending from great heights to address the red robe. Shall we change the battlefield? This place is far too constrictive for a clash between beings as powerful as ourselves. Should you be unwilling, I could forcibly transport you if necessary. The red robe chuckled. Though Taotai is but a shadow of a spirit, I shall grant you your wish this once for having defeated it. Lead the way ahead. Seeing the red robe acquiesce, Li Mingwan turned and flew toward the center of the sea, a distance that would typically require at least 4 hours to traverse with aerial techniques. Yet now took only moments. The red robe arrived shortly thereafter, indicating his mastery was equally profound. Your strength is indeed formidable, yet I harbor no fear of you, Li Mingwan declared solemnly. The red robe scoffed lightly, his tone dismissive. To underestimate an opponent merely due to a slight speed advantage. You truly possess a child's mentality. Suddenly, Li Mingwan blossomed into a knowing smile, her enchanting beauty surpassing even that of celestial maidens, rendering them envious. Beneath that radiant smile lies a chilling intent to kill, profound and penetrating, that I shall make you aware that it is not merely speed that transcends. That a golden light flashed, followed by the thunderous sound of a fist striking flesh. The crimson-clad figure plummeted vertically from the heavens, crashing into the sea with a resounding impact that stirred a tumult of waves, before sinking beneath the surface. The unfathomable secret flow, true technique, enlightenment. 6 styles. Spontaneity, freehand heart painting, manifests here. Originating from the ancient divine might combined with exquisite swordsmanship, that it possesses the power to sever malevolent spirits with the sacred sword that devours demons, the celestial axe that cleaves through chaos, the sacred mirror that traverses the speed of time and space, and the heavenly tower that seals the might of celestial beings. The ancient golden radiance rends the heavens and splits the earth. As the apex descends, shattering the vast expanse, Wan, high above, aimed for the sea where the crimson figure had fallen, wielding her peachwood sword with elegance. The tip of the sword danced through the air, etching traces in the void akin to a masterful landscape painting. Yet, beneath the beauty of this scene lies a terrifying power capable of annihilating the world. True to its name, freehand heart painting employs the sword as a brush, with each stroke symbolizing a surge of sword energy unleashed. Wan's artistry was executed with lightning speed, as crescent-shaped sword energy, radiant like gold, cascaded from the depths of the clouds, falling like a multitude of stars from the heavens, illuminating the dark abyss of the sea brighter than the day. After a brief moment, Li Mingwan completed a full rendition of the Ningchuan painting, a task that typically required an entire day. Yet she accomplished it in less than the time taken for a meal. The sea surface was cloaked in a shimmering brilliance akin to countless stars, which only dissipated after a short while. The waters within a radius of hundreds of miles scattered as if entirely evaporated, the seabed forcibly carved into a colossal pit exceeding 100 fathoms in depth by the overwhelming sword energy. Even a deity's presence would find it impossible to surpass Li Mingwan's destructive power at this moment. However, within that profound abyss stood a figure, seemingly unscathed by the recent tempest of sword energy. His garments untouched and his mask intact. Before the seawater could engulf the hollow, the crimson figure leapt skyward once more, approaching Li Mingwan. The previous strike was indeed formidable, yet it regrettably failed to harm me. Allow me to divulge. The esteemed technique I specialize in is known as spirit manipulation, allowing me to freely control the flow of spiritual energy. When mastered to its zenith, even non-spiritual movements of nature, heat, and magnetism can be deftly manipulated. Just now, I deflected your sword energy in all directions. Even should you unleash a cataclysmic assault, you would still be incapable of inflicting any injury upon me, the crimson figure proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Mingwan's expression remained unchanged, devoid of surprise or fear, serene as ever. The divine radiance encircling her, shining brighter than the stars, was remarkably stable, imbued with boundless spiritual energy devoid of the slightest fluctuation. Evidently having reached a state of tranquility amidst the world's chaos, remaining unperturbed and self-satisfied. Upon witnessing Li Mingwan's silence, the figure clad in red continued, "Indeed, you are still quite youthful and inexperienced. You are utterly astonished by my extraordinary skill to the point of being rendered speechless. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Prepare to receive the strike of my crimson treasure orb. Do not underestimate it. Should you attempt to evade and allow this orb to plunge into the sea, it will seep into the ocean floor, delving deep into the Earth's core, triggering an eruption of molten flames that could obliterate the entirety of Dongxing Shenzhou. When that time comes, the devastation will extend far beyond this mere ring star city." As his words echoed in the air, the red-clad figure raised his right hand, and a diminutive crimson orb materialized in his palm. He invoked his spiritual technique, altering the flow of ethereal energy sourced from the heavens, the sun, the moon, and from the flora and fauna, compelling it to converge into the orb nestled within his grasp. The depth of his cultivation was unfathomable, and the efficiency with which he gathered spiritual power was remarkable. In an instant, that initially small orb transformed into an immense sphere of light, blazing like a distant star in the galaxy, heralding the ominous portent of bloodshed, bathed in the vibrant crimson glow. The azure sky stretching nearly 1,000 miles was adorned with a resplendent hue, yet within that flourishing scarlet radiance lay an eerie aura of impending destruction. Li Mingwan, the blood-red brilliance enveloping the horizon resembled the impending spillage of innocent lives, etching an indelible mark deep within her mind. The oppressive atmosphere of death stretched for miles, and the treacherous crimson light extended boundlessly, casting the world into a twilight gloom where day and night were inverted, and the tides raged furiously in the final moments before the apocalypse. The existential peril facing the populace of Dongxing Shenzhou ignited the embers of fury buried deep within Li Mingwan's soul, causing the ethereal brilliance of the two celestial springs within her to blaze even more brightly than before. There was no trace of panic or fear upon her countenance, only an unimaginable calmness. The red-clad figure laughed maniacally as he hurled the crimson orb with all his might toward Li Mingwan, the radiance of annihilation tearing through the void, accelerating toward her at hundreds of times the speed of sound. Yet, in the face of imminent disaster, Li Mingwan stood resolutely in place, making no move, her gaze fixed upon the moment the blood-red light collided with her form, erupting in an explosive burst. The surge of spiritual energy unleashed in that instant surged forth, threatening to engulf the surrounding space within 100 miles. The once clear air became thick and murky, and in an instant, a tempest roared to life, the sky dark as ink. The shockwaves generated by the dispersing energy failed to reach the Earth's core, but nevertheless caused numerous spiderweb-like fissures to appear upon the ocean floor within a 1,000-mile radius. The red-clad figure surveyed the chaos he had wrought, murmuring to himself, although no bystanders were harmed, "Have I perhaps gone too far? After boasting so long, is this truly all you can do? If that last strike represents the pinnacle of your capabilities, I must confess to being sorely disappointed. Allow me to inform you that I have only exerted a mere 10% of my power thus far. Ha ha, even if what you say is true. So what? Within the realm of my spirit selection ability, all techniques appear insubstantial that I advise you not to squander your spiritual energy unnecessarily." The red-clad figure, witnessing his crimson treasure orb strike Li Mingwan, yet failed to injure her, felt no surprise, his tone still laced with disdain and contempt. "Is it truly so? Does your so-called spiritual decree possess no weaknesses?" Li Mingwan's tone was akin to one resigned to despair, yet a discerning listener could detect the profound significance concealed within her words. Suddenly, Li Mingwan closed her eyes, her palms pressed together, and with a tranquil heart, she fervently recited the ancient sacred incantation. Namo Radhana Dulo Yi, Namo Alai Palyaji Shiklayuo Bodhisattva Bodhisatchuo Payimo Satchuo Payimo Jailonia. Donji Ta. Tudi Zandili Na Muji Niha Li Duolai Dedulai Delai Om Pishu Tani Su. Li Mingwan's voice resonated with an authority akin to that of a deity. Crystal clear as it reached the ears of the red-robed guest, in his moments of leisure, my master often shared with me the texts left behind by ancient sages. Within those scriptures lay numerous talismans and spells. At that time, my spiritual power was feeble, rendering me incapable of wielding them, yet I committed each one to memory. Now, it seems, they have indeed proven their worth, and my initial choice was not in vain. This mantra of Avalokiteshvara that purifies all karmic obstacles once invoked can strip away all spiritual power within a vast expanse, invisibly delivering a grievous blow to the essence of all beings within that realm, leaving them unable to recover their spiritual energy for an extended period, including ourselves. Should you have unwavering confidence in that self-proclaimed ability of spiritual decree, then I urge you to attempt to dispel this sacred mantra. Upon concluding her words, Li Mingwan abruptly opened her eyes, and a golden radiance erupted from her eyes like springs of celestial water, accompanied by a melodious yet commanding cry. Hark! The radiance of the Buddha, severing the spiritual energy across the miles, pierced through the heavens and the earth, becoming the sole visible hue in that moment, its brilliance beyond words, perhaps unmatched by any star in this vast universe, yet exuding an extreme warmth and gentleness that did not dazzle the observer, but rather instilled a sense of tranquility. The golden light, pure and untainted, contained a formidable power that naturally inspired reverence within all beings under its influence, rendering them utterly incapable of employing any defenses or resistance, forced instead to await the complete dissipation of their spiritual energy until exhaustion. Truly, it is deserving of its title as the supreme mantra of the Buddhist order, having reached the realm of uncontrollable force. Even though I had long surpassed the confines of the golden immortal realm, I found myself powerless. The fierce mask adorning the red-robed guest's face finally shattered, revealing a visage of gentle lines, striking handsomeness, and an inexplicable allure, his eyes a captivating shade of pale purple, drawing attention to the very moment the mask fractured. A pure white cloak suddenly materialized around the red-robed guest, emanating a sanctity of white radiance not inferior to the light of the Buddha, instantly halting the overflow of spiritual energy within him. As the Buddha's light dissipated, the world returned to its original state. The red-robed guest remained suspended in the air, unaffected by the sacred mantra, while Li Mingwan, having drained her spiritual energy, lost all strength and plummeted from the great heights in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness. A flicker of reluctance shone in her beautiful eyes, her faint murmurs reminiscent of the soft chirping of insects. Barely audible, is this truly the extent of my unleashed potential? Is he truly an invincible monster? I am sorry. Longjie. I am sorry, people of Huixing City. Mengwan is still too fragile, ultimately unable to protect you all. The figure in the crimson robe flashed a self-deprecating smile, and in an instant, his form darted like lightning to the side of Li Mengwan, where he extended his right hand to steady her waist, halting her descent. Together, they gently descended upon the surface of the sea, which had noticeably receded. Utilizing his own spiritual energy, the crimson-robed figure allowed Li Mengwan to levitate above the water, then sighed. This girl truly acts recklessly, disregarding her own condition before casting her spell. However, is her power truly so formidable that even the phantom cloak cannot entirely counter it? Why do I still sense a portion of my spiritual energy has vanished without a trace? Having spoken, he suddenly called out to the northern horizon. Third brother, there is no need to remain hidden. Reveal yourself. At that moment, a figure appeared in the northern sky. Swiftly approaching the crimson-robed figure, it was an elderly man with an ethereal presence, his hair white as snow, cradling a slender girl who was in a deep slumber. Second brother, my concealment technique has been perfected to its zenith. Had I not intentionally leaked a hint of my aura just now, you would surely have found it difficult to detect my presence. The old man stated. This elder was Xuantian, the master of Li Mengwan, and the girl in his arms was Hu Tsuelan, whom Li Mengwan had mistakenly believed to be lost upon seeing Xuantian manifest. The crimson-robed figure chuckled. Indeed impressive. If I possessed your ability to conceal oneself within a spatial barrier, isolating from all external influences, I would not have been driven to such a desperate state by your precious disciple. Xuantian, with a wry smile, replied, Second brother, you jest. While the concealment technique is indeed a secret to escape, it proves utterly useless in actual combat. Should I remain cooped up within the barrier indefinitely? Nevertheless, second brother, I merely wished for you to gauge Mengwan's potential. There was no need to take it so seriously. The entire sea has been nearly devastated by the two of you. Xuantian remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. The crimson-robed figure replied with a laugh. If one does not exert their full strength, how can it be called a proper test? Yet, your beloved disciple's prowess is indeed astonishing, without the aid of any magical artifacts, even if you and I joined forces. We would find it difficult to defeat her. Even the phantom cloak bestowed upon me by elder sister cannot fully withstand her full incantation, that I suspect that Mengwan harbors an incredibly profound bloodline within her. Likely a sacred vein originating from the time of primordial creation, Xuantian stated seriously. Upon hearing this, the crimson-robed figure's expression changed abruptly, exclaiming, a sacred vein? Does that not signify a reincarnation or descendant of a sage with such bloodline? Indeed, and within Mengwan lies a bright vein, which typically remains hidden. However, when her emotions surge with intensity, the might of the bright vein will manifest. As for the dark vein, her current cultivation might not be sufficient to activate it. From my observations, Mengwan's strength, upon unlocking her full potential, should be nearing the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm that if she cannot manage it properly, it could easily lead to irreparable calamities. Currently, Mengwan lacks the experience to wield such immense power, and she may very well lose control, Xuantian said, his brow tightly knitted in concern. Should she completely go berserk, it would not merely be a disaster. It could potentially lead to the annihilation of the entire continent. And that would merely be a trifling matter, he added gravely. The only course of action available now is to temporarily seal her sacred vein entirely. The red-robed guest articulated each word with precision. Is there a way to seal it, second brother? Xuantian inquired, a hint of doubt in his voice. Naturally, the red-robed guest replied with a subtle smile, retrieving a gem that shimmered with the clarity of crystal from his bosom. This is the sealing celestial stone gifted to me by eldest sister. It is exceptionally precious and possesses the ability to completely seal any latent powers within a being. However, it can only be used once. But utilizing it on your beloved disciple is indeed worthwhile. Once this celestial stone seals her potential, will it never be released again? Xuantian expressed his concerns. With that, the red-robed guest placed the celestial stone directly above Li Mengwan's chest. The stone emitted a bright, pure, pale blue radiance, gradually permeating Li Mengwan's body until it became one with her. At this moment, Xuantian suddenly chuckled. I wonder if second brother would like me to divulge your name and origin to Mengwan? The red-robed guest hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, No, no. If she were to learn that the esteemed founder of the Chongling sect is so inept, it would surely be a source of mockery. Qiqiong chided him. At your age, still unable to see through a mere name, it seems all those years of cultivation have been in vain. The two then exchanged hearty laughter. Mingwan, I am Qiqiong. When you awaken, it shall already be 2 years since your last memory. That red-robed guest has been personally repelled by me, and Sister Lan has also been saved. You need not worry. The surging power within you has been sealed by me, for otherwise, it would be prone to uncontrollable outbursts, with unimaginable consequences. When your cultivation is sufficient to master that power, the seal will automatically lift. Upon your awakening, you shall return to Moonshadow Island immediately. I have foreseen that the barbarian tribes will invade the territory of Jingwa from the sea in 2 years, with your current strength. A mere wave of your hand will suffice to resolve the matter. However, to exercise caution, you may strike with a blunt iron sword from 10 miles away to repel the barbarian forces, thus saving the nation from peril while concealing your own strength, truly a twofold benefit. As for the barrier I have set, you need not concern yourself. It will vanish automatically when your position overlaps with that of the phantom. I have gifted Sister Lan 3 pieces of message green leaves. Should they inexplicably fall into your hands in the future, examine them closely, for they may indicate she is in danger and seeking your assistance. Having conveyed his thoughts, Qiqiong retrieved a sword wrapped in layers of white cloth from behind him, placing it into a magical pouch essential for wandering the world, capable of holding immense weight. He concealed the pouch within Li Mengwan's bosom, and once more communicated the method of using the pouch and the intricacies of wielding the exquisite sword contained within. After concluding his instructions, Qiqiong traced a water-repelling circle around Li Mengwan with his index finger, then employed the 5 elements technique, tide of the vast sea, to restore the ocean's water level to its original state. As if everything that had transpired moments ago had never occurred, just as Qiqiong completed his arrangements, the red-robed guest appeared before him, smiling. Third brother, all mundane matters have been attended to. We may depart. Qiqiong nodded in understanding, and the two strode away, leaving no trace of their presence in the martial world thereafter. Li Mengwan's eyes reflected a look of confusion as she pondered. Who is Dusk? Xuantian forced a bitter smile as he tapped his forehead, an expression of deep apology etched across his face. That I apologize. I was so engrossed in my thoughts that I completely forgot your memory has yet to fully recover. The Dusk marks the formidable adversary we faced together shortly after our acquaintance, ultimately vanquished by you. Li Mengwan nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of his words. I understand. Upon witnessing such a demeanor from Li Mengwan, Xuantian felt a pang of compassion in his heart and gently reassured her. Mengwan, there is no need for concern. Your amnesia is merely temporary, and you shall surely regain your memories in due time. Li Mengwan inclined her head slightly and bestowed upon Xuantian a radiant smile capable of rejuvenating withered flora and fauna, effectively dispelling the melancholy and discontent that had accumulated within him. At that moment, their gazes locked, and in a fleeting instant reminiscent of past encounters, Xuantian found himself irresistibly captivated by the resplendent brilliance emanating from the 2 celestial springs within Li Mengwan's eyes. Bordering on enchantment, when Xuantian regained his senses, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, lamenting his lack of composure. Yet deep within, he recognized that it was not a deficiency of resolve but rather the irresistible allure of the other party that had ensnared him. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xuantian deliberately cleared his throat and remarked, Mengwan, when we first met, I was curious about your background, yet you were reluctant to share it with me. Why is it that now? Before Li Mengwan could finish her sentence, Xuantian grasped her right hand firmly and stated earnestly, Mengwan, how can you think such thoughts? I have not felt fear at all. Your power has not gone awry. It was merely unleashed in your desire to rescue your dear friend. Moreover, did you not mention earlier that your master has sealed that power? Li Mengwan shook her head and replied, I fear that the seal may not endure indefinitely, and I could become exceedingly dangerous. Controlling that power demands immense mental fortitude, and should my mind grow weary, it would spiral out of control, bringing forth endless calamity. The primary reason I recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara is to timely suppress that force. A moment of silence ensued, during which Li Mengwan felt Xuantian's grip tighten around her hand. Even so, when she saw the sorrow that plagued him, she could not restrain her desire to help him alleviate his suffering. Even if she could merely divert a fraction of his distress, it would be worthwhile. Li Mengwan's words struck Xuantian's heart like a hammer, evoking a profound sense of emotion and guilt that surged within him, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Gently, he wrapped his arm around Li Mengwan's shoulder and uttered a phrase that took him by surprise. "Mengwan, do not worry. I shall never leave your side in this lifetime." In that instant, a radiant glimmer of joy illuminated Li Mengwan's gaze as she softly replied, "Thank you." Tian Good as Xuantian's face lit up with astonishment, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Mengwan, have you begun to remember?" Outside, the autumn wind rustled, carrying a hint of chill, yet it could not diminish the gentle warmth that enveloped the room. To the north of the imperial city, a location was rigorously guarded by the Jingguo army. Thousands of elite soldiers patrolled day and night, their vigilance unwavering. This location is indeed the highly classified and forbidden royal tomb of Yasukuni. A shadow, cloaked in the dimness of the night, stealthily traverses the area within 100 paces of the royal mausoleum, its nimble and agile footsteps revealing that this individual is undoubtedly a master of lightness skill. The density of spiritual energy is unmistakably highest in this vicinity, if my senses are not deceiving me. The treasure must be located within the confines of this royal tomb. A beam of luminous moonlight cascades upon the shadowy figure, revealing a remarkably handsome visage, exuding an air of elegance and charm. His bright eyes shimmer with a dark purple glint, clad in a black stealth outfit that radiates a sense of cleanliness and precision. This individual is none other than Yi Chen, and the reason for his presence near the royal tomb at this late hour remains a mystery. At this moment, Yi Chen gazes towards the grand entrance of the royal mausoleum, guarded by hundreds of sentinels, and softly muses. It appears that attempting to infiltrate using mere lightness skills is utterly impractical. My movements would inevitably be detected. Perhaps I have no choice but to resort to that particular technique. Yi Chen takes a deep breath, channeling the genuine energy coursing through his meridians into his feet. Surrounding his feet, an accumulation of true power stirs, transforming the intangible essence into a tangible lightning-like force, flickering incessantly at his ankles. With a gradual bending of his knees, he positions himself for a leap, then propels himself off the ground with a powerful push. The amassed force beneath his feet effortlessly elevates Yi Chen to a height of 1,000 zhang, and he soars through the air, swiftly entering the interior of the royal tomb. Yi Chen's form is as graceful as a swallow, silently descending to the ground. The guards, oblivious to the intrusion of an outsider, remain unaware. Upon confirming the absence of patrolling sentinels within the tomb, Yi Chen bends down, gently placing his right hand upon the ground, invoking a spell he had previously executed in a basin in the northern region of Ningchuan. A soft purple luminescence emanates from his hand, rapidly radiating in all directions, permeating every corner of the royal tomb to ensure not a single spot is overlooked. With a solemn expression, Yi Chen holds his breath, focusing intently, unwilling to relinquish any clues regarding the treasure he seeks. Indeed, the vast and powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy are palpable in this vicinity, yet their source appears to be emanating from deep underground. To retrieve it, he must dismantle numerous tombs in the area. A course of action fraught with complications. What should he do? Yi Chen mumbles to himself, yet he cannot devise an ideal plan to extract the treasure from the depths below. Just as Yi Chen is lost in contemplation, two shadowy figures suddenly materialize in the high northern sky. He feels a formidable pressure of spiritual energy bearing down upon him, indicating the approach of powerful individuals. Instantly, he suppresses his own aura and hides behind an exceptionally tall gravestone. Before long, two men clad in black cloaks quietly appear within the royal mausoleum. Yi Chen immediately senses their arrival, further restraining his aura and concentrating his true energy in his ears, keenly listening to the conversation between the two. "This seems to be the only area we have yet to search," one of the cloaked figures remarks. Upon hearing their dialogue, Yi Chen's heart jolts, his brows knitting together in apprehension, fearing that these black-robed figures share the same objective as he does. After a prolonged silence, Yi Chen felt an agitation akin to being consumed by raging flames. After some time, one of the cloaked figures finally spoke. "Strange, there is nothing here. Could it truly not be atop Moonshadow Island?" Indeed, it was not here. It seemed only one last hope remained. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen could not help but be taken aback, as if the revelation of another treasure hidden on Moonshadow Island struck him with profound astonishment. Just as Yi Chen displayed signs of inner turmoil, An extraordinary phenomenon arose within the imperial tomb. Suddenly, a dark tempest swirled around the two cloaked figures, with an immensely powerful aura radiating outward from its center, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding void. Even someone as formidable as Yi Yichen felt an inexplicable discomfort in his breathing, which only subsided after a brief moment. Who could this formidable being be? Seemingly on par with my own strength? Yi Yichen's mind stirred with unease. As the tempest dissipated, a figure emerged, clad in attire nearly indistinguishable from the other two cloaked figures, evidently belonging to the same faction. There's no need to search further. We have located it atop a peak in southern Ningchuan. You two should hasten to join the others. The voice of this individual was deep and resonant. Despite his efforts to lower it, Yi Yichen, being fully attentive, could hear him distinctly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the figure transformed into a dark whirlwind and vanished without a trace. Yi Yichen cautiously peeked from behind the tombstone to assess the situation, just in time to witness the powerful figure dissolve into the black wind. He murmured to himself in a barely audible tone. So, these individuals are adept at spatial displacement spells. No wonder they can appear and disappear in an instant. While Yi Yichen contemplated this, the remaining two cloaked figures exchanged knowing glances, leaping into the air simultaneously, soaring toward the clouds, and swiftly heading southward to Ningchuan, the summit of Wangyue Peak in the Arc of Yu Ridge in southern Ningchuan. An eerie aura began to spread outward. Dozens of similarly attired cloaked figures formed a circle at the peak, simultaneously forming identical hand seals and softly reciting intricate and profound incantations. The low, sonorous chants resembled the whispered words of demons, resonating hauntingly in the tranquil night, instilling fear in all who heard them. An inky black light swirled and danced atop the peak, gradually tracing an ancient and complex magical formation. The pure black circular array consisted of 3 overlapping rings, encompassing an area exceeding 3 zhang. Upon the outermost ring were inscribed various bizarre and arcane symbols, densely packed and nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The central ring featured an array of peculiar magical beasts, including dragon-like creatures and monstrous birds. Within the innermost ring lay a depiction of numerous calamities and tragedies, the entire formation emanating an extremely sharp and chilling aura, as if it were freezing the air currents in the surrounding void. At the very center of the circular array, there was no design, only a blank expanse, from which a dark radiance suddenly surged upward, piercing the heavens and breaking through the 9 layers of clouds. In an instant, the peaks of the mountains abruptly split apart, and amidst the enveloping darkness, an object resembling a sword hilt slowly ascended from the fissure. Rather than a sword hilt, it would be more aptly described as a dagger's grip. For its size was overwhelmingly large and unwieldy. At first glance, it bore little distinction from the weapons wielded by ordinary guards. Lacking any ornate embellishments, it exuded an air of antiquity, dull and unremarkable. Were it not for 4 profoundly enigmatic runes etched upon its surface, it is likely that no one would find it worthy of their interest. Perhaps it is precisely this seemingly mundane and unassuming object, devoid of any resplendent form, that reveals an unparalleled allure. At this moment, Yi Yichen, having followed 2 cloaked figures to the vicinity of Wangyue Peak, was deeply captivated by the ordinary sword hilt, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon it, his expression shifting through a multitude of emotions in a brief span of time, from confusion to astonishment, from disbelief to sheer terror. Ultimately, Yi Yichen's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading upon his brow. As for the first time, pure fear was etched upon his visage. A historical tome titled The Catastrophe of Magic chronicles the events that transpired 5 centuries ago. The demon Lord Wushuang, devoid of humanity, delighted in the sight of bloodshed and the incessant wails of despair. In the 5 years of Wushuang's emergence into the world, he ruthlessly slaughtered over 1 million innocent souls, with scarcely anyone possessing the strength to contend with him. It is said that no one has ever endured more than 10 exchanges in combat against him, truly a pinnacle of power. The demon Lord Wushuang never divulged the name of his weapon. However, there was one who, having witnessed its full form and miraculously survived, meticulously rendered the blade upon paper. This individual was an artist, endowed with an extraordinary memory, thus capturing every detail of the runes upon the hilt with impeccable accuracy. In pursuit of a deeper understanding of this enchanted blade's intricate properties, the artist implored a wandering friend, who relished exploration, to seek out someone knowledgeable in the arcane runes of the demon realm. This friend, deeply loyal, ventured forth without hesitation. enduring countless hardships before finally discovering a descendant of the demon race who was amicable towards humans 3 years later. Upon first encountering the runes depicted in the artwork, this demon descendant felt a sense of familiarity but was unable to translate them immediately. Ultimately, he revisited an ancient tome penned thousands of years prior, uncovering the answers within. The 4 runes each represented a word, translating directly to catastrophic blade of reckoning. The demon descendant, upon deciphering these 4 characters, was struck with astonishment that it turned out that he was also a practitioner of remarkable skill, having secluded himself in a cave during the rampage of the demon Lord Wuxuang, thus remaining entirely oblivious to the calamity that unfolded between heaven and earth. Based on his understanding of the profound implications contained within these 4 runes, he candidly asserted that the spiritual power encapsulated within this catastrophic blade of reckoning was undoubtedly comparable to that of the 4 swords of extermination and the chaotic bell, among other innate treasures, perhaps even surpassing them in potency. According to the lore of the demonic lineage, even if the wielder has yet to transcend into the realm of enlightenment, possessing the knowledge to wield this sword may enable them to effortlessly vanquish foes of celestial stature. However, the bearer of this sword will inevitably be tainted by the malevolent aura it harbors, transforming them into a frenzied fiend who revels in cruelty and bloodshed. The artist, unwavering in his conviction regarding this demonic offspring's insights, expressed his gratitude and meticulously recorded the essence of their discourse, to ensure that the invaluable information he had painstakingly gathered would not be lost to time. The artist entrusted his works and notes to a talented scholar of that era, imploring him to compile these materials into a literary form for posterity, thus giving rise to the tome titled Demonic Calamity. At this moment, Yi Chen finally confirmed the existence of the formidable Calamity Blade, yet he remained engulfed in confusion, murmuring, "Every historical record speaks of the disappearance of the demon Lord Wuxuang near a small village on the borders of Penglai. Why then does his sword appear here?" Meanwhile, atop Wangyue Peak, a figure clad in black robes and draped in a deep purple cloak inquired of his companion, also garbed in dark attire, "How much longer until the seal on the Calamity Blade is lifted?" The black-robed subordinate respectfully replied, reporting to the deputy commander, "It should still require approximately an hour." Upon hearing the report, the deputy commander nodded slightly, stating, "This aligns closely with my estimations. We have just been discovered by others. Do any of you know who they are?" "What?" The expressions of the deputy commander's accompanying black-robed subordinates reflected astonishment, as they evidently sensed nothing of Yi Chen's presence. In unison, the group of black-robed figures responded, "We shall obey the deputy commander's orders." A glint of madness flickered in the deputy commander's eyes as he suddenly laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Let them come. The more, the better. I shall teach you rabble a harsh lesson, ensuring your pleas for mercy resonate until you kneel before me." Ha! The inhabitants of the demon realm are indeed driven to madness. It seems this assertion holds true, Yi Chen mused, without daring to waste a moment. Yi Chen soared at full speed towards the imperial city, swiftly reaching the palace's inner sanctum. To avoid alarming the guards patrolling in the dead of night, he silently descended into a secluded corner. As he prepared to seek out Xuantian, he realized he had forgotten that this was his first visit to the inner precincts of the imperial city, and he had no concept of where Xuantian's chamber might be located. Instinctively raising his gaze, he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover the vastness of the palace, which boasted numerous grand halls. If he were to search blindly, it would likely take 2 or 3 hours to find any clue. Yi Chen felt as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, consumed by anxiety and uncertainty. Just then, the door of a nearby chamber unexpectedly swung open, and a man emerged, clad in a resplendent white robe. Standing approximately 7 feet tall, though slightly slender, he exuded no sense of frailty. Appearing to be around 23 or 24 years of age, his features were well-defined, and his penetrating gaze revealed a blend of calmness and wisdom. Observing his demeanor, one could discern an air of refinement and dignity that set him apart from the ordinary. With a mere glance, Yi Chen instantly discerned that this individual was far from an ordinary person, and he felt an inexplicable trust blossom within him. Although Yi Chen was acutely aware that his presence in the Grand Palace South Inner Court was an exceedingly inappropriate act, the circumstances left him with no alternative. Should he fail to locate Xuantian, all would be in vain. Resolutely, Yi Chen strode purposefully towards the young man before him, unreservedly inquiring, "Esteemed brother, May I trouble you to pause for a moment? I seek to inquire about a person named Xuantian. I have urgent matters to convey to him, yet I am unaware of his whereabouts. I humbly request your assistance." The young man, momentarily taken aback by this request, quickly responded, "May I ask if you are a friend of Xuantian?" Yi Qin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am that. If you happen to know Xuantian's residence, I implore you to share it with me. The situation is dire, and we cannot afford any delay." The young man then replied with a serious demeanor, "I am Song Zhendong, a sworn brother of Xuantian. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Lacking knowledge of your true identity, I hesitate to disclose Xuantian's location to you. However, could you first reveal the urgent matter to me, and I shall relay it on your behalf." Upon learning of the young man's identity, Yi Qin's face lit up with joy, and he replied with a smile, "It is His Highness, Prince Ningchuan. I must apologize for my earlier discourtesy. I hold you in high regard. Having often heard the common folk sing your praises, it is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Given this, allow me to apprise you of the situation at hand." Yi Qin, without reservation, recounted in detail the occurrences atop Wangyue Peak, omitting only the part regarding his infiltration of the royal tomb. That he merely noted that the shadowy figures in black robes could be found wherever one looked, presumably searching for the fabled blade of slaughter. Although Yi Qin's words may have sounded fantastical, they were meticulously detailed, leaving no room for doubt. Astute as Song Zhendong was, he understood the veracity of Yi Qin's account. Yet he pondered why he had never once perceived the presence of these enigmatic figures. Lost in thought, he began to connect the dots of recent events, the emperor's sudden demise without warning, Shuai's inexplicable appearance on Moonshadow Island, Li Zixing's arbitrary conscription of soldiers, and Li Mengwan's abrupt loss of reason amidst the conflict between the barbarian tribes and the Tang forces. A subtle, undeniable connection wove through these occurrences, yet what was the nature of that link? As Song Zhendong integrated Yi Qin's revelations with the clues swirling in his mind, a sudden flash of insight struck him, as if he had unearthed a pivotal breakthrough. Could it be that the instigator of all these events was? Song Zhendong's expression morphed from shock to fury, his cheeks flushing crimson as the muscles in his face contorted into a grimace of rage. A sight he had likely never exhibited in his life. The air around him began to swirl violently, producing a sharp, whistling sound as it rushed together. At that moment, Song Zhendong's vital energy surged, coalescing into a visible, transparent aura enveloping his entire being, resembling a divine presence descending upon the mortal realm. In the depths of the night, Yi Qin observed a sudden transformation in Song Zhendong's demeanor. Just as he intended to inquire about the cause, he witnessed Song Zhendong abruptly pivot and dash towards the grandest of the sleeping palaces to the south. That moment, Li Zixing had yet to retire for the night, still engrossed in his reading within the front hall. Upon seeing Song Zhendong's reckless intrusion, a flicker of displeasure crossed his visage. Before Li Zixing could utter a word to question Song Zhendong's arrival, the latter swiftly approached him, seizing his lapel with an unyielding grip. "Li Zixing, you wretched beast, do you comprehend the magnitude of your transgressions?" Song Zhendong thundered with a voice heavy with fury. "Is my esteemed cousin unwell? Why speak such absurdities?" Li Zixing retorted, a forced smile adorning his face. "Everything I have done since ascending the throne has been for the welfare of the people. When have I ever committed acts of disgrace? Do you presume that your collusion with the demon clan goes unnoticed?" Song Zhendong's voice descended further into the depths, akin to the chilling silence of a deep well. "What collusion with the demon clan? Cousin, are you jesting?" Li Zixing's expression feigned indifference, yet the flickers of doubt in his eyes betrayed him, solidifying Song Zhendong's conviction in his own deductions, merely for your selfish gain. "You have ruthlessly slain your own father, transforming your sister into a demon, and condemned her to a life of suffering and despair. You have conscripted innocent citizens, sending them to the battlefield to serve your interests. Are you aware that you have committed an unforgivable sin?" Song Zhendong admonished with a resounding voice. The righteous rebuke from Song Zhendong left Li Zixing momentarily speechless, at a loss for how to defend himself. When the stark truth lay bare before them, no one could deny it in an instant. "Everything I have done is for the sake of the nation, not for personal desire. Now that I have triumphed over the Tang, my name is already renowned. What is there to lament?" After a moment of silence, Li Zixing finally countered. Song Zhendong shook his head in dismay. "Revitalizing the nation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day. Have you not considered the reasons behind the demon clan's assistance? How much pure altruism exists in this world? They offer you benefits, but there must be ulterior motives at play. Have you contemplated the potential consequences?" Upon hearing Song Jindong's words, Li Zixing's body trembled violently, beads of cold sweat slowly seeping from his forehead and cascading down to it. That moment, he knelt on the ground, his mind a blank slate, and the terror etched upon his face was palpable. Meanwhile, within the chambers of Li Mingluan, Xuantian remained vigilantly by the bedside, choosing not to depart, instead entering a state of restful contemplation. In contrast, Li Mingluan had succumbed to slumber. This serene and tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a series of knocks at the door. Xuantian gradually opened his eyes, furrowing his brow. Pondering, Dream Luan has only just fallen asleep. Who could be so impudent as to disturb her repose at such an hour? At that moment, a low yet somewhat magnetic voice resonated from outside. Little brother, are you inside? Upon recognizing Song Jindong's voice, Xuantian hastened to open the door without hesitation. Song Jindong gestured for him to step outside, and once Xuantian had exited, he signaled for him to close the door once more. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xuantian could only inquire, why does my elder brother not discuss matters with me inside? Could it be that you fear Dream One might overhear? Upon hearing this, Song Jindong nodded gravely and replied, Dream One's condition has only just begun to stabilize. We must not allow her to be subjected to any external influences. He then recounted everything he had learned from Yi Chen, along with his deductions based on the circumstances, to Xuantian in meticulous detail. That scoundrel will surely face my reckoning in the future, but for now, our immediate priority is to hasten to Wangyue Peak to thwart the plans of the demon realm. If they manage to reclaim the demon blade that caused the demise of countless lives 500 years ago, we may well be on the brink of an unprecedented catastrophe. Song Jindong's face betrayed his anxiety. The usually composed man was now visibly agitated. There is no time to lose. We must set off for Wangyue Peak at once, Xuantian asserted resolutely. The two men exerted themselves to the utmost, each showcasing the fastest speed they had ever attained as they raced toward Wangyue Peak. In a mere moment, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, where Yi Chen awaited their arrival. Pacing back and forth in a state of distress, upon spotting them, he hurriedly approached and inquired, Are we the only three? Could we not find any additional assistance? Song Jindong nodded in response, saying, The enemy is assuredly led by their chief, ensuring their actions proceed without fail. Currently, the only ones capable of putting up a fight are the three of us. Dream Luan is gravely injured and unable to engage. Any other combatants would likely prove no match for a single foe. So there is no need to incur further unnecessary casualties. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, nodded and declared, Very well. Let us ascend to the summit and confront them with all our might. Xuantian, filled with a sense of camaraderie, exclaimed, Indeed. Even if we are aware of our limitations, we cannot know the outcome unless we strive. Today, we shall expend every last ounce of our strength to ensure they do not prevail, with spirits high and unyielding resolve. The three men advanced resolutely towards the peak of Wangyue. As they reached the mountainside, a low yet resounding voice echoed from above. I have long anticipated the arrival of such noble warriors. I am Chiozei, the vice commander of the Black Fog Army, and I have been waiting for you. The trio approached the speaker, who was cloaked in a black cape and draped with a deep purple mantle, his features obscured by the hood, making it difficult to discern his face. However, Xuantian sensed an ominous aura emanating from him. Utilizing a sound transmission technique, he cautioned his companions. This individual possesses powers that likely surpass our own. We must not engage him directly. Rest assured, I shall swiftly put an end to their schemes, but you must exercise utmost caution. If you sense that you are at a disadvantage, retreat immediately without concern for me. Xuantian replied. Song and Yi nodded outwardly, but each harbored their own thoughts. Once their communication concluded, they sprang into action. Song and Yi, like two swift leopards, flanked Chiozei from both sides, while Xuantian sprinted directly toward the summit. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, all strategies appeared trivial, and their seemingly flawless plan crumbled in an instant. Suddenly, Chiozei turned half of his body, casting the purple cloak behind him towards the two assailants. A fierce gust of wind, sharp enough to uproot a millennium-old giant tree, immediately howled towards them. Although Song and Yi anticipated that Chiozei would proactively engage and had prepared to defend themselves, they could not have foreseen the sheer force of his strike. Thus, before they could solidify their true energy into a barrier, they were sent flying by the gale. That moment, they found themselves on a relatively narrow clearing on the mountainside. It was only through their utmost effort that they managed to withstand the wind's onslaught and stabilize their positions, preventing themselves from being knocked off the mountain. Xuantian felt a suffocating pressure descending upon him. Akin to a mountain pressing down on his chest. In a state of panic, he channeled all his true energy into his arms and crossed them before him in a desperate attempt to block the blow. Yet, Xiaozhe's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, sending Xuantian tumbling to the ground, where he landed on the solid earth, creating numerous cracks upon impact. Although the ground did not collapse, it was enough to demonstrate the unfathomable depth of Xiaozhe's power. Floating in midair, Xiaozhe chuckled and remarked, "With such meager skills, you dare to impede our progress. How utterly naive. However, we have come merely to retrieve the sacred artifact of the demon clan. Not to take lives. If you value your safety, I suggest you distance yourselves. Otherwise, should I fail to gauge my strength properly, it would be a grave miscalculation for all of you." Upon hearing Xuantian's words, Xiaozhe scoffed derisively and retorted, "With the combined strength of the three of you, you truly believe you can thwart us? You have quite the sense of humor. Even if I were to allow you to ascend the mountain and break the formation, I doubt you would survive to witness the array. Now is your chance to hide. Otherwise, I shall not have the time to dig your graves." The two immediately understood, and without further ado, they unleashed their most formidable techniques against Xiaozhe. Sword God's Finger, Dragon roams the world. Cloud Dragon Thunder strikes, almost materializing into existence. The azure sword energy transformed into a vividly animated golden dragon's fist, coupled with the thunderous dragon pattern descending from the heavens. The three tremendous assaults merged into one, carrying an unstoppable pressure akin to a mountain collapsing, surging towards Xiaozhe. The air was filled with explosive sounds, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of disintegration. In the face of such a formidable offensive, Xiaozhe remained unperturbed. As though he were merely watching a child's antics, he softly uttered a phrase, "Reversal secret technique, annihilation." Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The overwhelming force faded into inaudibility, and in the next instant, the trio's combined full-force strike vanished silently into the ether. Xuantian, witnessing the utter ineffectiveness of their united assault, felt a twinge of despair arise within him, losing all sense of direction regarding what actions to take next. However, Yi Chen spoke up at that moment. The reversal secret technique, as legend has it, is an art capable of turning an opponent's attack against them. I never expected such a sophisticated technique to originate from the demon realm. Experiencing it firsthand today, it truly lives up to its reputation and has opened my eyes. Xiaozhe, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, "I did not anticipate that your excellency possesses such extensive knowledge. However, my mastery of the counteracting secret technique is rather lacking, and I am still far from the supreme realm of returning the favor with the same means. Yet, it is sufficient to deal with the three of you." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice, reminiscent of a celestial being's gentle trill echoing through the heavens, suddenly resounded in the ears of all present. Three individuals may indeed be insufficient, but what if four were to join? Upon hearing this voice, Xuantian felt an immediate tremor within. Just when he had descended into profound despair, he had yearned to hear this voice above all else. Yet now, upon regaining his senses, he found himself reluctant to hear it. The only one capable of plunging Xuantian into such inner turmoil was none other than her. She possessed a cascade of hair as dark as ink, flowing gracefully over her shoulders, exuding an ethereal charm. Her eyes sparkled like divine springs from the heavenly realms, radiating a brilliance that rivaled the countless stars in the night sky. Her visage was flawless, devoid of even the slightest imperfection. From the moment she was born, those around her dared not gaze upon her for long, as though a mere glance could ensnare their souls, leaving them forever entranced. No artist, no matter how skilled, could capture her beauty, which surpassed even the most exquisite celestial maidens. Immortal gently grasped Xuantian's hand, channeling a refreshing stream of true energy into his meridians. Instantly calming his agitated spirit, she shook her head softly and smiled, saying, "Tian Gu, there is no need for concern. My meridians possess a commendable self-repairing ability, and my internal injuries have nearly healed. At that moment, Song Zhendong approached Li Mengwan, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "Mengwan, has your memory returned? How did you know we would come here? I recall that when Xuantian and I were discussing this matter, you were still in slumber." Mengwan bashfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Before I fell asleep, I had already recalled my past, by the time my cousin sought out Tiange. I was gradually awakening that I overheard you discussing matters behind my back, and, after you left, I began meditating to restore my energy. Once I regained some vitality, I hurried over. Yi Chen then chimed in. Your timing is impeccable. With just the three of us, we certainly cannot defeat Xiuzhe. However, with the princess's unfathomable prowess, your assistance will undoubtedly enable us to prevent the forces of the demon realm from successfully claiming that calamity blade. Though Xuantian observed that Li Mingwan appeared spirited and unharmed, he remained deeply concerned and wished to dissuade her from joining the fray, but Song Zhendong interjected before he could speak. Seeing that Song Zhendong had voiced his opinion, Xuantian refrained from further protest, focusing his energy for one final effort. At this moment, Li Mingwan proposed, you should transmit your true energy to me from a distance, and I shall strike first to see if we can defeat the enemy in one blow. All three understood the profundity and intricacy of Li Mingwan's techniques and responded in unison. Excellent. Meanwhile, Xiuzhe's expression darkened the moment Li Mingwan appeared, revealing a countenance tinged with considerable concern. After Li Mingwan conferred with the three individuals regarding their strategy, she clasped her fists and bowed respectfully to Xiuzhe, saying, This humble lady, Li Mingwan, seeks to learn from your esteemed self today. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of sorrow briefly illuminated Li Mingwan's eyes, yet this subtle fluctuation was so fleeting that none noticed any peculiarity. Then I shall prepare to receive your teachings. Do unleash your full capabilities, Xiuzhe replied, adopting a defensive stance, clearly harboring some trepidation towards Li Mingwan's prowess. Li Mingwan, undeterred, commanded the three behind her to take action. Instantly, they summoned their full energies, directing their vital force towards her. The severely weakened meridians of Li Mingwan, due to her injuries, were somewhat revitalized by the vigorous energies of the three, enabling her to sustain a semblance of her own energy for a brief period. Xiuzhe, possessing profound cultivation, discerned that Li Mingwan's absorption of the three's energies was not to augment her strength, but rather to mend her internal injuries and restore her meridians to a state of normalcy. Observing this, Xiuzhe furrowed his brow, contemplating. Though the cultivation of these three is not particularly deep, they cannot be deemed weak. However, I suspect that Li Mingwan is merely utilizing their combined energies to restore her meridians to a level where she can barely execute a single move. The higher one's cultivation, the more arduous the recovery from internal injuries that it seems. Then, that this young lady may even surpass me in skill. Li Mingwan's melodious and ethereal voice reached Xiuzhe's ears. Esteemed sir, please receive this humble lady's move. With a sigh that echoed through the ages, fading beauty, she drew her sword, danced with it, and sheathed it, all in one fluid motion. The sword light suspended in midair transformed into a tangible reality, resembling a cascade of resplendent and exquisite petals, cascading down like a shower from the heavens. Yet, few could perceive the peril concealed behind this breathtaking spectacle, the despairing and lethal crisis it harbored. It mirrored the pursuit of beauty, which inevitably culminates in the regret of waning youth, the chase for fame and fortune, which often leads to utter emptiness, the quest for longevity, which ultimately cannot escape the grim fate of being buried in the earth. This move seemed to encapsulate the essence of all these sentiments. As the myriad petals floated gracefully towards him, Xiuzhe experienced, for the first time in his life, an overwhelming sense of impending danger. A bone-deep terror seized him, momentarily paralyzing his capacity for thought, leaving him at a loss for how to confront the imminent threat. The moment he regained his composure, Xiuzhe immediately activated all his spiritual energy, raising his vigilance to its utmost. In response to Li Mingwan's unmatched sword energy, Xiuzhe had no choice but to exert his full strength to invoke the demonic secret technique, annihilation. Hoping to dissolve the multitude of petals, a technique shrouded in secrecy, it naturally possessed its own rationale for being deemed a secret art. The seemingly insurmountable descent of the petals began to slow, one by one vanishing into the void. Witnessing this, Xuantian could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, fearing that Li Mingwan's signature technique might be effortlessly unraveled by Xiuzhe as the torrent of flower petals finally ceased. Xiuzhe found himself at long last confronting a moment of liberation. Yet, his visage was devoid of color, and his breath was in disarray, a relentless panting escaping his lips. The spiritual energy within him had been nearly expended, and he was acutely aware that he could no longer afford to linger on the battlefield. In his current state of extreme weakness, he likely stood no chance against Xuantian and the others. Could the meticulously crafted scheme of the demon lord be thwarted by the mere presence of this woman? It was inconceivable. There must be further contingencies in place. With this thought, the anxiety that had gripped Qiuzhe began to ease, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, directing his gaze towards Li Mingwan. The very same Li Mingwan who had nearly cornered him with her formidable techniques now appeared to be gasping for breath even more fervently than he. Her vital energy teetering precariously on the brink of chaos, poised for an explosive eruption that in this moment. Li Mingwan desperately endeavored to regulate her breathing, striving to escape this peculiar reaction, yet she found herself in despair. For regardless of her efforts to suppress it, her internal energy surged like a tide, her heart rate and pulse racing beyond count, her entire being now fully immersed in a state of frenzy. The colors of the world around her morphed into a vivid crimson, a hue of bloodshed and slaughter, rendering everything in her sight lifeless, devoid of vitality. Xuantian, who had been monitoring Li Mingwan's every move, suddenly noticed her eyes turning a shade of blood, a dire omen that filled him with trepidation. In a moment of urgency, he called out to Song and Yi, "Quickly, help me restrain Mingwan's actions. We cannot allow her to act recklessly." Li Mingwan sensed her consciousness growing increasingly hazy, on the verge of plunging into an abyss of infinite depth. In a state of resignation, she closed her eyes, awaiting the final judgment of fate upon her. In the twilight glow of the setting sun, amidst the remnants of dusk, she stood unadorned by a cloak, devoid of a scythe. Yet this did not signify the disappearance of her former self. That figure remained just ahead, turned away from her, its desolate silhouette radiating profound solitude. This time, Li Mingwan felt no fear. She approached the figure from behind and gently placed her hand upon its shoulder. The figure turned to reveal a visage identical to her own, breathtakingly beautiful, and with a tone of perplexity, it inquired, "Why do you appear in this place?" "This realm belongs to me." Li Mingwan replied with an air of nonchalance. "You and I are intrinsically one. There is no distinction between us. Why should I not be present here? What transpires here is beyond your capacity to endure. You ought to depart swiftly, for this is not a place to linger. If one cannot bear the burden, then only evasion remains. You wish for me to become one who shuns reality, unable to confront my own transgressions, forever trapped in a deceitful dream." Li Mingwan asserted resolutely. "Even if you remain here, what can you possibly accomplish? I can prevent you. At this juncture, I am your sole salvation. I shall personally bring closure to all of this." After a prolonged silence, the wilderness lay shrouded in tranquility. At last, a warm utterance shattered the stillness. That pure and unblemished smile ultimately became the slender ray of light that pierced through the dusk's darkness. At this moment, amidst the reality, an unexpected turn of events had already unfolded at the midpoint of Wanhua Peak. Song and Yi had also sensed Li Mingwan's peculiar behavior, prompting them to rush forward alongside Xuantian. Attempting to thwart her further actions, the three of them charged together, swiftly targeting the acupoints on Li Mingwan's body that would render her weak and powerless. After easily achieving their aim, they collectively exhaled in relief. However, one must not underestimate Li Mingwan, who had succumbed to her demonic state. Even a direct blow to her acupoints would not affect her in the slightest. By the time Xuantian and the others realized the perilous situation, it was already too late. "The sword of my heart," cried out. Before the blade even left its sheath, the sword she had already transformed into rippling waves, spreading outward, carrying a chilling murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. Xuantian and the others were utterly unprepared for Li Mingwan's sudden counterattack. Although they reacted immediately to defend themselves, they were still unable to withstand the immense pressure that bore down upon them like a mountain, sending them flying backward. In a desperate attempt to stabilize themselves, they resorted to the undignified act of dropping to all fours, exerting every ounce of strength to prevent their bodies from plummeting off the platform into the abyss below. Qiuzhe, witnessing Li Mingwan's complete loss of control and her ability to reduce Xuantian and the others to such a pitiful state with a mere strike, felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, dispelling the gloom that had lingered after his earlier defeat by her. "Well done. This female hero need not show any mercy. Let her teach them a harsh lesson." Qiuzhe laughed heartily, his pride evident in his words. A glimmer of despair rose in Xuantian's heart. If just Qiuzhe was so formidable, how much more challenging would it be to contend with an ensorcelled Li Mingwan? The only viable course of action was to retreat swiftly and devise a longer-term strategy. The matter of the demonic blade could wait. With this thought, Xuantian immediately communicated with Song and Yi behind him. Mengwan has succumbed to her demonic state. You must leave this place swiftly and return to the palace to prepare for Li Zixing to seek aid from the 6 great sects. I shall remain here to awaken Mengwan. Upon hearing this, Song Zhendong immediately retorted, How can we leave you here? Do you not realize that you are courting death? Do you truly believe that the 2 of you can ensure my survival? It would only cost 2 more lives. Only I can restore Mengwan to her former self. You need not worry about me. If I cannot succeed, I will find an opportunity to retreat. If you still trust your little brother, then quickly take Yi away from here, Xuantian said with utmost seriousness. At this moment, Yi Chen also supported Xuantian, stating, Last time, it was brother Xuantian who calmed the princess. I believe he has the ability to do so again. Given the current situation, retreating is indeed the only viable strategy, so brother Song, do not dwell on it any longer. Xuantian smiled faintly, raising his right hand in an oath, saying, I swear that the next time my elder brother sees me, I will be a lively and vigorous little brother. Although his words appeared utterly sincere, the observant might discern a hint of melancholy lurking behind Xuantian's smile, that it bore the tragic weight of a hero resolutely choosing to face death. As he watched Song and Yi depart, Xuantian felt a slight sense of calm settle within him. Qiuzhe, seeing Song and Yi attempting to leave, bellowed, Where do you think you're going? Afterwards, disregarding his own frail condition, he resolutely pursued the 2 individuals. Upon witnessing this, Xuantian could not allow him to act as he pleased and immediately drew 2 immobilization talismans from his bosom, channeling his true energy to hurl them at Qiuzhe, striking accurately upon his back. With Qiuzhe's strength having diminished to a mere fraction, this blow rendered him utterly immobilized, unable to stir even slightly. Indeed, it was a true manifestation of the saying, a tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Yet did he believe that sealing my movements would grant him safety? How utterly laughable! Li Mengwan, slay him for me. Enraged after being struck, Qiuzhe bellowed vehemently that in that moment, Li Mengwan appeared to be under Qiuzhe's thrall. As she unleashed a series of sword energies directed at Xuantian, fully aware of Li Mengwan's prowess, Xuantian dared not confront her directly and could only evade left and right. Despite his swift dodging, the residual sword energies still tore several gaping holes in his clothing, leaving him in a most disheveled state. Mengwan awakened quickly to as Xuantian dodged the relentless onslaught of Li Mengwan's sword energies. He anxiously attempted to rouse her, but his divided focus resulted in several alarming wounds appearing on his body. Mengwan, please, look at me properly. I am Xuantian. You cannot continue like this. You must awaken swiftly. Mengwan, can you hear my voice? Although he received no response from Li Mengwan, Xuantian continued to speak fervently, refusing to pause even for a moment. Despite being grievously injured, he could not afford to flee nor to surrender, for he understood that if he abandoned Li Mengwan, there would be no one left to rescue her. Although Qiuzhe was unable to move, he found delight in the scene unfolding before him, cheering for Li Mengwan like a mischievous child. Well struck. Beautifully severed. Seeing that his entreaties had no effect on Li Mengwan, despair began to take root in Xuantian's heart as he pondered, Is there truly no way to restore Mengwan's consciousness? At that moment, his gaze fell upon the bracelet adorning Li Mengwan's right wrist, a trinket he had harbored suspicions about since it first appeared. The flickering violet light emanating from the bracelet further solidified Xuantian's conviction. He leaped up, drawing his sword from his back, and, in a frenzy, lunged toward Li Mengwan. The tip of his sword aimed directly at the bracelet on her wrist. However, before Xuantian could reach her, a sharp sword energy struck him down to the ground, adding injury to insult. The vast disparity in their cultivation levels left Xuantian with no opportunity to destroy the bracelet. With all hope extinguished, Xuantian slowly rose from the ground. Then, in a fit of desperation, shouted at Li Mengwan, Must you truly witness a scene of corpses strewn about, blood flowing like rivers before you awaken? If that is indeed the case, then kill me first. Let me be the first soul to perish beneath your sword. I refuse to bear witness to your descent into darkness. Li Mengwan seemed to have heard these words, as if she wished to align with Xuantian's desires, and drove her sword toward his chest. Xuantian closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. Yet, after a brief moment, he felt no pain nor sensed the approach of death. He opened his eyes, only to be confronted by the chilling sight of Li Mengwan's sword poised merely 2 inches from his chest. Utterly motionless, Xuantian glanced at Li Mingwan, only to find her suddenly plunging the sword into the ground, cradling her head in her hands. Her face contorted in an expression of excruciating pain that a sense of fortunate relief washed over Xuantian. As he recognized that the words he had spoken moments ago had finally borne fruit, he thought to himself, seizing this opportunity, if he could just destroy that bracelet, perhaps he could turn the tide. With this in mind, Xuantian lunged once more toward the bracelet adorning Li Mengwan's wrist. This time, she made no effort to resist. However, just as the tip of his sword was about to make contact with the bracelet, a sudden violet aura erupted from it, repelling his advancing blade. Xuantian attempted this maneuver repeatedly, yet each effort met with futility. It was at this moment he realized that this bracelet was a formidable treasure, impervious to all weapons. What could be done? The flickering hope that had ignited within him was abruptly extinguished, leaving Xuantian as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. That instant, another twist of fate unraveled. Li Mingwan, who had only just ceased her movements, suddenly withdrew the sword embedded in the ground, leaping into the air, soaring 100 feet high, suspended in midair. A brilliant azure radiance erupted from her sword, dazzling like the stars of the heavens, exuding an aura of celestial might. Witnessing this scene, Xuantian could not help but lament inwardly. It seems this will ultimately end in failure. Tian Gu, it is I. Mengwan, Tian Gu, please listen closely. I am ensnared by dark sorcery that has seized control of my body. I have only just regained a modicum of autonomy, yet this sorcery is far too potent. In this state, I can only maintain my control for a fleeting moment. Should the control revert back to the malevolent force, I fear I shall never reclaim it, and the consequences would be unfathomable. The only recourse now is for me to hold my body still, without any action, while you seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. This sorcery is not akin to the corpse-walking technique of the witch clan. Once the body is dead, the dark magic will disintegrate. Remember, you must show no mercy. You must sever all chances of my survival, or else countless souls on Moonshadow Island will surely perish by my hand. Upon hearing her words, Xuantian felt as though a thunderclap had resounded in his mind, leaving only a void in its wake. No, I cannot do this, Mengwan. Is there truly no other way? At this moment, his rationality began to wane, nearly forgetting to communicate telepathically, almost shouting out loud. This was the sole path forward. There was no time left for hesitation. Tian Gu, if you do not wish to witness scenes of carnage and rivers of blood any longer, then act swiftly. This is our final opportunity. Li Mingwan's urgent tone finally made Xuantian acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The horrific scenes she described transformed in his mind into ghastly visions of hell, haunting him relentlessly. In that fleeting moment, he cast aside all emotions that resided within his heart. Xuantian bellowed in a frenzy, unleashing the anguish buried deep within him. The next instant, he charged towards the suspended figure of Li Mingwan with his sword drawn. The howling wind roared in his ears, echoing like a lamentation, akin to weeping, as though recounting a poignant and sorrowful tale. Xuantian dared not raise his gaze to meet that figure directly, keeping his head bowed and blindly forging ahead through the tempest. Yet, he ultimately came to a halt, standing squarely before Li Mingwan. He lifted his gaze, earnestly fixating upon the exquisite visage of Li Mingwan, as if he wished to etch her features into his memory. Inch by inch, Xuantian's attention ultimately settled upon the enchanting depths of her radiant eyes, and in that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, ceasing its relentless flow. What he discerned within those eyes was an ocean of boundless and profound love, a love that enveloped him in layers upon layers, ensnaring his very soul in its embrace, rendering him eternally unable to escape. Vivid scenes unfurled in Xuantian's mind, akin to a fleeting panorama. The tender moments shared within the royal gardens, the trials faced together in the city of Xinghua, the unwavering protection on the battlefield. Each of these memories had carved an indelible mark upon his heart, a mark that would never fade. Thoughts of descending into darkness or traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood were now inconsequential. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, cascading down until his vision blurred, making even Li Mengwan's figure indistinct. Though he still clutched his sword, the blade could no longer approach her in the slightest. Li Mingwan gazed quietly at the tear-streaked Xuantian before her, untouched by his sorrow. On the contrary, she smiled, a smile so radiant that it moved the very heavens and earth, rendering the chilling wind that whipped across their faces less severe. The obligations that were rightfully hers should not have been imposed upon another, especially not upon such a kind-hearted soul faced with such a harrowing choice. Tiangu, I am sorry. Please forgive Mengwan this final act of willfulness. The pure black gown worn by Li Mengwan billowed in the fierce wind, yet her unwavering resolve remained steadfast throughout, summoning the last vestiges of her spirit. She concentrated the energy still within her feeble grasp. With that flicker of strength, she resolutely lunged toward the glinting blade that in that instant. The world fell silent. The merciless tip of the sword pierced through her chest, emerging from her back, inflicting an irreparable wound. Crimson blood splattered through the air, that vivid scarlet becoming the sole hue in the realm, irreplaceable. She was simply exhausted, yearning for a warm embrace in Xuantian's arms. Even while enduring the agony of the sword's thrust, she found boundless satisfaction. For Xuantian, the world ended the moment Li Mengwan collided with the blade. Now, he wandered aimless depart from this place, and return only when the day comes that you can stand alone to face all challenges. Would you be so kind, Tiangu, as to grant Mengwan this one request? In an unexpected turn, Xuantian did not dismiss her plea. He stiffly nodded in agreement. Instantly, Li Mengwan's face illuminated with a joyful and comforting smile. Her unparalleled, beautiful eyes gently closing, her hands slipping from Xuantian's grasp, quietly falling to her sides as the last vestige of her vitality faded away. The malevolent bracelet that had tormented Li Mengwan transformed into a streak of purple light, detaching itself from her wrist and soaring into the unknown. In an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously, and torrential rain poured down. The heavens wept, and the clouds mourned. The pure and unblemished orchids of the secluded valley ultimately succumbed to the relentless ravages of fate. Wilting in sorrow, Xuantian stood in the midst of the tempest, holding Li Mengwan's increasingly icy body, lost in a daze as the icy rain lashed against his face, finally restoring his senses, gradually awakening him from his stupor. That moment, the binding talisman on Qiuzhe had lost its power. Although he regained his freedom, the depletion of his true energy restrained him from acting recklessly. Xuantian maintained his stance, cradling Li Mengwan as he approached Qiuzhe, each step taken with excruciating slowness and difficulty, as if the heart-wrenching pain within him permeated every corner of his being. Seeing Xuantian advance, Qiuzhe scoffed. What? Do you wish to avenge her? Just you alone? What can you possibly do to me? When Xuantian attempted to speak, he realized his voice had become hoarse, akin to that of a weary old man. I naturally intend to settle this score with you, but not at this moment. I am well aware that I am not your match now. The matter of the demon blade taken by your realm is beyond my intervention. Yet if you are not a coward, then agree to my proposition. Remain here. After 7 days, we shall have a reckoning atop Kuixing Peak, at which time it will be just the two of us, free from any interruption. Qiuzhe laughed heartily in response. What is there to fear in agreeing? Do you think that by then you will have mastered any formidable skills? So be it, Xuantian replied gravely. 7 days hence, at dusk, atop Kuixing Peak, we shall not part ways. Qiuzhe chuckled lightly. At that time, I shall fear you might falter and shy away, leaving me to wait in vain for these 7 days. A man of honor cannot retract his word once spoken. Very well, I shall certainly oblige this moment. Xuantian had completely forgotten the promise he made to Li Mengwan, his mind clouded by vengeance as he recklessly struck a 7-day pact with Qiuzhe. Within the Jinghua Imperial Palace, it was now the early hours of the morning. Shrouded in an eerie silence, he continued to hold Li Mengwan in the same position as before her passing. Unwilling to release her even for a moment, Xuantian approached the only brightly lit chamber within the palace, where the guards, already familiar with him, offered no resistance, though they regarded the seemingly gravely injured Princess Huiyang in his embrace with puzzled expressions. While the guards contemplated inquiring, they deemed it impolite and ultimately fell silent. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Song Zhendong standing before Xuantian. The instant the door opened, he beheld Li Mengwan, cradled in Xuantian's arms, her eyes tightly shut. Upon this sudden revelation, a wave of shock washed over him, and he hurriedly inquired of Xuantian, "What has happened to Mengwan? Is she injured? How grave is her condition?" The moment he posed the question, it stirred the lingering sorrow within Xuantian, which had barely settled, and he immediately burst into uncontrollable tears. Witnessing Xuantian's distressing display, Song Zhendong felt an icy chill envelop his heart. He instinctively reached to check Li Mengwan's breath, only to discover that she had already departed from this world. A profound grief etched itself upon Song Zhendong's visage, though he shed no tears. He appeared to age several years in an instant, his demeanor utterly despondent. Eldest brother, this is all my fault. If I had not insisted on staying there, Mengwan would surely be safe. It is I who should be cursed. At that moment, Xuantian's throat had become so parched that it was nearly impossible for him to utter a sound, and Song Jindong could scarcely discern his words. With a long sigh, Song Jindong suggested, "You have endured this rain for far too long. Let us retreat indoors so you may change your garments and recount the events that transpired." He tenderly lifted Li Mengwan's lifeless body from Xuantian's arms, whispering, "I shall place her in the cellar for now. After you have shared the full account with me, we will take her to the mortuary, where arrangements for her burial will be made." Xuantian nodded in acknowledgement, and Song Jindong promptly instructed the guards to assist Xuantian with a bath and fresh clothing. By the time Xuantian had refreshed himself, Song Jindong had already arranged Li Mengwan's body with care. The two then sat beside the tea table in the hall, and Xuantian poured himself a cup of tea, allowing his thoughts to settle before he began recounting everything that had transpired after he and Yi Yichen had departed, omitting only the matter of his duel with Qiu Zhe. After half an hour, Xuantian finally reached the conclusion of his tale. "The demon blade has been taken by them. I was utterly powerless to stop them and could only watch helplessly as they departed unimpeded." Song Jindong, moved by the gravity of the situation, sighed, "Only Mengwan could make such a fearless choice. I doubt I could have done the same in her stead. In this way, she has finally escaped the torment of her demonic transformation, which can be seen as a form of liberation. The latent power of the demon realm exceeds all imagination. We shall face many arduous days ahead." Xuantian's expression darkened as he spoke. Rising to his feet, Song Jindong remarked, "We have discussed enough for now. Let us take Mengwan's body to the mortuary. It is best to address her final affairs with haste." Xuantian nodded in agreement, and together they retrieved Li Mengwan's body from the cellar. Transporting it to the mortuary under the cover of night, Song Jindong summoned the mortuary's head, who had already retired for the evening. Upon seeing Li Mengwan's lifeless form, he was nearly overcome with shock and promptly called for an embalmer to conduct a thorough examination. After the examination, the embalmer meticulously inquired into every detail of the events surrounding her demise, recording them with great precision. The head of the mortuary ultimately decided to report to His Majesty the following day, announcing to the world the grand funeral arrangements for the princess. Without delay, Song Jindong made his way to the innermost chambers of the royal palace, seeking an audience with the emperor. Upon reaching the threshold of the emperor's quarters, Song Jindong inquired of the guards about the situation within, for if Li Zixing had already retired for the night, he would be unable to meet with him as anticipated by Song Jindong. Li Zixing remained in a perpetual state of panic ever since he had been reprimanded by Song Jindong. He was unable to find solace, and thus, sleep was an impossibility. Consequently, Song Jindong summoned a guard to announce his presence. Moments later, the grand doors of the palace opened, and Li Zixing personally emerged to welcome Song Jindong inside. As soon as they were seated, Li Zixing impatiently queried, "Were you successful in thwarting the plans of the demonic realm? Have they been expelled by your forces?" At this moment, Song Jindong's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky, his voice icy and unyielding like the most frigid of winters. "What do you mean by that?" Li Zixing replied gravely, his expression tinged with indignation. Unperturbed, Song Jindong recounted, in meticulous detail, everything that transpired that night with Xuantian and Yi Yichen at Wangyue Peak. Upon hearing Song Jindong's account, Li Zixing felt as though the very fabric of his world had collapsed before his eyes. The taut string of his mental fortitude snapped with a resounding crack, leaving his mind a void where meaning once resided. He had committed patricide, framed his own sister, squandered the people's resources, and incited chaos. What were the repercussions of these actions? The dream of the Jinghua's supremacy lingered as mere fantasy, while the Li royal family faced utter ruin, and the demonic realm was poised to rise again. Bolstered by his assistants, Li Zixing laughed maniacally, and in that instant, his once raven hair turned to a ghostly white. Overnight, the youthful emperor of Jinghua appeared to have aged decades, his hair now silver, his visage lined with deep wrinkles, and even his gait had grown unsteady, as if he were a man on the brink of death. Furthermore, he had succumbed to a deranged state, incessantly muttering nonsensical phrases, punctuated by bouts of maniacal laughter, his symptoms alarmingly severe. The imperial physician, upon conducting an examination, shook his head and lamented, "If His Majesty continues in this condition, it may be difficult for him to endure even a year." Once this news spread, Chaos erupted within the court. Who could have foreseen that the impetuous young emperor would transform into such a lamentable state overnight? The ministers were struck with anxiety, fearing for their own futures. The following morning, during the court assembly, the Prime Minister of Jingwa proposed the establishment of a regent, a suggestion that was met with widespread agreement among the ministers. After a fervent debate, consensus was reached. The regent would be Song Zhendong of Ningchuan, who would manage all affairs of the court. Since Li Zixing had yet to produce an heir, should he be deemed incapable of recovery or should he pass away, Song Zhendong would ascend the throne as the next emperor of Jingwa. No sooner had the morning assembly concluded than the somber tolling of funeral bells echoed through the palace, ringing persistently for what felt like an incense's length of time. Before long, a eunuch from the funeral services emerged, proclaiming in a loud voice, "Princess Huiyang has passed away." Words spread rapidly. Within moments, the entirety of the palace was engulfed in this thunderous news. Princess Huiyang was known for her generosity, kind nature, and amicable disposition, earning the love and respect of all within the palace from a young age. Now that she had departed this world, many who had received her kindness could not help but shed tears, lamenting the injustice of fate. As the palace was enveloped in a shroud of sorrow that in the stillness of the night following the revelation of her son's madness, the Empress Dowager wept inconsolably, her tears flowing throughout the hours. Now, upon hearing the tragic news of her daughter's untimely demise, she fainted, her eyes rolling back in shock, plunging the imperial court into chaos. The funeral service had already prepared Li Mengwan, having bathed and dressed her, placing her within a splendid Nanmu coffin, awaiting the moment of her final departure. After the funeral arrangements were meticulously completed, Song Zhendong audaciously summoned a group of monks to chant scriptures for Li Mengwan's salvation, preempting the intervention of the Ministry of Rites, and merely a day later, he sent the monks away. He then promptly ordered the funeral service to proceed, with Li Mengwan's burial in the imperial mausoleum. This event swiftly echoed throughout the imperial city, becoming common knowledge. Many who mourned the loss of Princess Huiyang were incensed by Song Zhendong's actions, expressing their discontent. Others were filled with perplexity, questioning why Song Zhendong, as the princess's cousin, would hastily make such a decision. Amidst the turmoil enveloping the imperial city, Xuantian was deeply engrossed in his cultivation within the realm of the Heart Sword, vowing to master the Heart Sword within 7 days. From the moment he laid eyes on Xiuzhe, he had deemed him the instigator of Li Mengwan's transformation, and the thirst for vengeance had driven Xuantian to madness, causing him to forget the principle of patience and cultivation. On the night of Li Mengwan's burial, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars. Atop Xuantian Peak, 2 figures stood in contemplation. Upon closer inspection, one was none other than the last remaining princess of Jingwa, Princess Jingwa Lin Baozhu, accompanied by her devoted maid, Kaiyun. Lin Baozhu, parting her crimson lips, spoke to Kaiyun. "I initially intended to thwart the plans of the demon realm alone, yet unexpectedly, Brother Tian and Sister Luan preempted me. A miscalculation indeed. It seems the Lord of the demon realm is indeed a sage. We must exercise greater caution in our future endeavors." Kaiyun chuckled softly. "If it were not for your reluctance to reveal your identity, we would not have encountered such tribulations. Even if Xiuzhe himself were present, he would be of little consequence in your eyes. One cannot dismiss the matter so lightly. By my intuition, the Lord of the Demon Realm's cultivation is undoubtedly on par with mine. Revealing my identity recklessly could invite calamity. It would be wise to avoid public appearances henceforth," Lin Baozhu advised cautiously. "Whatever my lady says shall be regarded as law. I shall comply without question." Kaiyun responded with a playful laugh. Lin Baozhu shook her head, raising her right hand to gently pat Kaiyun on the head, saying, "Oh, dear Kaiyun, even the illustrious fairy Kaiyun can be so childish. Enough jesting. We must now attend to serious matters. My lady, is it truly appropriate to have King Ningchuan bury Miss Mingwan within 2 days?" Kaiyun, now devoid of her playful demeanor, inquired earnestly, upon receiving Tsayun's nod of understanding. Lin Baozhu replied seriously, "Inform the Empress of my intentions. I shall proceed to the underworld to safeguard Sister Luan's safety. Do you comprehend? If I fail to grasp that, then I shall no longer consider myself a fairy, but rather a fool," Kaiyun retorted with a huff. "Enough of the frivolities. Be swift," Lin Baozhu urged. Kaiyun bowed to Lin Baozhu, saying, "My lady, take care of yourself." As her words fell into silence, her figure vanished, as if she had evaporated from the mortal realm. Lin Baozhu gazed up at the night sky, her voice trembling slightly. "Sister Luan, Wait for me. Yu Shue is coming to rescue you. In the realm of Jiyo Yingshan, the underworld, the two messengers of death, Heichong and Baichong, wore expressions of profound confusion. Behind them followed an ethereal beauty, her mesmerizing eyes shimmering with radiant light. It was Li Mingluan, who had recently departed from this world. The messengers escorted Li Mingluan into the court of judgment, where they stood before the presiding judge, Judge Chui. After bowing respectfully, Baichong addressed Chui. When we attempted to capture this soul, we found that the soul-binding rope could not ensnare her. How should we proceed? Judge Chui scrutinized Li Mingluan from head to toe, but discerned nothing particularly unusual about her. He then opened the Book of Life and Death for a meticulous examination. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you Li Mingluan?" Li Mingluan nodded and replied respectfully, "Indeed, this humble woman, Li Mingluan, pays her respects to the judge." Judge Chui's countenance grew grave as he intoned, "You have committed heinous acts in the mortal realm, with countless souls perishing by your sword. Are you aware of the gravity of your crimes?" Slowly lowering her head, Li Mingluan's face was etched with sorrow and remorse. Tears welled in her eyes as she uttered, "Innocents have been mercilessly slain. I deserve the depths of the Avicii hell." Judge Chui gently set down the Book of Life and Death, sighing deeply, "If you are aware of this, why did you not reconsider your actions from the outset?" Li Mingluan's multitude of transgressions rendered her irredeemable. Therefore, she was sentenced to fall into the depths of Avicii hell, where she would not attain rebirth within this calamity. Judge Chui solemnly pronounced the unyielding verdict. As his words echoed, a radiant light burst forth from the spirit mountain, and a golden figure descended in an instant before the court of judgment. Majestic and compassionate, it was the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, a constant presence in the underworld. Upon witnessing this sight, Judge Chui, Heichong, Baichong, and the multitude of ghost officials were struck dumb with astonishment, for they had never seen the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva personally visit the court of judgment. Li Mingluan stood momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure, though she hesitated to approach. Instinctively, she looked to Judge Chui for guidance. He nodded affirmatively, urging her to pay her respects to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Thus, Li Mingluan stepped out of the grand hall and knelt humbly before the Bodhisattva, touching her forehead to the ground as she proclaimed, "This humble woman, Li Mingluan, pays her respects to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva." The Bodhisattva, with a benevolent smile, replied, "Rise. I have come today merely to share a few words with you." Li Mingluan stood slowly, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked the Bodhisattva, "I am burdened with grave sins and am on the verge of entering Avicii hell to face my punishment. I am filled with trepidation and do not know what teachings the Bodhisattva may impart." Although Li Mingluan could not fully comprehend the Bodhisattva's wisdom, she felt as though a veil had been lifted from her mind, as if she had received a profound revelation. The pent-up emotions within her were released, and she experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort and gratitude. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva smiled gently, reciting, "Abstain from all evils. Engage in all good deeds. Only when past karma is extinguished can one attain enlightenment." With that, the Bodhisattva transformed into a beam of golden light and ascended back to the spirit mountain. Li Mingluan resolutely shook her head, stating, "The Bodhisattva merely instructed me to repent and renew myself. Even within Avicii hell, I must not abandon my practice," but did not convey any particular commands. Chui Pan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to summon the foremost among the 10 Yama kings, King Qingguang, to address this matter. King Qingguang had just witnessed the astonishing sight of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva appearing in the court of judgment and was profoundly astonished upon hearing Chui Pan's account. He could not help but harbor profound doubts regarding the identity of the extraordinarily beautiful ghost before him. King Qingguang inquired, "Might you be the reincarnation of a deity from the 33 heavens? Why have I never heard anyone speak of you?" Li Mingluan shook her head and, with a look of confusion, replied, "I am merely an ordinary mortal. Is there something amiss with my identity?" Observing that Li Mingluan's demeanor did not suggest deceit, King Qingguang's curiosity about her true identity intensified. However, recognizing that further questioning would yield no answers, he opted to shift his approach and posed the same question he had asked Chui Pan earlier. "Did the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva not impart any particular instructions to you? You must disclose them without concealment. Should our negligence lead to a misjudgment, it would invoke heavenly retribution. You need not harbor any reservations." At that moment, admiration flickered in King Qingguang's eyes as he nodded slightly and addressed Chui Pan, "Let the original judgment stand. confine her to the inferno of Avicii. Upon hearing this, Li Mingwan felt an unexpected sense of relief. A faint smile of acceptance gracing her lips. I in the 18th layer of hell, the Avicii. It is said that time and space cease to exist, leaving only boundless suffering and loneliness. Once one enters this realm, it is akin to sinking into an unfathomable swamp, with little chance of escape. The ghostly wardens of Avicii awaited their new guest, relishing in the act of bestowing upon these sinners endless torment. Without granting them the mercy of death, to live in such agony was the most unbearable state for any sentient being. The ghostly wardens beheld Li Mengwan's ethereal beauty, surpassing even that of celestial beings. They were taken aback. It was their first encounter with someone of such exquisite appearance in this place. Typically, those who frequented this realm bore visages repugnant enough to reveal their rightful place in hell at a mere glance. Yet, the wardens had witnessed an array of individuals bearing vastly different karmic burdens arriving here, and they had long since grown accustomed to the peculiarities of such appearances. One of the ghostly wardens stepped forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face, and addressed Li Mingwan. My dear lady, considering your remarkable beauty, may I inquire as to the sin that has led you to be condemned to this place of punishment? A glimmer of sorrow crossed Li Mingwan's eyes as shall we begin with the mountain of blades? The leader of the ghostly soldiers inquired tentatively. Upon seeing Li Mingwan nod in agreement, he waved his hand grandly, and the multitude of ghostly soldiers vanished without a trace. Li Mingwan felt the world before her swiftly transform, the ground beneath her feet instantaneously morphing into countless sharp blades. Leaving no place for her to set foot, she gazed around. A dark expanse filled with lethal instruments loomed, dense and overwhelming. It was more akin to a forest of blades than merely a mountain. Barefoot, Li Mingwan stepped upon the gleaming, icy-edged blades, yet her delicate feet, as white as jade, showed no signs of being pierced. I have heard my master speak of how even souls possess form and perception, with their sensory acuity often surpassing that of the corporeal body. Otherwise, how could hell inflict suffering upon the spirit? But why do I feel nothing at this moment? What could possibly be amiss? Li Mingwan pondered inwardly. Contemplating this, Li Mingwan made a fearless decision. Since she had come to endure suffering and seek reflection, why not do so thoroughly? With that resolve, she leaned forward and fell directly upon the sharp edges of the blades. Her vital areas exposed to the standing swords. However, the piercing cries of blades meeting flesh and the gruesome sight of rivers of blood did not come to pass. Those instruments of death, which would be deemed lethal in the mortal realm, failed to pierce Li Mengwan's ethereal form. They were repelled by an unseen force, leaving not a single mark upon her. Why? What could be the reason? Is it that heaven is unwilling to grant me even the opportunity for atonement? At this moment, Li Mengwan felt an overwhelming sorrow. Tears like glistening jewels surged forth from her eyes, cascading onto the blades below, their surfaces glimmering coldly as they absorbed her tears. What others perceived as fortune was, in her heart, the greatest punishment, illuminating the profound pain that the inferno had inflicted upon her. It was an unending remorse and an unforgivable regret. In an instant, a spark of insight flickered within the depths of Li Mengwan's soul. What is hell truly? Where does it reside? Do all souls suffering in hell endure the same punishment? Are all sinners in hell confined to the same scene? No, clearly, that is not the case. Hell is constructed by the heart, shifting with one's deeds. The myriad scenarios presented in hell are the most direct reflections of the sins committed in this life. The beings of the present and herself in hell are akin to two ends of a mirror, the sole distinction being the transformation from perpetrator to sufferer, in the realm of the living. Li Mingwan is besieged by her inner demons. In hell, she is tormented by them. To liberate herself from this unending torment, she must first conquer her inner demons, seated cross-legged upon the mountain of blades. Li Mingwan diligently cleared her mind of all distractions, concentrating her will to a single point, gradually entering a state of tranquility. Before her, her own figure draped in a cloak, wielding a scythe, reappeared, exuding an air of arrogance as it spoke. What? Do you wish to rid yourself of me? Do you think that is possible? The manifestation of thought becomes reality. What in this world is beyond the realm of possibility? Li Mingwan replied with a serene demeanor. Unperturbed by the challenge, the heart demon of Li Mengwan spoke in a deep voice. Your desire for power is rivaled by none in this world, a truth I understand more profoundly than you do. To save others, one must possess strength. To acquire such strength, one must disregard all consequences. and spare no expense. In the pursuit of power, you shall vanquish countless adversaries, trampling them beneath your feet as mere stepping stones. Harm and salvation must engage in an equitable exchange. Otherwise, neither can truly exist. While your argument appears compelling, it is, in essence, sheer folly. Those who harbor selfish intentions seek physical might, a force that serves only to inflict harm, ultimately detrimental to both self and others, leading to inevitable calamity. Conversely, those who are selfless pursue spiritual fortitude, cultivating wisdom while refining their essence, rescuing others while also redeeming themselves. What joy could be greater? One phrase I find particularly irksome is harm and salvation must engage in an equitable exchange. Your belief stems from the murderous intent that resides within me, a constant echo of slaughter. It is crucial to understand that harm and salvation must never be conflated. When you devote yourself wholeheartedly to the path of salvation, the distinctions between friend and foe, good and evil, dissolve among the vast populace who does not yearn for spiritual redemption. As Li Mingwan uttered her final word, the apparition of the heart demon began to fade gradually, ultimately vanishing into the ether. At that moment, the scenery surrounding Li Mingwan transformed. The dense mountains of blades morphed into a raging sea of flames. Yet, within this tempest of fire, the flames did not take on their usual form. Each flicker of flame manifested as a lotus blossom, petals unfurling like a myriad of red lotuses blooming around Li Mingwan. This was the legendary Red Lotus Inferno, capable of purging all evils, accessible only to those of supreme wisdom and fortune. Li Mingwan endured the searing embrace of the Red Lotus flames. She instantly regained all sensory perception of her ethereal form, feeling a torrent of scorching heat and the agony of the flames enveloping her, fiercely eroding her will. Yet, this suffering was a source of delight for her. This state was precisely what she had long sought. Nothing could now shake her indomitable resolve. Unbeknownst to her, amidst the tempering of the inferno, Li Mingwan sensed her body and spirit undergoing a transformative metamorphosis akin to a cataclysm. At this moment, a captivating figure stood at the entrance of the infernal realm. Cloaked in a garment as white as snow, it accentuated her skin, pale as jade, with brows like distant mountains, a delicate nose, and cherry-red lips. The brilliance within her enchanting eyes sparkled like stars and moons, flowing gently like rippling waves. Though breathtakingly beautiful, she exuded an aura of understated elegance. Her features were so impeccably perfect that even the most talented artists would find themselves at a loss, unable to capture her likeness. She carried with her a fragrance as refreshing as the first snow of winter, distinct from the mundane scents of the mortal realm, invigorating all who inhaled it. Her exquisite visage and ethereal grace left the guardian stationed at the entrance of the infernal realm utterly spellbound. In just a few short days, two unparalleled beauties, each surpassing even the fairest celestial beings, had graced this place, leaving the guardians in a state of astonished disbelief. The young woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Princess Lin Baozhu of Jinghua, as if she were a vision of Lin Baozhu exquisitely enhanced. However, Lin Baozhu had always lived in seclusion, her whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Her father had passed away on the eve of her birth, and her mother chose to become a nun shortly after, leaving her to be raised by palace maids to the tender age of 5. She suddenly expressed a desire to learn sorcery, prompting those within the palace to seek the current Grand Master of the Shengyao sect, one of the 6 great sects of the realm, who took her as his apprentice. Lin Baozhu journeyed to the sacred peak of Shengyao sect located in Baijilu Prefecture, where she spent a decade honing her craft before returning. What transpired during those 10 years remains a mystery to all. Lin Baozhu was enshrouded in secrets. Was the visage of Princess Jingwei merely a facade? At that moment, Lin Baozhu addressed the gatekeepers among the specters, saying, "Please summon your leader. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." The specters exchanged glances, and one of them queried, "Who are you? What business do you have with our leader?" Lin Baozhu retrieved a mirror adorned with 9 golden dragons from her waist and handed it to the inquisitive specter, stating, "Take this to your leader. He will recognize my identity. Be swift." Upon realizing the mirror was no ordinary object, the specter refrained from further questioning and hastened to find their leader. A short while later, the specter leader appeared, cradling the mirror and hurriedly approaching Lin Baozhu. He knelt before her, presenting the mirror with utmost reverence, and, with a hint of apology, remarked, "I was unaware of your highness's visit and regret not having welcomed you properly. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Lin Baozhu gestured for silence and replied solemnly, "What princess? I fail to comprehend. I am Lin Baozhu. Yes, Miss Lin. May I inquire what brings you to our realm of the abyss today?" The specter leader responded in kind that I do not possess any extraordinary requests today. I simply wish to take someone with me. Lin Baozhu replied. That might pose a challenge. The specter leader hesitated, his expression betraying uncertainty. The rules of the underworld were exceedingly stringent, and should one transgress, they risked sharing the same fate as the sinners. This is the command of Her Highness. Whether to comply is at your discretion. Lin Baozhu's tone grew more grave, imbued with an unmistakable air of authority. The specter leader, steeling himself, nodded and said, "Which individual does Miss Lin wish to take? I shall retrieve them for you." Princess Jinghua. Li Mingwan, Li Mingwan, having successfully refined her primordial spirit using the red lotus karma fire, had ascended to a new level of cultivation. Just as she emerged from her meditative state, she noticed the surrounding sea of flames had abruptly vanished. And the specter leader, who had conversed with her upon her arrival, reappeared before her. Seeing him, Li Mingwan's face was filled with confusion as she inquired, "What is it? Do you have instructions for me?" The specter leader sighed softly and said, "You are the most fortunate among all, having garnered the aid of a benefactor. Come with me. Someone wishes to take you away." Having spoken, Li Mingwan made her way towards the entrance. Although she was somewhat bewildered, she followed along, pondering within. Could this truly be the opportunity spoken of by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Following the ghostly leader, Li Mingwan arrived before the gates of the inferno. The moment she beheld the girl clad in a white cloak, an exclamation of admiration escaped her heart. How could there exist such ethereal beauty in this world? In that instant, she forgot that her own appearance was not lacking in charm. When Lin Baozhu laid eyes on Li Mingwan, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashed in her beautiful eyes, yet it was quickly replaced by calm as she spoke with an unwavering voice. "The chance for you to escape the sea of suffering has arrived. Come with me." Amidst a misty marsh formed by hazy fog, the silhouette of Xuantian could be faintly discerned lurking within. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. A magnificent golden dragon soared into the sky, emanating a terrifying pressure that threatened to shatter the very fabric of reality, declaring its unassailable authority. Under the overwhelming force of this presence, the vast marsh was instantly rendered void, and Xuantian's figure was fully revealed. At that moment, a voice resonated across the expanse. "Congratulations, you have successfully dispelled the true energy marsh capable of overwhelming celestial beings in the seventh stance. Repression of Qi has finally been perfected. In merely 6 days, you have mastered the 5 sword techniques of reverse wind, annihilate thunder, return to body, vanquish soldiers, and repression of Qi. A truly astonishing feat, should the esteemed Xian Chong know of your rapid progress. He might very well be unable to sleep from excitement. It turned out that this was within the realm of the heart sword transformation, and the voice just now was that of the book spirit." A smile graced Xuantian's face as he replied, "Thank you for the commendation, esteemed one. However, each time I break through, it is due to the power of the dragon eye. Once I leave this transformation, the dragon eye becomes difficult to activate. I would be grateful if you could enlighten me. To be honest, I am not entirely certain of the reason behind this. Perhaps the dragon eye only activates when it senses your life is in peril. Nonetheless, as long as it aids you in accelerating your cultivation, that is sufficient. Its inability to activate at other times is not a concern. Perhaps only after you transcend to the celestial path will you be able to master this divine ability. Your insight is indeed rare," praised the book spirit. The 7-day appointment was swiftly approaching. Thus, Xuantian bid farewell to the book spirit and departed from the realm of heart sword transformation, with his cultivation soaring. He now possessed enough confidence to contend with Qiu Zhe. "With my current cultivation, I shall face Qiu Zhe without fear. This time, I will assertively demonstrate the dire consequences of preying upon the innocent." A surge of fierce rage welled up within Xuantian for the first time. Ningchuan, atop Wangyue Peak, the remnants of the setting sun cast a warm glow, while the autumn winds whispered mournfully. 2 figures stood 5 zhang apart, locked in confrontation. The surrounding air grew heavy with the immense aura radiating from both, an atmosphere thick with tension as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Qiu Zhe gazed upon Xuantian, whose expression was as cold as the depths of a frozen well, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "That I did not expect you to dare come here to seek death. It seems you truly have grown weary of life. However, such a wait of 7 days shall not be in vain. I earnestly hope that you can exhibit some resolve henceforth, and refrain from collapsing into a mere lifeless form after a few exchanges. That would be utterly devoid of interest, tantamount to a wanton squandering of my time. The adage, "Those who are obstinate will inevitably meet their demise," is likely unfamiliar to you. After all, one should regard a person with fresh eyes after 3 days' absence. What more can be said of 7? Now that I have arrived, I possess the confidence to overcome you. Otherwise, I would not be foolish enough to come forth to meet my end. Today, I shall ensure that you pay the requisite price for your past actions. And I hope that you do not succumb to panic when we engaged. Xuantian's voice brimmed with fury as he issued his final challenge. Upon hearing Xuantian's words, Qiuzhe sensed an air of assurance and could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. He pondered within. No matter what technique is practiced over 7 days, it would yield no significant results. Even the most expedient of dark arts would not enable one to achieve rapid advancement. What could he have accomplished in these 7 days to instill such confidence in his ability to defeat me? As he contemplated, Xuantian's voice rang out again. Please, do make your move. With this thought, Qiuzhe smiled and replied, In that case, I shall not hold back. And no sooner had he spoken than his body surged forth like a bolt of lightning, arriving before Xuantian in an instant. His right palm sliced through the air, carrying with it a tremendous force capable of toppling the very peak of the mountain, aimed directly at Xuantian's vital chest. Strangely, Xuantian made no attempt to block or evade, allowing the earth-shattering blow to approach his chest unimpeded. With the heart guiding the action, the object followed the heart's intent. Heart Sword, 5th form, reversal technique. The incantation that Xuantian recited just before Qiuzhe's palm struck his chest produced an utterly unforeseen effect. Qiuzhe's right palm, which was meant to deliver a crushing blow, suddenly halted inches from Xuantian's chest, then inexplicably reversed direction, striking towards his own chest. Qiuzhe, taken aback by this turn of events, swiftly gathered his focus to resist the backlash of his own palm, expending considerable energy to prevent it from crashing into his own chest, thereby avoiding injury before the battle even commenced. What sort of sinister technique is this? Why does my own hand seem to act against my will? A lingering unease settled within Qiuzhe as he recognized the profound threat posed by Xuantian's earlier display of power. The hint of anger flickered across his face as he spoke in a low voice. What sort of nefarious sorcery is this that allows you to control my body? Xuantian smiled faintly and replied, Nefarious? That term would be more aptly applied to the sorcery of your dark domain. The technique I just employed is called the Heart Sword, a method that utilizes one's own mental power to conquer the enemy. Heart Sword, are you a disciple of the Xuantian sect? Qiuzhe inquired, his expression turning cold. Xuantian nodded. I am indeed a disciple of the Miaozi lineage of the Xuantian sect. Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Qiuzhe's eyes, and a chill could be felt in his tone. Indeed, it is you so-called righteous disciples who hinder our plans at every turn. It seems today, I shall not allow you to leave. As the words fell, Qiuzhe raised his right arm, palm facing upwards. At the very center of his palm, a dark, ink-like energy rapidly coalesced, exuding an eerie aura characteristic of the nether symbols, instilling an illusion that the spectral figures of black and white could descend at any moment to seize souls. A sinister smile danced upon Qiuzhe's lips as he proclaimed, Since physical combat has proven futile, let us engage in a contest of spiritual prowess instead. With the incantation of the 9 nether secret technique, Yinming Death Qi, the dark energy surged forth from Qiuzhe's palm as if it possessed a will of its own, soaring through the air towards Xuantian. The oppressive deathly aura it carried was terrifying. Wherever it passed, flora withered instantly, like a scythe of the grim reaper reaping all living things it touched. This death qi was highly corrosive. Even a mere touch would reduce anything to a puddle of putrid sludge. Those who had compelled him to unleash this technique had yet to survive. Moreover, it would relentlessly pursue the essence of all beings, leaving no chance for escape. Good luck to you. Qiuzhe laughed recklessly. Xuantian shook his head gently and sighed. The body can be manipulated, yet is it not the same for spiritual energy? Allow me to demonstrate how I shall break your technique. With a calm demeanor, Xuantian recited the incantation for the Heart Sword's 7th style, the concealment technique. As he focused his mind on the swirling death qi, its speed abruptly diminished when it came to within 3 feet of Xuantian. It came to a halt in midair, devoid of any further motion. Moments later, under the continuous clash of their spiritual energies, the death qi could no longer maintain its form. It spun a few times in the air before vanishing completely. A sense of horror and doubt began to deepen within Xiao Zhe's heart that he pondered. What method is he employing to control my movements and energies? What medium does he utilize, and through what channel? If he could manipulate me at will without any specific conditions, would I not be akin to a puppet on strings, at his mercy? Yet, it seems this is not the case. His technique must possess certain limitations. Xuantian smiled faintly at the contemplative Xiao Zhe and said, "So, what do you think? I have not deceived you. Feel free to attack. I assure you I will counter it effectively." However, Xiao Zhe did not hear Xuantian's words. As he was immersed in profound thought, suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, a joyful expression gracing his face that I understand now. So that is how it is, he rejoiced inwardly. Seeing this, Xiao Zhe revealed a satisfied smile. Dispersing the gust of palm wind and addressing Xuantian, "Your unique skill indeed has flaws. It is not perfect. I have now discovered a method to evade your control." Yet, Xuantian regarded him with disdain. Speaking in a slightly scornful tone, "What use is mere talk? I shall see how you intend to unravel my heart sword. Then please, do watch closely." The art of reversal, concealment, upon reciting the incantation. Xiao Zhe experienced an inexplicable transformation throughout his entire being. While one might assert that the change was substantial, it did not pertain to any tangible aspect. Conversely, to claim it was minimal would be misleading, as it indeed bore a striking distinction from his previous state. The once turbulent aura that surged within Xiao Zhe had now dissipated into nothingness, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation. The term concealment does not refer to the disguise of one's physical form, but rather to the veiling of one's internal spiritual energy to a certain degree. Although employing this technique may temporarily diminish his cultivation, it would suffice for dealing with you. Today, I intend to make you aware that the disparity in strength cannot simply be bridged by practicing some esoteric techniques. With that, Xiao Zhe's figure suddenly shot forward like lightning, aimed directly at Xuantian. His right hand clenched into a fist, striking straight towards Xuantian's face. This punch bore no overwhelming waves of spiritual energy, nor did it carry the oppressive weight akin to a mountain. It was, in fact, almost imperceptible in terms of the airflow within this space. The essence of concealment lies in its silent and untraceable nature, striking one in an intangible manner. This time, I am keen to observe how you intend to manipulate my body. Gazing upon Xiao Zhe's seemingly lackluster and feeble strike, a profound sense of crisis surged within Xuantian. The core of the heart sword lies in countering attacks. Unraveling all tangible manifestations that counter physical strikes relies on manipulating the fluctuations of airflow, while to dispel spells depends on the control of the currents of spiritual energy. Yet now, in the face of Xiao Zhe's seemingly manifest, yet truly formless punch, all means of counteraction instantly became futile. As Xuantian watched the approaching fist, for the first time since the battle commenced, he felt a sense of helplessness. That feeling of powerlessness, of being unable to respond, once again engulfed Xuantian's consciousness. Reminiscent of the moment he lost Li Mingwan, just before his awareness plummeted into the abyss, the sound of Xiao Zhe's derisive laughter echoed in his ears. Not all techniques possess a means of counteraction. Perhaps your heart sword could deceive others, but alas, you have encountered me. I in the celestial realm, within the sacred world, at the center of an endless sea of flowers, stood an extraordinarily magnificent palace, solemnly towering above. The palace soared 1,000 zhang high, resembling a great mountain that was constructed of a type of orange-yellow celestial stone, reminiscent of both glass and crystal, and was divided into 9 levels, radiating soft and warm light. The sea of flowers imparted a sense of tranquility, while the palace exuded an aura of serenity and peace. Everything appeared inviting and harmonious, yet those who arrived here felt a profound sense of awe and admiration from the depths of their hearts. The serpentine floral patterns carved atop the palace unmistakably signified that this was the residence of Nuwa, the mother of humanity, who fashioned mankind from clay and mended the heavens with stone. Known as the Nuwa Palace, in the Nuwa Palace, at the 9th level, a white jade tea table was flanked by 2 exceptionally rare and beautiful figures. The lady seated to the right of the tea table donned a resplendent red palace gown, her beauty unparalleled, with eyes that shimmered with a brilliance seemingly capable of piercing through the fabric of space. It was evident that she was none other than Nuwa, the mother of humanity. Seated at the left side of the tea table was another enchanting lady, adorned in a flowing, pure white gown that trailed gracefully to the ground. Her cascading golden locks shimmered with a brilliance more dazzling than the rising sun, and her deep azure eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the ocean. Her exquisitely beautiful visage resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, devoid of even the slightest imperfection, emanating an aura of purity and sanctity that evoked an unassailable sense of reverence. The lady in white delicately held a teacup, also fashioned from white jade, and elegantly sipped a small mouthful, addressing her companion in an unusually leisurely tone. "Sister Hua, your tea is indeed the finest." Niwa sighed in resignation, a wry smile gracing her lips as she replied, "It is merely infused with some celestial herbs and spiritual mushrooms. You are certainly capable of replicating it." The lady in white pouted slightly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she confessed, "Sister Hua, you know my flaws all too well. I have always been rather lazy." Niwa chuckled and said, "All right. If you continue like this, I shall find it unbearable. Should you desire tea in the future, just come to me, and I shall prepare it for you." A radiant smile blossomed on the lady's face as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Hua, you are truly the best to me." Suddenly, as if sensing something, she playfully whispered to Niwa, "Your disciple has arrived. Should I perhaps take my leave?" It turned out that the goddess referred to by Lin Baozhu was none other than the sage Niwa herself, and her attendant, Kaiyun, was renowned as Niwa's disciple, the illustrious fairy Kaiyun. This revelation rendered Lin Baozhu's identity even more enigmatic. The fairy Kaiyun, clad in resplendent, multicolored garments, was the very one who had rescued Xuantian's life in Star Ring City. On Lin Baozhu's behest, fairy Kaiyun had come to convey a message to Niwa. Arriving at the entrance of the heart-nourishing palace, typically used by Niwa for her repose, she overheard voices within. After listening intently for a moment, she recognized the familiar guest of the Huang Palace. However, instead of immediately entering, fairy Kaiyun chose to linger outside, eager to discern the nature of their conversation. At that moment, upon hearing Niwa summon her to enter, she ceased her concealment, pushed open the door, and approached the two, respectfully bowing to each of them. Fairy Kaiyun acknowledged both the goddess and her sister, Nia. Upon hearing Fairy Kaiyun's address, the lady in white, referred to as Nia, immediately rose, indignantly voicing her discontent to Niwa. "Sister Hua, do you see what your disciple is doing? She calls you goddess, yet addresses me as sister. Are you not going to intervene?" Niwa then inquired of Fairy Kaiyun, "Was it Xuer who sent you this time?" Fairy Kaiyun nodded, about to respond, when Nia stood up once more, her anger dissipated, replaced by a look of excitement as she eagerly questioned Fairy Kaiyun. "Little Xuer, my beloved apprentice, why did she not accompany you? It has been so long. I have missed her dearly." Fairy Kaiyun thought to herself, "Surely you know better than I what she has been up to. Why then do you ask me?" Nevertheless, she answered candidly, "I have come to inform the goddess of this matter. The source of the Feng in Zixiao Palace is in peril, currently trapped in the abyss of no return, and the princess has ventured forth alone to rescue her. However, it appears that her solitary efforts may not suffice. Thus, I hope the Empress can personally intervene." Niwa nodded and said, "I have long been aware of this. It is indeed a tribulation she must endure, and she has now surmounted it. I shall promptly proceed to the underworld, so you may remain here to keep company with Nia." Upon hearing this, Nia immediately expressed her discontent with a loud protest that my dear apprentice is currently facing difficulties. "How can I refrain from aiding her? Sister Niwa, why do you insist I stay here?" Niwa, revealing an awkward smile, replied, "You must cease your disruptions. Xuer is no longer a child and does not require your assistance. If you accompany me, who knows what chaos may ensue?" Nia's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she refrained from further insisting on joining. Seeing Nia relent, Niwa swiftly transformed into a stream of light, vanishing from this space. Barely had Niwa departed when a fairy entered, approaching Nia and bowing respectfully. "My lady, there is someone outside the palace seeking your presence." Nia nodded gently and replied, "I understand. Thank you." No sooner had she spoken than her figure had vanished within the Yangxin Hall, reappearing outside the Huang Palace in an instant. A similarly fair-haired, blue-eyed maiden awaited her, and upon seeing her emerge, she promptly approached with reverence, saying, "Sovereign, not long ago, Lord Qi Qiong and Lord Zhu Huan have arrived in the sacred domain to pay you a visit. I knew you would be here, hence I came to inform you that it turned out that the stunning golden-haired beauty, known as Nia, was the founder of the Holy Radiance sect, one of the 6 major sects of the world, and one of the 2 female saints alongside Niwa in the realm of saints, the sovereign of the sacred domain, Eugenia in the 9 netherworlds. Before the gates of the underworld, Lin Baozhu and Li Mingwan awaited Nuwa's arrival. Li Mingwan inquired of Lin Baozhu, "I still do not know the name of my benefactor." Lin Baozhu smiled slightly and replied, "It is merely within my capabilities, nothing to be concerned about. The world is soon to descend into chaos. And your strength will undoubtedly be indispensable. As for how to address me, you may call me Yoshua." Yoshua, that name is exquisite, evoking the essence of winter's deep snow. "Thank you for the compliment," Yoshua replied mysteriously with a smile. "A significant figure will soon arrive to rescue you. There is no need for haste. A significant figure. Is it someone I have heard of?" As soon as she finished speaking, a figure clad in red appeared before them. "You have indeed heard of her. You simply have not encountered her in person." The lady in red smiled as she appraised Li Mingwan from head to toe. That moment, Li Mingwan observed the ancient serpent-like patterns embroidered on her attire and recalled that her master, Qi Qiong, had once mentioned the significance of such designs. Realizing the implications, she immediately knelt in reverence, humbly bowing her head. "I am Li Mingwan, paying my respects to Lady Nuwa." Li Mingwan, upon hearing the words of Nuwa, hastily responded, "Your Highness must be jesting. You are a sage of the heavenly path, your demeanor dignified, far beyond the comparison of a mere mortal like myself." Nuwa merely smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of solemnity as she inquired, "Do you know the purpose of my visit?" Li Mingwan nodded and replied, "The Earth Store Bodhisattva once told me that when the time is right, I may leave this place, for there are responsibilities I must fulfill in the mortal realm. Surely, you are the opportunity spoken of by the Bodhisattva that will grant me my return to life." At that moment, Nuwa let out a soft sigh, her tone laden with gravity as she spoke. "In my time of crafting the 5 colored stones to mend the pillars of heaven, I inadvertently left one in the mortal realm. This particular stone happens to reside within the royal tomb of Jinghua. The 5-colored stone possesses the power to restore and sustain, thus ensuring that all who are interred in the royal tomb of Jinghua shall not decay, including you." Just then, Li Mingwan felt a sudden flutter in her chest, as vivid images flashed before her eyes. Xiaozhe and Xuantian were engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle, with Xuantian evidently at a disadvantage. In an instant upon witnessing these scenes, Li Mingwan made her resolve clear, decisively declaring, "Since the Earth Store Bodhisattva has stated that I have a mission in this world, I must fulfill it and cannot merely evade my responsibilities. Suffering and troubles arise from within. If one's senses are pure, where does confusion come from? In this vast universe, every place is a realm for cultivation. That I beseech your Highness Nuwa to grant me the opportunity to return to life." Nuwa, moved by Li Mingwan's unwavering determination, remarked, "Do what you can, and leave the rest to fate. I cannot offer much assistance, but I will integrate that 5-colored stone into your bloodline, uniting it with you, enabling you to wield its powers freely, which shall undoubtedly become your aid in the future." Li Mingwan immediately knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, your Highness Nuwa, for your grace." Nuwa shook her head and spoke earnestly, "You still do not perceive the truth. This was the path you were meant to take. Suffering will only aid in your growth. Should you attempt to forcibly defy fate, this time and space will slip entirely from your grasp, rendering all your efforts futile, an outcome you surely do not wish to witness. Remember, at all times and in all places, never forget your original intention." Night fell upon Moonshadow Island, at the royal tomb of Jinghua. Yui Chen's figure reappeared. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any presence before once again placing his hand upon the ground to establish a pale purple array. After a thorough exploration, Yi Chen confirmed that the treasure remained in its original location, a fleeting smile gracing his features. For days, he had pondered how to retrieve the treasure without damaging the tomb, and, after exhausting his memory, he finally conceived an excellent method. He rummaged through the pouch he carried and retrieved a long-unused spirit-attracting talisman, nodding gently. This talisman was not a sinister charm for summoning spirits, but rather a tool designed to draw entities of strong spiritual energy towards oneself. Colloquially known as a treasure-seeking talisman, in this moment, Yi Chen retrieved the spirit-guiding talisman, murmuring softly to himself, "As long as I use the talisman to draw the treasure to the open ground, there is no need to destroy the tomb to obtain it." No sooner had the words left his lips than a splendid pillar of vibrant colors shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds, its brilliance surpassing that of the rising sun. Within that dazzling radiance, Yi Chen faintly discerned a colorful spirit stone ascending from the depths of the earth, descending directly into one of the tomb mounds. He clearly saw the name Li Mingwan inscribed upon the gravestone before the mound, aware that such a tumult would undoubtedly alert the soldiers stationed outside the royal mausoleum. He realized they would rush in to investigate. Therefore, Yi Chen promptly soared into the air, hastily departing from the royal tomb. Within the Jingguo royal mausoleum, the resplendent hues had completely dissipated. Upon witnessing the colorful beam erupting from within the mausoleum, the guarding soldiers hurriedly entered to uncover the mystery. They scoured every corner of the mausoleum, leaving no stone unturned, yet they found nothing amiss. How peculiar, one of the guards complained. Moments later, the extraordinary events began to unfold. Thud, thud. This was the sound of a heart commencing its rhythmic beating. Suddenly, Li Mingwan's coffin emerged from the earth, gently settling upon the ground with scarcely a whisper. The coffin lid slowly creaked open, revealing the exquisite body that had lain in slumber for 7 days, finally awakening. Her eyes, radiant with a spectrum of colors, fluttered open anew. She gradually rose to her feet, delicately stretching her limbs and assessing the state of her internal energy, only to discover that not only was her body unscathed, but her cultivation had surged to remarkable heights following her trials in the abyss. Had the former Li Mingwan faced her reborn self, she would likely have found herself at a distinct disadvantage. The power of the 5-colored stone now coursed through Li Mingwan's meridians, bestowing upon her an overwhelming sense of vitality and energy, as if she could lavishly expend it at will. Gazing towards the direction of Wangyue Peak, she uttered, "Tiangu, Mingwan shall come to your aid now." With those words, her form transformed into a streak of light, racing away. In Ningchuan, atop Wangyue Peak. As Qiuzei's silent fist approached Xuantian within mere inches, Xuantian finally liberated himself from his despondent state, regaining his wits. Although he recognized that, with his current strength, he could not hope to withstand the full force of Qiuzei's power-infused blow. He understood that he could not simply resign himself to fate. Thus, he channeled all his energy into his palms, conjuring a barrier of true qi as a last line of defense. The dull thud resonated as the barrier shattered under the impact of the punch, sending Xuantian hurtling backward, crashing heavily at the edge of the precipice. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining his garments crimson. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, Qiuzei's formidable spiritual energy pierced through his defenses, inflicting near-fatal injuries upon his meridians. Lying on the ground, Xuantian felt utterly drained, the vitality within him ebbing away, little by little, gazing at the menacing figure of Qiuzei, who approached him with a sinister smile. Xuantian's heart sank in despair as he pondered. Why is the dragon eye unable to manifest its power at this crucial moment? Could it be that Shu Ling's conjecture was flawed? Am I destined to perish here after all? Just as Xuantian found himself ensnared in the throes of death, a figure that evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity materialized before him. Though she was clad in a white mourning attire, starkly contrasting her usual flowing black gown, her visage, form, and aura seemed indelibly etched in Xuantian's memory, never to be forgotten. Even if the scene before him were but a fleeting dream, it brought him profound emotion and fulfillment to behold her once more in his final moments. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to overflow from his eyes upon witnessing Xuantian's grievously wounded state. Li Mingwan felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart. She hurried to his side, lifting the fallen Xuantian, and placed her left hand upon his back, using the supreme power of the Nuwa stone to heal his injuries. At that moment, Xuantian pinched his left arm with great intensity, confirming the presence of pain. Realizing he was not trapped in a dream, the tears that had pooled in his eyes could no longer be contained, and he cried out in anguish, "Mingwan, I am so sorry. I could not uphold my promise." Li Mingwan shook her head, her expression filled with regret as she replied, "How can this be blamed on you? You stayed behind solely to avenge me. That it is I who have failed you, causing you to suffer." Xuantian's voice trembled slightly, laced with a hint of hope yet tinged with fear. After affirming with a soft good, he rose to his feet, standing alongside Li Mingwan as they faced Qiuzei. At that moment, upon seeing Li Mingwan, Qiuzei's countenance turned pale as if he had encountered a vengeful spirit come to claim his life. His heart racing with anxiety, the only formidable adversary he had ever faced had returned from the dead, a sight he had dreaded most, plunging his mind into chaos as he struggled to comprehend how to confront such a situation. In contrast, Xuantian and Li Mingwan appeared remarkably at ease. Xuantian inquired with a smile, The technique you employed to heal me just now seemed unfamiliar. Was it a hidden skill of yours? Li Mingwan waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she replied. This is a new divine ability I have recently acquired. Impressive, is it not? Xuantian nodded vigorously, jesting. Indeed, it is formidable. I am thoroughly impressed that I wonder. How confident are you in facing Qiuzhe now? Without hesitation, Li Mingwan swiftly responded, naturally, I am completely confident. As she answered, she secretly mused, if I cannot handle even Qiuzhe, would not my training in the abyss have been in vain? Upon hearing her words, Xuantian immediately praised her wholeheartedly. You truly possess remarkable resolve. I shall leave Qiuzhe to you, for I am incapable of dealing with him. Brother Tian, your inability to confront him is solely due to my absence. I have my methods to ensure you possess sufficient power to face him, Li Mingwan confidently asserted. What? You still wish for me to engage him? Xuantian feigned dissatisfaction. Is it not true that you intend to avenge me? I must ensure your success, Li Mingwan teased with a playful smile. Observing the reluctant expression on Xuantian's face, Li Mingwan quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Tian Gu, I am not one to speak falsehoods. You shall soon understand. As her words faded, Li Mingwan began to recite an incantation that struck a chord of familiarity within Xuantian, stirring a long-forgotten exhilaration deep within his soul. Entangled in the mundane world, love, hatred, and enmity intertwine. The tumultuous sea of suffering surges with countless waves, while fame and power surge forth from the center, casting aside desires that dwell outside the heart. I yearn only for a spirit clear and free. As I have spoken, let the door to liberation be opened. Unrestrained and transparent, I end this long-awaited reunion with the world. That great door swings open once more for Xuantian. Li Mingwan's chant concluded. The familiar realm re-emerged before his eyes. The warm, gentle sunlight, the vibrant grasslands, and the soul-soothing fragrance of blossoms. Xuantian marveled within. Indeed, it remains unchanged. Despite enduring countless tribulations, the visions within Mingwan's heart have not wavered in the slightest. It remains as pure and tranquil as ever. The realm of unrestrained clarity, a miraculous barrier of Li Mingwan's own creation, allows all those granted her permission to freely shape their own battle attire. Manifesting as garments imbued with mystical powers, within this barrier, the stronger will reign supreme. The greater one's mental fortitude, the more formidable the battle attire crafted through consciousness. The disparities of physical strength and cultivation are rendered almost insignificant within this domain. At this moment, Li Mingwan smiled at Xuantian, urging, envision a suit of armor that belongs solely to you. I believe with your will, you shall create a treasure capable of vanquishing foes. Xuantian nodded affirmatively. Then I shall give it a try. With that, he focused intently, entering a meditative state. In mere moments, the visions within Xuantian's mind took form. This time, he resolved to abandon complexity and cumbersome effects in favor of simple, practical power. A robe of red and white emerged, adorned with the intricate patterns of the Taiji Bagua, manifesting upon Xuantian's frame. As this robe appeared, the aura surrounding him intensified exponentially. Xuantian had chosen to directly transmute his mental strength into cultivation power, thereby bridging the gap between himself and Qiuzhe in an instant. Standing not far from them, Qiuzhe's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. This was his first experience within the barrier, and the miraculous ability to manifest through thought instilled a profound fear within him. After inspecting the area, he found no flaws in the space created by Li Mingwan. Reluctantly, he redirected his gaze to Xuantian and Li Mingwan, only to witness Xuantian donning the red and white robe in such a brief span of time. Qiuzhe attempted to probe the changes surrounding the two with his spiritual power, only to discover that the aura enveloping Xuantian was on par with his own. As if his cultivation had surged exponentially in mere moments, Qiuzhe was taken aback, grappling with disbelief. Upon closer examination, he came to realize that this was the reality he now faced. This barrier possessed an ability so utterly incongruous with reason? The formidable Li Mingwan has already proven to be a significant challenge, and now Xuantian has emerged as an even greater threat. What course of action should I pursue? Qiuzhe has entirely lost his confidence. The once arrogant demeanor he exhibited has vanished without a trace. At this moment, Xuantian addressed Qiuzhe with a commanding voice. Indeed, in our previous confrontation, I fell short. However, this does not imply that you shall emerge as the ultimate victor. To prevent you from feeling that we are overwhelming you with numbers, let this duel remain solely between the two of us. I propose we settle this with a single strike. We shall refrain from employing any spells. and instead, unleash our full strength with one punch each. The one with superior cultivation will naturally prevail. This should suffice as a fair contest for you." Upon hearing these words, although Qiuzhe felt within that engaging Xuantian within the confines of Li Mengwan's barrier had completely stripped away any semblance of fairness, he recognized that he had no grounds for rebuttal. Thus, he clenched his teeth and retorted bitterly, "Very well, I shall abide by your terms. However, I advise you not to grow overly confident. I have previously stated that the disparity in strength cannot be bridged by mere cunning." Xuantian, brimming with confidence in both his spiritual prowess and the capabilities of Li Mengwan's barrier, replied with an air of assuredness, "The question of who is stronger shall be revealed through trial." No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward like a tempest, generating waves of tumultuous energy. Xuantian's right hand coiled into a fist, propelled by an overwhelming momentum as he charged at Qiuzhe. As Qiuzhe beheld the fierce energy emanating from Xuantian's punch, a chill enveloped his heart. Yet, due to his obstinate pride, he could only brace himself and meet the oncoming force with his own fist. The two fists collided fiercely in midair, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave that radiated outward, akin to relentless oceanic tides. Each wave surged forth, uprooting flora and fauna for miles, leaving the landscape in disarray. In that fleeting moment of impact, Qiuzhe's complexion turned ashen. He could distinctly sense the profound cultivation contained within Xuantian's strike, surpassing his own by a considerable margin. Victory was no longer within his grasp. It was too late to concede, and his nature would never permit such a capitulation. The instant his fist struck, his defeat was irrevocably sealed. His spiritual energy and physical strength dwindled to their nadir, leaving Qiuzhe in a state of utter depletion. In stark contrast, Xuantian's momentum seemed unyielding, sustained by an indomitable force derived from the depths of his being. Xuantian solemnly pronounced Qiuzhe's final verdict, "It is time for you to face the consequences of your actions." At this juncture, Qiuzhe could no longer withstand the invasion of Xuantian's true qi, surrendering to the overwhelming force that penetrated his meridians with reckless abandon. Xuantian gazed down at Qiuzhe, who knelt on the ground, vacant-eyed and utterly dejected, and coldly declared, "You have now received your retribution. The demons need not serve the demon realm, should you conspire with them again and fall into our grasp. We shall show no mercy." Nodding mechanically, Qiuzhe crawled away in a state of utter disarray, his appearance now a stark contrast to the man he had been moments before. With the conclusion of this confrontation, tranquility once again enveloped the surroundings. Xuantian and Li Mengwan settled upon the summit of Kuixing Peak, immersed in the breathtaking scenery they had previously overlooked, relishing the long-awaited tranquility. Before Xuantian could pose another inquiry, Li Mengwan recounted in detail all that had transpired after her demise. After listening, Xuantian could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed astonishing that the goddess Nuwa would personally come to your aid. Such is the depth of your fortune that it is unlikely that one could find another in this world so favored by the wise and virtuous." Li Mengwan nodded slightly and sighed. "During my journey to the underworld, I encountered several situations that were nearly incomprehensible. Perhaps only when the time is right will I uncover the answers." Suddenly, Xuantian inquired, "Are you aware of the identity of the woman who rescued you from the abyss?" Li Mengwan shook her head, replying, "She is likely a disciple of the goddess Nuwa. I do not know much about her. She asked me to call her Yoshue, but there is a certain resemblance to my cousin Lin Baozhu. It may just be a coincidence. Indeed, it could merely be a happenstance," Xuantian remarked. Li Mengwan gently nodded and expressed her current request to Xuantian. He acquiesced to her wishes and took the opportunity to inform her of the changes that had transpired in the imperial city following her death. Upon hearing that her brother had succumbed to madness and had less than a year to live, Li Mengwan felt an overwhelming sorrow in her heart, yet she understood that his misdeeds had led him to this fate. Regarding Song Jindong's ascension to regent, she felt a genuine relief, knowing that from this moment forth, the people of Jingguo would finally be able to lead stable lives. "Jindong, my cousin, has only recently assumed the regency. If I were to create a disturbance now, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on his future," Li Mengwan said with a grave expression. "Rest assured, I will ensure he is brought to you at the earliest opportunity." Xuantian confidently assured her, "Then I shall leave it to you, Tian Gu." Before the grand gates of the Jingguo Palace, as Xuantian arrived in the vicinity, he spotted Yi Chen waving at him from a distance. Xuantian hurried over, and Yi Chen smiled with relief, saying, "At last, I have waited for your arrival." Xuantian inquired with curiosity, "Why were you waiting for me, brother Yi?" Yi Chen sighed and replied, 6 days ago, I heard the tolling of the death knell in the palace. The news of the princess's death spread suddenly that I could not bring myself to believe it. So I thought to seek you and Brother Song in the imperial city for clarity. However, I found you had entered seclusion. I wished to see Brother Song, but was told by the guards that he was occupied with state affairs and could not meet anyone, that I have come several days in a row without success. Hence I have been waiting here at the palace gates for your appearance. Xuantian, filled with regret, said, I see, my apologies for the inconvenience. Brother Yi-Chen shook his head and replied, it is of no consequence. I merely wish to ascertain the princess's condition. Xuantian then succinctly conveyed to Yi-Chen the events that had unfolded after his departure with Song Zhendong, as well as the account of Li Mengwan's resurrection. Using his sound transmission technique, remembering Yi-Chen's erudition and wisdom, he added, this matter will surely be regarded as an extraordinary phenomenon in the world. I hope you will keep it confidential. I, too, have a matter I wish to consult with you. Brother Xian, please speak. There is no need for concern. I have my own means. Take me to see the princess, for I have matters of great importance to discuss with her, Yi-Chen said casually. Mengwan entrusted me to seek out Song Zhendong. Allow me to bring him forth, and the three of us shall go see her together. You may proceed. I shall await your return here, Xuantian replied as he bid farewell to Yi-Chen and made his way directly to the temporarily established regent's residence. Approaching the guards stationed at the entrance, he announced, I am Xuantian, sworn brother to King Mingchuan, that I have urgent matters to discuss with him that cannot be delayed. I kindly request this esteemed gentleman to convey my message. The guard, having heard Xuantian's name from Song Zhendong, did not dare to be remiss and promptly informed Song Zhendong, who was busy attending to official duties within, upon hearing that Xuantian had urgent matters to discuss. Song Zhendong immediately set aside his documents and invited Xuantian into his chamber. Xuantian succinctly conveyed the experiences of Li Mengwan and the purpose of his visit, ensuring to lower his voice for clarity, while reminding Song Zhendong to temper his excitement. Upon hearing this, Song Zhendong was overwhelmed with joy and nearly leapt from his seat. Yet, being a man of discernment, he managed to restrain his emotions and whispered, Is what you say truly the case? Xuantian nodded earnestly, his gaze sincere, compelling Song Zhendong to believe in the truth of his words, for Xuantian would never jest about such matters. However, after a brief silence, Song Zhendong's elation gradually faded, and his brow furrowed deeply. The citizens of Jingwu were largely skeptical of the supernatural, and the notion of a deceased person returning to life would be nearly impossible for them to accept. If this news were to spread, it would plunge the recently stabilized court into unprecedented chaos. What could be done? Noticing that Song Zhendong was at a loss for a solution, Xuantian proposed, before I arrived here. I met with Brother Yi, and I recounted this matter to him. He mentioned that he has a way to resolve it. We should take him along to meet Mengwan and hear his ingenious plan. Song Zhendong's face brightened. Excellent. If Yi-Chen is as learned and talented as he is reputed to be, and he can devise a comprehensive strategy, it would indeed be a tremendous aid to us. We must be sure to express our gratitude afterward. After communicating with the guards at the regent's residence, Song Zhendong followed Xuantian to reunite with Yi-Chen, and the three of them made their way to Wangwei Peak. Upon reaching the summit, Xuantian summoned the concealed Li Mengwan. After enduring the profound sorrow of their separation, the cousins could no longer contain their emotions and, upon seeing each other, embraced in a poignant display of tears. Releasing Li Mengwan, Song Zhendong wiped his tears away, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. Cousin, I am sorry. I have caused you worry regarding Mengwan. Li Mengwan's voice quivered in reply. She turned to Yi-Chen, who stood behind Xuantian, and expressed her apologies. Big brother Yi, I did not expect to trouble you to come here specifically to assist me. Yi-Chen smiled and replied, Not at all a trouble. I had matters of my own to discuss with you, but I could not find the opportunity until now. Today, we can finally converse freely. May I inquire, Big brother Yi, what matters you wish to discuss with me? Rest assured, anything Mengwan knows, she will share without reservation to in the depths of the night. Yi-Chen posed a question. 5 centuries ago, the founding patriarch of our martial arts lineage, Qi Qiong, vanished during his final confrontation with the demon lord. At that time, all his disciples, who had been privileged to receive his true teachings, perished in that battle. Since then, the unparalleled martial art Xuantian Lu, painstakingly developed by our venerable master, has been lost to the annals of time. Although Shangwu Hall is esteemed as one of the 6 major sects in the world, it has gradually declined due to the loss of its core martial skills, and its situation has only worsened with the passage of time. The current leader remains in seclusion day and night, poring over the remnants of the ancient techniques, yet has made no discernible progress thus far. All disciples of Shangwu Hall, myself included, believe that our sect has little hope of reclaiming its former glory. Until I encountered you at this moment, Li Mingwan wished to speak, but was silenced by Yi Chen, who continued, although I have never truly seen the secret manual of Xuantian Lu, I have gleaned some understanding of this divine skill from ancient texts. During the conflict between Jinghua and the Great Tang, the swordplay you exhibited on the battlefield was none other than Xuantian Lu, regardless of how the princess came to possess this divine technique. Our sect shall not hold it against her that we merely hope that she can pass it down, bestowing blessings upon future generations, so that when the demon realm resurges, we shall not be powerless to resist. Li Mingwan nodded and replied, when I first encountered my master, I too was unaware of why he chose to impart his skills to me. He was like a carefree cloud, detached from the mundane world and indifferent to worldly affairs. How could he suddenly take it upon himself to bestow his unparalleled prowess upon a mere girl? Only now do I comprehend that, although he was reluctant to return to Shangwu Hall and stir up a tempest, he still thought of his future disciples, that he foresaw that I would inevitably meet with the disciples of Shangwu Hall, and, recognizing my potential, decided to pass on his teachings to me. I have yet to repay my master's immense kindness. If I could ensure the legacy of Xuantian Lu is preserved and restore Shangwu Hall to its former splendor, I am certain my master would feel a sense of contentment. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was filled with joy and gratitude, exclaiming, the princess possesses a truly compassionate heart. Please allow me to pay my respects. At that moment, Li Mingwan approached Xuantian, who had been quietly listening by the side. Her expression tinged with concern. Brother Tian, where do you plan to go next? Since all matters here have concluded, I must continue my search for my master's whereabouts. As he spoke, he produced a map of Dongxing Shenzhou from his bosom. Scrutinizing it carefully before continuing, from Sanqing Mountain, sailing west leads to Weiying Island, while eastward lies Palai Island. Aside from these two destinations, there are no others to explore. I believe my master should currently be on Palai Island, so I intend to head there next. Yi Chen chuckled at this coincidence. What a serendipitous turn of events. Shangwu Hall is situated on Palai Island. The three of us can certainly journey together. Seeing the smile bloom on Li Mingwan's face, Xuantian felt an inexplicable sense of comfort stir within him, and he remarked, excellent. Then let us set off tomorrow. After finalizing their plans, Li Mingwan approached the despondent Song Zhendong. Just gazing at him caused her eyes to well up once more. Even before she could utter a word at that moment, Song Zhendong forcibly suppressed his sorrowful emotions, forcing a smile as he reassured her. Do not worry. I shall take care of everything. Has your cousin ever let you down? The 16 words you spoke are indeed the most piercingly insightful principles for the prosperity of a nation, and cousin will forever hold them dear in his heart. The following day, by the shores of the sea leading to Palai Island, Song Zhendong brought with him the luggage of Xuantian and the daily necessities of Li Mingwan from the imperial palace. Placing several thousand taels of silver into Xuantian's auspicious brocade pouch and handing it over to them, Xuantian persistently declined, unwilling to accept the silver, but Song Zhendong firmly asserted that the funds were intended for Li Mingwan. Leaving Xuantian with no choice but to acquiesce. One by one, the three bid farewell to Song Zhendong, and when it was Li Mingwan's turn, tears welled up anew in his eyes. Li Mingwan gently wiped away the impending tears, smiling as she said, though distance may separate us, our hearts remain intertwined, and I shall always pray for cousin. Song Zhendong gazed at the retreating figures of the three, watching until their silhouettes gradually faded from his sight, and the tears that had been gathering in his eyes finally cascaded down his cheeks. In the 130th chapter, the chaos of Palai, as night fell, the evening breeze turned cool, and the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars. Qiling stood alone on the shores of the great Tang Kingdom's border, suddenly beset by a sense of confusion and helplessness. Without consulting anyone, she had departed from Sanqing Mountain, fully aware that her destination was Lianhua Temple. Yet having never descended the mountain and lacking a map, she found herself utterly lost. Along her journey, Qiling inquired of many concerning the whereabouts of Lianhua Temple, but received not a single definitive answer. Some claimed ignorance of the temple entirely, while others merely indicated that Lianhua Temple was in the western region of Xinyu, accessible only by sea, guided by the directions of passers-by and her own exploration. Qiling finally located this stretch of coastline at the border of the Great Tang Kingdom, only to discover that there was not a single boatman to take her to sea. save for a few fishermen. At this juncture, Qingling had grown weary of incessantly asking questions, a task ill-suited to her inherently cool demeanor. Forcing herself to engage with others only heightened her discomfort. She had come to realize that to reach Xinyohezhou, she needed to head westward, and thus she hesitated no longer, soaring into the air above the sea and progressing westward. Although the art of flight was a common technique taught to disciples across various sects, this form of aerial travel, which required no tools, imposed rigorous demands on one's level of cultivation. Given Xuantian's capabilities prior to descending the mountain, it was evident that he had yet to attain the requisite proficiency for practicing the art of flight. Even Qingling herself could not claim to be fully adept, for her speed in flight paled in comparison to that of many top-tier masters. Qingling no longer required the use of a sword for flying. Her prior display of swordsmanship before Xuantian had merely been a deliberate act to pique his interest in the technique, and from that moment, she had already envisioned herself as Xuantian's mentor in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, or perhaps unbeknownst to herself, she was a person inherently lacking in a sense of direction. In her youth, she frequently became lost in the mountains. Yet as she grew older and became more familiar with the terrain of Sanqing Mountain, she no longer lost her way. Thus, she had never deemed this childhood flaw worthy of concern. Now, merely a short while later, she found herself completely disoriented at sea, unaware of her location or the direction she ought to pursue next. At this moment, the cardinal directions had utterly lost their meaning in her heart. All that remained within her bright, star-like eyes was an expanse of azure sea and the ceaselessly rolling waves. For the first time in her 21 years of life, Qingling felt a profound sense of anxiety and unease. She stood suspended in midair, gazing around for an extended period, yet could discern no scene that would aid her in determining her direction. For a fleeting moment, she found herself at a loss. After contemplating for what felt like the duration of a tea break, Qingling ultimately resolved to abandon her quest for orientation and chose instead to follow her whims. Wandering freely, once this decision was made, she continued her journey forward, drifting upon the sea for nearly a day, until a sight she yearned to behold finally emerged ahead. That it was a colossal island. Its edges entirely hidden from view. The island was lush with vegetation, a vibrant tapestry of green stretching as far as the eye could see. Qingling was in dire need of a place to rest her weary spirit. Having traversed the sea for nearly a day, her energy was nearly depleted, and this island undoubtedly offered her the greatest solace. However, as Qingling approached the shore, she discovered that numerous guards clad in silver armor were stationed there, effectively sealing off the entire coastline. The guards wore stern expressions, exuding an air of forbidding that suggested no trespassers were welcome. Upon witnessing this scene, Qingling's heart sank, and she mused to herself, "Could this be a restricted island? I hope such misfortune does not befall me." Nevertheless, she chose to land on the island. As she neared, the unfamiliar guards swiftly surrounded her, their demeanor indicating an intent to apprehend her. Observing this situation, Qingling felt a twinge of displeasure, yet she did not allow it to manifest completely. Instead, she addressed one of the guards who had approached her. "I am but a traveler from the Tang dynasty. Having arrived at this island today, may I inquire as to why I am being detained? If this place does not welcome visitors, I shall take my leave at once." Upon hearing her words, the guard immediately bowed deeply, apologizing. "A distinguished guest from the Tang dynasty, please forgive our rudeness. Currently, the kingdom of Palai is under siege by foreign invaders, and the southern region of Palai Island has been occupied by enemy forces. Our troops have resolved to defend the northern coastline, denying the enemy any opportunity for a surprise attack, and we are conducting thorough inspections of all who land here. We hope for your understanding." Qingling's heart trembled at this revelation, and she inquired, "What manner of foreign invaders do you speak of? Why have they chosen to invade Palai Island?" The guard's face was suffused with anger as he replied vehemently, "They hail from the kingdom of Qingxiu in the southern Jianbu continent, and are disciples of the Chongling sect, one of the 6 major sects of the world. It is said they were expelled from their order for misconduct. As for their motives for invading Palai Island, we are utterly in the dark. And what of the indigenous people of southern Palai Island?" Qingling asked, her voice laced with concern. Upon hearing her query, the guard let out a heavy sigh, filled with profound rage as he spoke. "Though their numbers barely reach a few thousand, each is adept in arcane arts, immensely formidable, since their arrival on the southern shores. They have driven out all inhabitants of every city or village they encounter, and those who resist seldom survive. Since their landing until today, it has been less than a month, yet the casualties among the people of Palai have tragically exceeded 1,000. The king has rallied the national forces, dispatching an army of 50,000 to engage in battle. However, they returned in utter defeat, suffering the loss of thousands of soldiers. Now, we can only resolutely defend our northern territory, ever prepared for a final stand. Will this serene land of Penglai Island ultimately fall into the hands of malevolent outsiders? Truly, the heavens show no mercy. Qingling was profoundly moved by the soldiers' poignant and sorrowful words, and solemnly remarked, "This is utterly unacceptable. I am a disciple of the three cleanses. Having arrived here, I cannot remain idle. When next your two armies clash, I shall certainly go forth to meet them and ascertain the extent of their capabilities." Upon hearing this, the soldier's face illuminated with joy, and he respectfully replied, "Indeed, I have been blind to your greatness. I did not realize that a distinguished guest such as yourself is a revered disciple of the three cleanses. With your assistance, I firmly believe our forces will gain immense strength. We must not delay. I shall now escort you to meet the king." With that, he swiftly brought forth two magnificent steeds with pure white coats, presenting them to Qingling. "These two are exceptional steeds, capable of traversing 1,000 miles. Please select one, for it shall be your mount on the island." Qingling waved her hand, smiling somewhat awkwardly. "There is no need. I do not possess the skill to ride." The soldier paused in surprise, scratching his head. "Then how shall I escort you to meet the king?" Qingling smiled gently. "You need not worry about that. I am proficient in aerial techniques, and I assure you, I shall not be slower than your steed. You may lead the way, and I shall follow behind." The soldier slapped his forehead, chuckling. "You, a master of cultivation, can traverse the winds and do not require a mount. How could I forget such a simple fact?" Thus, one rode a horse while the other floated gracefully in the air as they set forth towards the capital city of Penglai. Upon witnessing Qingling soar effortlessly through the sky, the eyes of the soldiers widened in astonishment. Her exquisite beauty coupled with extraordinary abilities led them to unanimously believe she was a celestial maiden descended to save the world. In the capital city of Tianqi, within a grand palace adorned with opulence, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow dragon robe sat upon the throne at the back, exuding an aura of authority. The earlier soldier was now reporting to him the events of his encounter with Qingling. It was evident that this middle-aged man was the king of Penglai. After hearing the account, the king was overjoyed, praised the soldier, and rewarded him with silver before dismissing him. He then turned to Qingling, who had remained quietly standing behind the soldier, and inquired, "Might this valiant lady be from the Three Cleanses Mountain?" Qingling nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have come upon hearing of your nation's plight, to offer my assistance. The lady is truly compassionate. Yet may I inquire what knowledge you possess regarding the Chongling sect?" The king asked cautiously. The Chongling sect is one of the 6 great sects of the world, situated in the sacred land of the Fox tribe, Qingqiu. Far removed from our own. I have only heard through rumors that the disciples of the Chongling sect excel in various arcane arts, capable of inflicting harm from the shadows. Beyond that, my understanding is rather limited, and I hope the king will forgive my ignorance," Qingling replied. After speaking, she was about to rise and pay her respects to Qingling. But upon noticing this, Qingling hastily interjected, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Your Majesty. Those who cultivate their craft should indeed take it upon themselves to aid the world and save lives. I, Qingling, am willing to serve the people of Penglai." Before Qingling departed, the king of Penglai informed her, "I have prepared accommodations for you, renowned heroine. These quarters have been specifically designed to welcome esteemed individuals such as yourself. I shall assign a maid to escort you there. Furthermore, if you're willing, you may visit the Shangwu Hall, located 1 li to the north of the royal city. The disciples there have engaged in battles with enemy forces and possess some knowledge regarding the spells they wield. You may join them in discussing strategies for confronting adversaries." After expressing her gratitude and bowing to the king, Qingling was led by a maid to the residence prepared for her by the king. Upon nearing the vicinity, Qingling discovered that this establishment for receiving guests was not merely a series of rooms but rather spacious courtyards, numbering in the dozens, each with a similar yet distinct design. Observing this, Qingling mused, as expected of the royal family, "Truly splendid." In the 131st chapter, 3 individuals ascend the island. The maid guided Qingling into a courtyard, and upon entering the room, she truly comprehended the grandeur of the guest chamber. The walls of the main hall were adorned with various landscape paintings, all crafted by renowned artists, vividly bringing to life a realm akin to a paradise. The interior decor was nothing short of exquisite. Every table, chair, and utensil was fashioned from the finest mahogany, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Qingling could not help but marvel, The king of Palai is indeed generous. I have never encountered such a comfortable room in my life. To spare no expense in attracting talent is truly a commendable act of humility. Just as Qiling expressed her admiration for the king of Palai in her thoughts, the maid suddenly inquired, "Are you satisfied with this room, esteemed heroine?" Qingling promptly replied, "Of course, if one cannot find contentment in such a refined abode, it would indeed be greedy. Does the heroine require my presence to attend to your needs?" "Not at all. I can manage everything myself."